And welcome, guys, to launch day 2. Sorry for the delay, but we're finally here, and we're ready for this second day of Splatoon action. And today, people, I am joined by not just any Barry, but the one, the only, the Barry.
Well, pleasure to be here, but I think you failed to introduce yourself there, Mr. Portuguese Champion.
Well, I was hoping you would do that for me.
Well, I am also joined by the one and only Dura. Dura, it's great to be on the mic with you. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing dandy. I studied some chemistry. I did a bit of TL work, and I'm here. Ready?
So you acknowledged before we were live here that you had not studied as much as possible, so it sounds like you're lying to the people already.
I'm not lying to the people, Barry. See, I studied. I didn't study as much as I hoped I did.
There you go. Okay, well, some effort was made, and that's what we're hoping to see here, of course, from these two teams. We're going to be watching Campfire and SELK, starting out here on Splatzone's Inkblot Art Academy. This is, of course, a best of 5, kicking off our winners round 1. And what can you expect to see here?
What can I expect to see? Well, I'm gonna be completely honest. I know nothing about both of these teams.
Well, that was not the answer I was looking for, Dura. I was looking for the answer. You can expect to see weapons that were only playable on day 1 of Splatoon 2. After all, this is launch day.
You're absolutely correct. Well, I can add to that. And say that based on yesterday's weapons popularity, we can expect to see a lot of NZAP and some Dry Slosher and a lot of NZAP. Did I mention NZAP?
You probably. I don't think you mentioned it nearly enough. It's kind of like the studying. You know, you mentioned it some, but you could do with mentioning it more. As we do instantly see 2 NZAPs and, of course, a Tri Slosher as well for good measure. Pretty interesting comps, I would say, considering that we are seeing a Respawn Punisher E-Leader.
Yeah, I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at the Octobrush, and it's just so refreshing to see these different comps. As we say that, Omega here, unfortunately going down after getting a pick, the Octobrush proving itself to be pretty valuable, snagging a couple kills there and managing to paint the zone. This is looking like a strong start for SELK here.
Yeah, even hitting themselves with the one and only self-Booyah bomb. Or, sorry, self-Booyah. We don't get to see any Booyah bombs, which is, I think, pretty fantastic, which of course means no Kensa 52 gals, which is one of the reasons why this tournament, and any other like it, is pretty revered.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see the people play when not everything in their arsenal is available. But, I mean, this team is doing a pretty good job, even with these restrictions.
Yeah, SELK already pushing up, taking control here of Campfire's plat, trying to make that jump onto the mushroom. Not quite doing so, but honestly, with just about 10 seconds left here in the match, they don't have to do anything other than not die on zone.
Yeah, and as the missiles come out for the opposing team, I mean, 2 of them are down. I think that's pretty much GG, and it is. And that's SELK taking the first game in a rather quick fashion. I feel like we skimmed through a lot of that game.
We certainly did, and just maybe a second more, and Campfire's taking that zone back, and it's an interesting, massive penalty, 1 versus 100. But credit to SELK there, not letting that zone get flipped in the very end. And I think taking game 1 is a very crucial step in moving on to where, of course, they'll face off against Kings, whoever wins this set, which, good luck to you.
I think that's the best thing you can say about that. If you're facing Kings, just good luck to you. That's one of the most toughest opponents in this tournament by far.
That certainly is, and possibly the second best thing you can say about that is it is double elimination. So there is a loser's bracket that should one of these teams bump into Kings. And we don't want to count anyone out, but Kings are, of course, very good and on quite the roll. So they will have an opportunity to make a comeback.
Oh yeah, of course. And just remember, this is a best of 5 from the start, from round 1. That means there's a little bit of room for error. even in the first set.
Absolutely, and of course, everyone getting warmed up here. We do expect to see a good showing here from Campfire. I believe I've seen quite a few of these, and there's too many Nikos, too many Omegas, too many Storms, but I think I recognize at least one of them.
Me too.
I'm
I
expecting
definitely
good stuff.
Well, here we go. This is game 2, Tower Control Starfish, and let's see. I'm just curious. Like, looking at the comps is so much fun for this tournament. Ooh, a blaster.
It is. Ooh, the double blaster. Yes, and SELK opting to stick with a very similar comp. I believe no changes on their part, but massive changes coming out here from Campfire. And I love the double blaster. This is something that we rarely see anymore.
We rarely see one blaster even.
Is it? Yeah, it is. It's quite the treat, to be honest, when you don't have to worry about painting so much because of how heavy the meta is with shooters.
Definitely. Well, that start of the game, that was just kind of a bloodbath in mid, but it looks like SELK here, not SELK, I'm sorry. It looks like Campfire here is starting to make a push, hitting that first checkpoint. Storm getting a really nice pick onto the enemy charger. This Tri-Slosher sending some ink onto the tower, but ultimately going down. That is the first checkpoint down for the side of Campfire. And this is looking like a very good position to at least get the tower to 52 points. I was hoping they would extend that push a little further, but now with the opposing team popping this armor, they will retake mid pretty easily.
Yeah, I was hoping to see them continue that push a little bit further as well. Hoping for that armor to come out, but it looks like they'll save it for this counter push here. Just trying to survive this jet for a little bit longer, but that armor not coming online nearly quick enough to save them. And that will be an advantageous position for SELK to make a push here. 2 down already on the side of Campfire.
This is kind of hard to follow. There's so much going on, so many inkjets. I kind of lost track of what was happening, but now Kohaku here just trying to keep the enemy in spawn while his team pushes the tower, and I really like that play, just delaying them a bit. Of course, this team does go 2 down now, and that should be the end of the push, but they did get the checkpoint, not the checkpoint, the lead. As I say that, everybody on the side of SELK here goes down.
But you were, yes, and you were accurate before it even happened. They did break that second checkpoint as well, and they've already pushed it up to the third checkpoint. Still looking to break it. This push has not ended, and you would have loved to have seen it end if you were rooting for Campfire, but SELK doing a tremendous job to keep this push alive, staying on the tower, surviving a little bit of damage here from that Zaku. He really just has to drop and try to stop this.
Yeah, dropping onto the tower, but to no avail, really. We all know the little inertia the tower gets once you're in, once you're on it, it kind of just moves a little bit more after you die. So that's quite an unfortunate KO. But that's SELK going up 2-0 in this set.
And talk about a counter push there. I mean, from the moment they stopped Campfire's initial push, they did not stop for more than maybe 5 or 6 seconds, constantly just hopping back on the tower, surviving, getting picks here and there, and allowing their teammates to jump back in, which is fantastic tower control gameplay.
Yeah, it really is. I liked that push a lot more than the first one they attempted, and I really like how they managed to extend it so well. Like, we saw the Octobrush pop the inkjet in the enemy spawn, and that ultimately gave his team time to just like crawl through those early points and early checkpoints.
Yeah, and of course, hoping for some big picks there from the Respawn Punisher Charger. It's not something that we see very often in competitive Splatoon Respawn Punisher at all, in all honesty. It doesn't just have to be on a Charger, but it's possibly something that people aren't really accounting for.
I do agree that it's quite the underutilized ability. I mean, me being a former Charger player, I will say, I really enjoyed that ability.
Once a Charger player, always a Charger player. I know you love your undercover, but you still have one of the sickest Chargers in the West.
Oh, wow. I'll take it. Thank you very much, Barry. I know you your charger is not half bad either. I'm really scared when I see you in solo queue.
I love seeing Sen Dura. Of course, moving on here, and we of course have plenty of Splatoon action here for you today, but I think as commentators we always love to see Game 5, so hoping to see, a little bias from the commentary booth, hoping to see Campfire at least put up a win or two in this set, but again, changes from the side of Campfire, and this time around, one change from SELK, bringing out the Slosher rather than Tri-Slosher, which I quite like for Rainmaker.
Yeah, I really like it. They have the suction bomb instead of that burst bomb, which definitely helps with popping, and they just took control so quickly this push, just skating through the enemy flats, popping the inkjet there, and along with the Rainmaker shots, they're applying so much pressure onto the enemy spawn. And especially with this flank here from Luma, this could be very dangerous for Campfire.
Yeah, and Campfire has very little range on their comp to be even able to challenge any of this. They do somehow find the kill onto the Rainmaker, but we love to see that there from Sasa. Beautiful pick, and of course that respawn Punisher will be active. Does go down trying to pick up the Rainmaker though, and this is perhaps a little bit of stability from Campfire, just trying to paint up this area and make sure that nobody sneaks in to advance the Rainmaker any further.
Right, they're popping the missiles to try to stop the enemy team from pushing back into their flats, and now Campfire just really needs to get back into mid with the armor from the Junior getting popped now and the Rainmaker resetting. This is the perfect opportunity, but as I say that, the Splash Omatic goes down, but maybe Nico here popping his special might be able to counteract that disadvantage with Santa going down there. This is a prime position for Campfire to take back mid and maybe start the push of their own.
We certainly hope that they can do that, but again, the range disadvantage that they have, they're really going to need their Splash-O-Matic to get some big picks here. As on the other side, we see Kuhaku's Brush, again, finding the inkjet pressure and driving the members of Campfire back. Just waiting in that rail, not really stealthily, but again, if you don't have range to deal with that, what are you going to do?
I really don't think the enemy team noticed. The Brush was, I guess, sharking on that ink rail, but that was quite the stealth play, quite the jump down onto the enemy. Here with the Rainmaker going down, hopefully Campfire can recollect themselves and stop this second push.
Yeah, we see the dualies having to jump out there just to survive that little bit of pressure, and the Splash-O-Matic will bring out their inkjet, comboing it with the missiles, puts good pressure there onto Luma, but doesn't find the pick just yet. But allows their teammates to push in here, just getting a beautiful pick onto the Rainmaker, trying to stay alive, not able to do so. Again, Kuhaku's Aqua Brush has just been absolutely phenomenal for SELK all set long, and it doesn't look like they'll be stopping anytime soon.
It doesn't at all. I also want to point out that this E-leader coming from Sasa, we adopted that nickname for this player, is the unconventional pick for a mode like Rainmaker, but it's doing wonders for them.
It is. It's I think rare to see slow weapons, slow in terms of movement. That's of course E-leaders, Hydras, Dynamos, and Exploshers, but in the right hands, even in Rainmaker, a mode that's so fast and so volatile, it can still work.
We're seeing it firsthand right now. Yes, Santa here trying to get the pick onto Omega, but ultimately backing out on Omega, maybe overextending a bit too far, giving the E-leader an opportunity to pick him off.
Yeah, and maybe you'd expect to see a little bit more map control considering the weapons that they do have on Campfire, but I think that's just more credit to SELK's pressure that they've been able to exert here, not allowing these very good inking weapons to push into mid and put pressure on anyone other than the Brush, but I say that, and then it's basically a double wipe from each team.
Now that you pointed out, it is true, this team has a lot of paint output and hardly any map control ever. But hopefully that will change with this pick coming out from Nico Chico, trying to assist his teammate. That is the Brush going down. So this could be a turning point, the final turning point, their final opportunity to push the back again. But with Santa getting the pop there, it doesn't look like it.
No, it doesn't, and it's just the Splash trying to fight for mid control right now, but even they'll be going down as well. It's 2 down on the side of Campfire. And I don't know what you do if you're them right now. They've been fighting all game just to try to establish a little bit of paint control and haven't been able to find it. Santa's going to use the power of the Slosher on these hills here just to pressure anyone back from picking up the Rainmaker, and if that's not enough, these missiles surely will be. But, okay, not but. They did get the pick off, but did not get to live very long with that Rainmaker. A very clean 3-0 there from SELK.
Yeah, very, very clean. And I was thinking, personally, I love the Silver Arrow Spray pick on this mode, especially on this map. I really do love it, but I think that special really excels when you reach either one of the plats. If you're defending, you pop that special through your plat, and it denies entry for everyone trying to push the Rainmaker through there. And you can go through the right side to the enemy plat and try to pop it, and that's a way in. That's a pretty easy way in. And I mostly saw that special being popped to retake mid. While, of course, it makes sense. I would have hoped to see it used maybe in other ways, but if you don't have mid control, how are you going to get to the enemy side?
Exactly, and I do agree with you. I think perhaps one of the strongest usages of Curling Bomb Rush is helping the Rainmaker carrier create a path that's very, very difficult to challenge, or just helping to repop the Rainmaker during a follow-up push. But I agree with you. I think the majority of the time we did see it being used as a defensive or painting measure. Perhaps a little bit more special coordination, and that would have been an effective way of using it as well, but something to think about for Campfire moving on to losers, which of course they will be in losers bracket round 1, I believe. And they may have an opponent immediately, I'm not quite sure. But we will be moving on to see IPL's #1 fan, I believe.
It is IPL's #1 fan. And what a wonderful name. Do you know the story behind this name, Barry?
I do not know the story behind it, but I gather they're fans of IPL.
Well, I would hope so. But the actual story behind this name is that Chara just tweeted out, comment or reply below to this tweet, what name my pickup should have for launch day. And yeah, and the IPL Twitter. I don't know what IPL staff did this, but the IPL Twitter account actually replied to that tweet saying IPL's fan, or #1 fan. And yeah, it worked.
Whoever is doing the social media management over at IPL, job well done, I do say. And IPL's #1 fans do not have an easy matchup here as we move into winners round 2. They will be facing off against Facade, which is made up of Max, Grape, Dylan, and Omar's coming. But of course, both of these teams are very, very strong. We do see on the side of IPL #1 fan Pro Chara, Kate, Nolan, and was it Twig playing with them today? Yes, it is.
It is. Yeah, these are familiar names to me, which is quite comforting.
Yes.
It is quite comforting. From both sides, really. And I'm looking at these names and I'm wondering. I see Chara, who I know for playing Rapid.
Umbrella, which got
Umbrella
in this tournament.
Which aren't here, exactly. I know Nolan for playing K-Pro, which isn't here. I know Twig for playing
K52, which isn't here.
So and Dylan, of course, for playing the Glukas.
Well, it looks like it's going to be Hayden. Dylan on the other. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know. I'm looking at these names and I'm thinking, what are these players going to play? And I don't know. I like the sense of mystery, you know?
I like it too. Perhaps the only 2 players who I feel comfortable going out on the limb for here is Max, which I would imagine is going to be Vanilla Splash, and Omar coming with the NZAP would be my predictions there. But I can't even tell you what Caden's going to be playing. Hayden, obviously a diverse player, but I think I recognize them most frequently playing custom dually sculpture, which, again, not here.
Recently, he's been on the Splash-O-Matic grind as well. So maybe just a Tentatek, a good old Tentatek.
The good old Tentatek goes a very long way, especially after the most recent buff.
Oh yeah, it does. It was made specifically that buff for this tournament. It's true.
Yeah.
We contacted Nintendo.
Well, we do begin with Muscle Forge Rainmaker, which is, of course, a very, very fast mode sometimes. Important not to get destroyed on this pop here. Chara opting for the Octobrush, perhaps not a big surprise considering what an advocate he has been for that. And the double end zap, and there's our classic pen attack coming out to round out the rest of the side there of IPL's #1 fans.
I do want to say, I really liked how Facade played that opening. Instead of going to the pop, they accepted that they wouldn't get it, and they decided to just farm their specials at the beginning, which is completely valid. Now with that end zap pushing in, Chara it allows Chara to punish that with Grape here on that T-Tech, getting the pick with the Inkjet, and now grabbing the Rainmaker, getting ready to push this right side. And this is looking like a mighty, mighty charge from the side of Facade.
It is, but Twig is going to help shut that push down with a pick and an assist there from that Inkjet. Looking to get the follow-up pick, but perhaps focusing a little bit too much on the jumper instead of who they're jumping to. Does go down as Max and company there to surround them.
Truly, I believe target prioritization was an issue there, as well as maybe challenging a fight you shouldn't challenge without any help from teammates, but that will change now with both teams popping the armor. There's a trade going there. The T-Tech from the side of Facade also goes down, and now Nolan picks this up, hoping for this counter push, and they do take the lead, given it is quite the early lead and not a game-winning one.
Absolutely, and Grape nearly finding the important double, but that will be Dylan to round out the wipe there onto IPL's #1 fans. Honestly, I really love the map control that we're seeing here being taken by Max. It's going to make it very difficult for Twig and the rest of the members of IPL's #1 fans to push in here, and those missiles, perhaps a very underrated weapon considering how much we've been seeing from Vanilla Jet in regular competitive play. I think a great pick here from Dylan.
Yeah, I would agree. It just spits out so many missiles. And that Toxic Mist is really helpful in a mode like Rainmaker, where the objective is a bit, essentially.
Particularly on a map like this, where you have essentially just two ways of moving the Rainmaker to pedestal. That's two choke points that one Toxic Mist can kind of just take care of.
Yeah, that is correct. Well, now with
it's
Nolan,
so simple.
It's so simple. It's so simple. We say the humble commentators that are playing the game. It's so simple.
Well, you know,
Dylan pops the missiles rather, and it's just kind of a stalemate right now. No one really making any moves, but now with two down from the side of Facade, maybe IPL's biggest fans will start a push. Grape there, sharking on the wall, getting the pick onto the Rainmaker. That was such a great shark. I was hoping Chara would maybe drop down and check for that. Sadly, it didn't happen. But now Max, along with his teammates, pushing back into mid, popping the armor, and moving to the enemy team who pops the counter armor. 2 going down from the side of Facade, 3 going down, even that's almost a wipe. And this should be a much, much stronger push from the side of IPL's biggest fans.
Well, perhaps, but perhaps not, because that Toxic Mist buying a lot of time there for the rest of Facade. But as I say that, the Toxic Mist runs out, and Caden able to move that Rainmaker all the way from, I believe, 47 to 17. That is a far more comfortable lead on this map. Even though Chara not able to find the final pick onto Facade, that is still fantastically done to get the Rainmaker all the way to there. And with only about a minute left here, they still have decent map control. They haven't really lost the outskirts of the map. And that's going to allow them to very quickly and easily push back in here. Twig finding some huge picks, just leaving the Rainmaker carry alone now.
Twig really showing what he's learned playing 52, which is a weapon that can play so ratty. Just go in, go out, get a pick, try to find this opening so that I can give my team an advantage, and that's exactly what he's doing on this T-Tech, popping the Inkjet on the left side of the map, getting that really great double kill onto the enemy, and with only roughly 35 seconds left, this is looking quite bad for Facade here. I'm not sure if they will be able to reach the Rainmaker and get a push going.
That's cheeky there from Caden, moving it up onto the top of that uninkable surface there. Does have to drop though due to Grape's Inkjet, but this is a prime spot just to camp the Rainmaker to try to run out the final few seconds we have here. And especially with so much pressure still being exerted from the rest of the members of the team, I don't think anyone on Facade is going to be able to make it to that Rainmaker carrier to get the kill. Nearly someone sneaking in behind, but well played there from IPL's #1 fans to take what ended up being a little bit more comfortable game 1 than that start would have looked like.
I mean, we wouldn't expect less from IPL's fans. Like, our loyal fans, just they must be the best players, correct? So
I mean, you're the best. You are as good as the organization you are standing for even. And IPL is #1, therefore these guys are #1 too.
I like that thought process. I really do like it, Barry.
Yeah.
I think we might. I say we. I'm not that important in IPL, but I think the heads might want to hire you as a public relations guy.
Oh, they already have an expert. Whoever, again, gave these guys the suggestion for a team name, they're already doing a great job. They don't need me.
It's so genius. It's propaganda within your event. Granted, this isn't technically an IPL event. It's just presented by IPL, but it's still it's genius. It is genius.
I think credit is due all around. Beta, of course, for coming up with this ingenious tournament and putting in so much work to make it happen. And then, of course, IPL behind the scenes stepping up in a big way as well, making it an even better tournament than it already was going to be. As for the map list, I am not ever going to criticize anyone's map list because I personally love seeing interesting maps, and this is certainly one of them. We're seeing a slight change from both teams here. Chara opting for his 3 mains of special charge. Going to be a lot of missiles coming out from the side of IPL's #1 fans, but I expect some counter missiles from Dylan as well.
I expect way too many missiles coming out to this game. I'm not going to lie, but it seems like IPL's #1 fans have managed to keep the zone for a bit, keep mid, and now with this armor and the armor strings going out from Nolan, they might be able to secure mid. But with Dylan, or not Dylan, Nolan going down here, that might not be possible.
And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to hold the zones nearly as long as we thought they might have been able to. But still, they're in good spots. They haven't wiped. I think that's the big part on Moray. Just make sure that you don't ever go more than maybe 2 down, and you'll still be able to contest mid. And in a double zone splat zones map like this, contesting is usually enough.
Yeah, as long as you hold the lead. I've seen games in Moray Towers end with very small leads. I'm not going to lie, but I'm not expecting that from this game. With Max here trying to push the enemy side, but such an unfortunate bomb for him. But this is a great opportunity for IPL's biggest fans to move in and try to get this counter.
It is. Twig needs to find this pick here onto Dylan, and we'll have a little bit of an assistance there from another member there. Omar coming doing a great job of getting out of there alive. That should preserve that armor for the retake attempt coming out from Facade. Twig already in a great spot though on the overlook and has Inkjet ready if they decide to pop it, but instead moving away, just gonna try to play it a little bit safer, play for another day.
Yeah, I really do like that decision. I think popping the Inkjet there would have been a big mistake because he would have been so exposed to the enemy team, and instead popping it here to contest mid is a much safer option. Sadly, he does go down to Dylan, as I eat my own words there.
Nothing safe around when Dylan's hunting with that jet.
Nothing's ever safe in Moray Towers, I don't think. Especially with these double missiles coming out from Facade. Okay.
You could not have timed that better there. The double missile finding the pick. The 2 picks, my apologies. And with great control of the snipe, this is a fantastic spot for Facade. I'd love to see them find a little bit more presence on the on Overlook if possible, but I don't think they're going to be able to make it there. Caden following that path that Twig has made in here to the zone, and while they're not going to be able to contest it in time to stop the penalty from running out, they do only allow one extra point to go on the board here for Facade, and that is a very strong retake.
That is quite the strong retake, and they should be getting a lead here. Well, actually, maybe not. It's a 3v3 situation in the end here. If Twig gets the pick onto this or just manages to stay alive, I really thought he was going to die there. But with Max dropping onto mid, dropping onto Caden's shots, that was so unlucky. A bomb pushed him off, shaved off his armor, and led him right to the path of Caden's shots. That was quite tragic, I would say, and that's just lead going out for the side of IPL's biggest fans.
It is, but I don't know. Facade's in a great spot here. Max able to help get that pick, might be able to find one more, does, and that is a fantastic triple there from the team. Not all being done at once, but Char is going to have to use these missiles to help preserve any sort of presence that they have on Overlook and Snipe. Doesn't look like they're able to do anything more than get a trade and an armor off, so hopefully that's enough for them to contest these zones, and it kind of looks like it is.
Yeah, it does look like it. With one down on the purple team here, they are in a really good position to try and get this lead, but now with armor getting off, Max gets that crucial pick onto the end zap. That's one of the main players for the enemy team. And okay, an SD. That's an SD, and that's gonna be going out to Facade. I'm not sure how Char did die there. Not going to lie, but in this struggle to cap the zones, they really need to focus this cap, and they do, which is great to see.
It wouldn't be Moray Towers if we didn't see someone falling off, but of course that is not the match. IPL's #1 fans doing a great job to retake and send this game into overtime. But I think these missiles from Grape are going to be big, especially with that pick already coming out and the missile follow-up too. These bombs just have to be survived, and it should be game for Facade. I say that, and it's still being a brawl out here. No one quite able to take control, but the timer will do enough to send this to 1-1.
Yeah, that was kind of a bloodbath in mid, right at the last second. And I think Facade there managed to win that, because I believe it was Twig who popped the
and missiles. 12 missiles.
Yeah, so many missiles. And 18. Jesus, that's so many.
That is a lot. But I couldn't help but think when you said you saw very low scoring games. Back in the day of Splatoon 1, I think the classic image was 99-98 Moray Zones win. But this one, very much back and forth, perhaps due to the wonderful changes that have been made to that map from Splat 1 to Splat 2. But of course, the quality of these players really coming out, despite so many lead changes. Neither team ever looked out of it, neither team ever lost their composure. And that's something that only comes with experience and plenty of high-level gameplay.
Yeah, definitely. And when you say that, I can't help but think, thank God I didn't play Splatoon 1 as much as I played Splatoon 2. Because I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I don't want to start a whole debate in chat. I know people can have their opinions, and I really don't want to get anyone mad with mine. So let's move on. Let's move on and talk about Tower Control, the Reef. What do you think,
I'll do it for you, Dura. I think the Reef is an excellent map, and especially Tower Control, which I'm gonna love to see what the backliners do. Again, Vanilla Jet is what we've been seeing for backline presence, but I wouldn't mind seeing a Charger. Not that there are any Charger players here, but I wouldn't mind seeing a Charger.
Well, that's that Charger player bias. Surprisingly for me, I usually do that. I'm pretty biased too to see
I mean,
Charger.
they set this up when they put both Charger players on the mic at the same time.
Yeah, they kind
We're
of
always going to be rooting for it.
Sadly, no Chargers here, but we see kind of different comps here, but still a V-Jet from the side of Facade here, which is to be expected. Both teams pop the armor here. Facade gets early control of bridge, dropping here onto the right side. Grape popping the inkjet, getting a really nice double. That was so slick. And hopefully someone from Facade gets on the tower here, and they can hopefully start a pretty good push.
I would say so. I love this position from Dylan. We see it a lot as a Charger player, but whoever expects an Ink Mine coming out there, especially from Vanilla Rapid. One of the classic weapons at the very start of the game, but something that's died out a lot after its, I think, was it 220, 230 treatment?
Yeah, it was about, I'm not too sure. I wasn't too invested in the game there at that time. But I was going to point out, sadly they didn't clear, or they did, no, wait.
They cleared first checkpoint, but they did not get to continue that push. As far as you might have expected, Chara able to find a beautiful pick there onto Dylan, trying to back away and use the toxic mist to their advantage, but Chara does not let that player run. And the position here from Twig's Inkjet is great as well, focusing all of the players back towards Car, not allowing anyone to push out through the close to try to contest this second checkpoint. IPL's #1 fans are in quick route to that third checkpoint.
Yeah, I would say they're kind of rolling so far with this push, and Chara with that bomb rush trying to apply a lot more pressure, and with the suppressive fire too, with the rapid. Not sure what happened there. I think I really don't know. My stream cut out on Discord.
Well, I'll tell you what's happening right now is Chara is battling for bridge control as Facade are looking to retake here. It is a team effort. Dylan and company are closing in on top of bridge, but no one's been able to find a pick for the last 20 or so seconds, and that has definitely been in the favor of IPL's #1 fans, because by staying alive here, they have opted to bring out many specials at once. That bomb rush is getting a lot of pressure done, and it's going to force one of the few remaining members of Facade to jump out.
Yeah, it's just looking like such an oppressive game. And I don't know, it seems like Facade can't really do much. I don't know if you have the same feeling.
I do have that same feeling, and I think it may be credit to one of the things you highlighted at the start of our cast, which is you're going to see a lot of M-Zaps, and while Facade are running one of their own, it's two coming out from the side of IPL's #1 fans. I think, to this day, we're really reverting back to what launch day was like. If you had multiple armors, you were in a really good spot.
They really are. I'm looking at the pain output from both of these teams, and it really, the yellow team really has the upper hand here. With this armor going out from them, I do expect them to play a bit more aggressive as the opposing team drops on the tower. Omar actually getting picked onto the enemy Zap there, and probably moving onto bridge. Sadly, it is a 2v3 situation in mid, so Omar has to play a bit more reserved as Kara tries to push him with that pesky blast radius.
Yeah, and it's such a good weapon. It's one of those weapons that was very enjoyable to play because of how tricky you could play it. You know, you never really had to take an engagement if you could just get the upper hand by firing at someone who's behind a block or behind a hill or behind a corner. It was excellent for you, and of course on power it's going to be the perfect weapon to prevent anyone from riding comfortably. But Grape also trying to not make things very comfortable for IPL's #1 fans, does find one there and is definitely going to be looking for another influential inkjet in the near future.
Yeah, 35 seconds on the clock. This is one push, one chance for Facade. Grapes pops the inkjet, and along with the armor, he's hoping to get a few picks, but Caden actually gets the pick onto him. Dylan gets the revenge pick onto Caden, and now Chara just trying to shoot that tower, trying to stop anyone from coming onto it, and moving onto bridge. I really like this position.
Yeah, I do too.
It's quite good, but sadly he has to give it up into one of the zaps. And now this is the best opportunity they've had the entire game to take it.
That it is, and we'll see here if they're able to get the job done. That inkjet does come out. The missiles also coming out. Two going down on the side of IPL's #1 fans. And that's 3 down. It's just going to be the T-Tac Twig with the flank coming in. I don't know if anyone in tower knows, but they do now, and they find the pick. They find the lead. That is 2-1 for Facade.
Yeah, what a turnaround. I did not expect that. Judging from the course of the game so far, I was not expecting that. I thought they would either choke or maybe I don't know. The enemy comp was so annoying to deal with.
Well, I'd say that it was awfully annoying to deal with Facade's comp as well. We see a total of 18 missiles, and Grape definitely making good use of pairing up that Inkjet and just general T-Tech pressure with those missiles, finding 14 KA themselves. The armor not nearly enough to get IPL's #1 fans over the line there at the end. I agree with you. I'm a little bit... I'm not shocked, but I am surprised at how that match turned so quickly.
Yeah. I don't know. I really don't know what to say about that. That was just... Yeah. That was just really well played from Facade. Grape really showing how good of an aggressive player. I was going to say offensive player. No, that's a Portuguese way of saying it. I don't think it applies to English. But now I'm going good.
It could have a different meaning. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, at least you get me, Barry. At least you understand.
And perhaps as we move into our first game 4 of the day, we do get to highlight another feature. I'll call it a feature. That is what launch day is about. If you remember back to the days of when Splatoon 2 first came out, there was not this thing called Clan Blitz. So while most other tournaments may have sent us to Clan Blitz or Turf War, if you were perhaps Nintendo, if anyone watched that yesterday, which I know plenty of people did, we will be making a return to Rainmaker, and this time on Starfish main stage. A map we've already seen for tower control, but not one that we've seen for Rainmaker just yet. I think another volatile map, though.
Yeah, it is quite a volatile map. Like, it's so easy to lose a lead when you're just 3 down, or if you don't pay attention to the Rainmaker player. And I don't know, I'm curious to see how this goes, especially with these comps. And we see Max back on the try.
We do, and I like that pick again. Who would have thunk it? You know, even though it was the missiles that got them over the... terrible timing there for Nolan to be jumping out onto that bomb. But who would have thought that the double missile would make it happen for them, and they'd abandon it, going back to the double armor. Shameful, almost. But it's being effective.
It is. It definitely is. I was saying, Rip got a nasty kill there. That was almost illegal. But sadly, this team goes 3 down, and that's the end of the push. A push to 40, not that bad, definitely not game-winning on this map. Nolan has the armor ready, and with Twig getting a pick, they pop this armor, and they try to move through the enemy side of the map. This try is so weak behind the snipe here. On the snipe wall, he manages to jump back, and Kaden just slips through the enemy's defenses and manages to get the score down to 31. That was quite an impossible feat.
It was hurdling over that block there to just add a little bit of extra points to that lead there, but an instant white coming out upon stopping that push, and they've already retaken map control here on the side of Facade. In a good position as well, if they can find a pick or two, and I imagine Grape very close to Inkjet. The armor's going to come out, the Inkjet's going to come out. This is going to be a strong push, but Dylan going down early might preserve a little bit of IPL's #1 fan stability here, and not only that, it's allowing them to retake this map entirely.
That was greatly played, Nolan and Twig there. Just crossfiring each other. That was pretty good. The enemy team exploded so quickly, and that was a trade.
That was a trade. That was an interesting sequence of events, I'd say. Nolan, was it, who took that Rainmaker to the enemy team's snipe? I don't mind that position at all. I think it's a good, strong place where you can push the enemy back a bit, but ultimately, whoever did find that trade did a very good job of helping Facade not fall any further behind.
Yeah, that was pretty good. And I don't think I've ever seen an Inkjet and a Rainmaker trade. But with that being said, It's looking like really stable map control for IPL's biggest fans with this Rainmaker resetting that is coming in. And they get a pick with the instant pop. I didn't see that coming at all. Grape goes down, and Nolan just wants to push into the enemy. That's 3 people coming from spawn. They have an armor, they pop the armor, and they just want to swim. They just want to swim forwards. Chara tries to hug the wall there, actually goes up the wall and plays a bit stally, which I wonder if it was the best decision there, because now the Rainmaker is in a kind of a poor position to getting picked back up. But with Twig here holding the front line, maybe they can pick it up and try to get them.
And I think one of the try to continue extending that lead a little bit. But I think one of the most interesting things I've seen during this match, so many players are taking tons of damage, and yet they're able to live a little bit longer. Perhaps the kill time that we see from the weapons that are coming out, even though most of these are actually still pretty standard in today's play, just not ever quite able to find enough damage to get really secured kills. Either that, or just everyone's got great survivability.
Maybe it is that. I'm not too sure. But it is true. It's true what you're saying. It's quite interesting to see, and I don't know. I wonder how the last minute of this game will go. That was White's in the struggle for the pop from both teams. And Max gets a double there. Grape chasing Twig there. That's a full wipe, and I'm expecting this to be a change of tides there. Lead just dropping down to 16. That was crazy. Well, not really crazy. That's just Rainmaker for you.
It is Rainmaker for you. The wipe coming out, and that's going to be such a great push there from Facade. Of course, the counter wipe does happen. They fully committed to that push, as they should. But because they were also able to trade out 3, they're already back in mid and able to contest this pop. They do go 2 down, so they might opt to back away here and just preserve to make sure that they too don't go 4 down and re-lose lead. But 16 is quite strong on this map. You have to make it all the way up ramp to do that.
Yeah, that ramp is one of the hardest choke points to go through. And I don't know, playing this so stally here, waiting for specials to be online, might take a bit too long, given that Facade already has all their specials online. They pop the missiles, they pop an armor. I'm expecting to see an inkjet.
There it is.
And with this T-Tech going
and
down,
there it is.
Yeah, leaving the Rainmaker unprotected, it also goes down to Grape's inkjet.
Grape's inkjet has been, I think, the staple point of this set, really doing so much for Facade. And I think, I don't know about you, and certainly based off of these KAs, I probably would have expected IPL's #1 fans to at least send it to a Game 5 here. Because I think that's back-to-back matches that we've seen them have really good control, and then towards the end, Facade just pulling through.
Yeah, I think that was a matter of what I would call a Rainmaker diff, where a team wipes and the enemy sees that and they're like, okay, let's just run it down and get an insane lead. And the fact that Facade there didn't wipe like that a single time really shows that they played the game mode well, because it's so dangerous when that happens in a game of Rainmaker.
It is. Perhaps the most important thing, of course, is to avoid that wipe, and we've seen it again firsthand why that is. And I'd also say that I think if you're IPL's #1 fans, there perhaps a little bit of complacency once they had that lead. I think the strongest teams out there, and of course none of these players are bad by any means, they're all actually just insanely cracked, but it is a bit of a pickup, so perhaps not as cohesive as we see from Facade. But usually, like, the absolute best teams, they'll keep that pedal floored despite already having a lead, because they want to keep putting that pressure on. They want to keep extending that lead if possible.
That is absolutely correct. But moving on, guys, get out of bed and say good morning to the next set, because we have bed versus good morning. I think we all know these teams. we saw Good Morning yesterday in that, I was gonna say NA Open, but it was called the Fresh 4, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
Okay, alright, that's just...
It was not open to the entirety of NA, it was just United States.
Yeah. That's absolutely true. That's the EU person in me, just showing complete disdain for what's happening over there on the other side of the ocean. So I'm sorry for getting that wrong.
No. I mean, listen, I want to see bring us the Iberian Intel Open, and I'll mistake it as the EU Open. How about that?
I'm into it. I wish there was an Iberian Open. That'll be cool. I could try to expand my titles of Portuguese champ to Iberian champ. That would be quite cool. Well, let's talk about these teams. We have EU and we have NA. So I always like when these matches are between two sides of the community, and I'm sure everybody likes the rivalry between EU and NA and all the debates. And honestly, I'm kind of tired of seeing NA come out on top on every single event. And since I don't have the willpower nor the skill to change that myself, I'm just gonna sit down and wait for Bed to win this set.
So you're expecting Bed to put Good Morning to sleep?
Well, I can't say I'm expecting it, but I'm hoping to see some EU supremacy happen today.
Well, it certainly has been a highly contested back and forth between NA and EU. Of course, both sides of the pond have been full of dominant and incredibly talented teams. On the side, we're obviously familiar with Bed and Good Morning, but we should perhaps talk a little bit about the players on each side. If you were watching yesterday, you did of course see this version of Good Morning with Omega, Keen, Lux, and Shadow all playing absolutely brilliantly. So I expect them to be fully prepared for this. Although the comps will change a bit, we did see the X-Posture and the ballpoint coming out from
Lux there.
Keen and Shadow are both incredible Brella players, but again, KEKW, this tournament doesn't have any Brellas, so it'll be interesting to see what they do.
That is actually the only listed weapon in the Brella class in the document for launch day is actually just the KEKW.
I loved it the second I saw it.
Yeah, me too. I think Beta is pretty good at that, and
there it is.
Yeah. Also, let's just point out that obviously this is Alpha Bracket or Top Cut, or whatever you want to call it, but there's also a Beta Bracket going on. And let me just tell you guys that once you go to the Tournament's Battle 5, and once you go to the bracket folder, there's Group Phase, Alpha Bracket, and a Beta Bracket with a little laugh in it. So yeah, Beta's in it for the puns. He doesn't really care about the tournament or the quality of the event. He just really wants to give you guys a laugh with the puns and the dry dad humor.
He's delivered too.
Yeah, no, he definitely has.
Well, we turning to the side of Bed though. We can probably make a decent. We can probably make a decent guess at what we'll be seeing here. We are just waiting for Sendo to join in here. Of course, Sendo has a very capable Brella himself, but he's mostly been playing NZAP more and more recently, so presumably we will see that. Taylor is obviously very much basically a K-Pro one-trick, I think is fair to argue, but their T-Tech, prior to the K-Pro becoming a thing, their T-Tech was phenomenal. And I imagine it still is. So my wager is that we see Taylor on T-Tech, which of course leaves what does Kipper play?
Well, I was going to say that Taylor has actually also hopped on the Splash-O-Matic bandwagon. So I don't know. I know Kipper likes T-Tech, and when I think Kipper, I think T-Tech. So I'm really not sure what they want to do here. I'm thinking. You were saying Sendu, obviously on that support role nowadays. But I'm thinking launch day Sendu. I don't know. Could we see a custom blaster come out?
That would be...
It would be saucy.
A welcome surprise. Yeah, it would be very saucy. Spicy.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
I don't think so either. But but again, one of the amazing things about these, we'll call them gimmick tournaments, is that they offer us uncertainty to what we can expect to see, and that is an absolute delight as spectators, of course, because it's not to say that the game has grown stale in the current meta, but it has been played out a little bit, maybe too much at this point.
You never know when a YouTuber will show up.
You never know, but I will be very delighted, since Brian does not have his Sploosh 7 to turn to, if we finally get to see the return of the Brian Charger.
Ooh, that's true. I didn't even think about that. Okay, I feel like we are fanboying over I'm gonna call them the Splatoon boomers, which they are.
They are.
And we're not saying anything about Good Morning.
No, I talked in depth about Good Morning.
We did, but me personally, I feel bad now. I just feel bad, Barry. See, I know the players in Good Morning are also great, and I also wonder what they will play here. I wonder if Lux will go on a Charger. I know he's played Charger before. Maybe a Heavy, or maybe a completely different weapon to just blow our minds. Maybe a Rapid even. Why not?
Rapid would be an excellent choice, I think.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Rapid Pros. While Rapid Pro is not in this tournament. Wait, am I being stupid? Is it in this tournament? I don't know. I don't even know.
You're putting me on the spot here for what is and isn't allowed. Let's find out.
Let's not think about this. Let's think about the game. And not about the fact that it's me, Mr. T.O. man. Okay, there we go. I knew that. I was testing you, Barry.
I know, and I was testing my internet to see how quickly I could switch between different servers. But we do have our answers. Brian and Lux both opting for the Vanilla Jet. Omega's going with the Hero Roller. And Shadow and Keen both playing in a supportive role, using the Junior and NZAP respectively. On the other side of things, Taylor is going with that Aqua Shot, does go down to the missiles, but we see Kipper going onto the Tri-Slosher, which is something I do believe he was rocking in the early days.
And maybe I can. Honestly, I couldn't recall it.
I couldn't either, to be honest.
I mean, I
feel like I remember a league, a twins match with Kipper on my team, and him going for like 25k with the Tri-Slosher sounds about right. But meanwhile, as I'm reminiscing about the good old days, Good Morning are not reminiscing about anything. They are here in the now, getting the tower already through the second checkpoint. And while they do go 2 down here, that's a very strong push here already from them.
It is. I liked how Ben moved with Kipper's armor being popped there, and Omega actually being relentless there, trying to push the top left side once again. Surprisingly, no one dies there, not Omega, not Kipper. And Good Morning just keep the pressure up, keep this this push going, with this armor being matched. And I don't know, I'm so surprised. I'm so surprised I've never seen this side of Good Morning being so aggressive.
I do think they're a very strategic team, really working in pairs quite often, but I think if you're underrating what they can do as individuals and just in terms of slaying power, that is not a smart choice as their opponent. They obviously have great slaying power between each and every one of them. And while they have, I think, really excelled off of their team play, they're demonstrating that they can win their 1v1s as well.
Well, we see a lot of specials getting popped here. Taylor getting that Inkjet online to try to get the enemy off of their side of the map. Keen here charging up the armor. I expect him to pop it promptly there. It is with these mists on the left side, trying to assist Omega there. I really like that. His teammates' feet, and Keen might get the short end of the stick here unless Omega comes in to save him. That's a 1 going down. Kibber here going down 2. That's quite the trade there. And Omega just cleaning house here with this roller. I never knew Omega played this this version of a roller. I've only seen the Carbon roller, and I'm really delighted to see some roller gameplay because we've never seen it.
I know Omega's Carbon is scary good. A little bit of lip trick there on the spectator cam. Love to see that. But their hero roller has been nothing to balk at either. And I think, just going back to that little instance between Omega and Keen there, one another supporting each other, painting the feet and helping get the trades necessary. That's what I love about Good Morning's playstyle. They're so responsive. And that just comes down to great comms and building that understanding of how each of your teammates is going to play. Lux getting a beautiful pick as well, and finding, I hear that fall off. I know you hear that fall off too.
I really did. I got kind of scared there for a second, but it's over now. Lux pops the missiles, trying to push back in with his team. Kevin does go down there, and so does Taylor. It's only Brian and Sendu up for the side of bed. They are in such defensive positions, trying to just poke at the tower with a few bombs. Kevin pops down there onto the tower with this armor, and along with Sendu trying to get this flank going, trying to get a few picks. That's a trade going down in mid, and it just seems like Bed is struggling to get some map control here. And as I say that, it might be flipping.
It might be flipping. Kiver has the armor ready, but that was Sendu, who also had another armor ready and went down before being able to use it. That's put Kiver in a very difficult spot there. It does go down, and Omega's found a beautifully timed flank as well. Finds one, looking for the pick onto Brian, but not going to overextend. Allows the teammate to get that pick instead. And now this is going to put Omega in a great position to push up on that top left if they so choose to do. But at the moment, I don't think they need to. Keen is already up there establishing a lot of pressure on the plant, and backs away smartly because there's only 15 seconds left and they have 3 specials ready.
Yeah, this looks pretty dominant. There's only 8 seconds left on the clock. That's Taylor going down. Keen holding this right side. Brian trying to get onto the tower, but it's being bombarded, literally bombarded with bombs and a few toxic missiles. And that's Keen getting on the tower. That was so clean from Good Morning.
That was, I think it was all of about 2 or 3 points that Bed were able to put on the board. 1 point. That is... you talk about players of the quality that are Kiver, Brian, Taylor, and Nintendo, and you expect, I think, you expect to see more than 1 point put on the board. Perhaps it's just the form that Good Morning are in right now.
I'm afraid I might have jinxed them with the whole EU versus NA thing.
See, I just sat here quietly with confidence.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to stop talking about that and talk about this next map. I know everybody's excited. When was the last time, Barry, that you saw Rainmaker on Port Mackerel being played in a tournament? Did you ever see it?
I'm not sure I ever did.
Yeah.
I don't know that anyone's ever picked it because I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah. I think...
Well, think of it like this, right? What's the main reason why everyone would hate this particular map mode combo?
Ray.
Yeah, but think back to what we have available to us, and what is there with Ray? It's only heavy splatling and the charger and the machine.
Yep.
The V machine.
Yep. Oh.
Which is apparently not a thing. Never mind. It's not even in the map list, or on the weapon list.
Yeah. And honestly, with all the armors that we've been seeing, I don't even know if Ray would be that good. So, I don't know. Let's see if we can make this, let's say unpopular map mode combo a bit more popular with these new game rules. I don't know, I'm really curious to see this.
I am too, and I think, I mean, obviously we both know that Lux and Brian each have a fantastic heavy to their name, but I don't think we're going to be seeing a heavy at all. There it is. There's the Brian Charger that I was hoping for, and running a lot of special charge as well. The Ray will be looking to come out. Kiver and Taylor both going with Octo Shot. I like that a lot, honestly. I think Kiver playing T-Tech or N-Zap is just a little bit more favorable than him being on Tri-Slosher. So love to see that I'm going with the aggressive option here.
Yeah, I want to point out how Good Morning here has an NZAP and a Junior, and I was going to say that would make Brian's life a lot harder, but he gets the first one of the match there, getting the pick onto Omega, and Sendu getting a pick too, sandwiching his enemy with Kipper there. This is a great opportunity for Ben to push the Rainmaker.
Yeah, and it was another excellent pick there from Brian to save Taylor, the Rainmaker carrier here from Keen. Will go down to Omega, but honestly in a good position, good enough to allow Kipper to jump back in here. So long as they don't go down to the top, I think this can be a continued push. Yeah,
hopefully. Actually, that's so many bombs going out from Good Morning, and with Brian going down, this might not be that good. Well, actually, hold up, that's 2 down for Good Morning, and Ben picks up the Rainmaker and hopes to just stall it and keep it there, keep it in this position, while Taylor comes back from spawn, jumping to Kipper here. Kipper does have his Inkjet on the ready. The opposing team pops the armor. Kipper does not care, tries to get a few picks, but ultimately will end up dying on his recall. And this is finally Good Morning getting their foot in the game here, and hopefully contesting this one.
Hopefully indeed, but the missiles will do enough to drive Brian back. Actually, the missiles will do a lot to drive Brian crazy, probably. Brian's still able to put up... I love the angles that he takes. It's such a delight being Charger players, watching Brian play Charger. Which, of course, makes it more difficult to commentate, but perhaps that's half the fun.
I think we should stop fanboying so hard and focus on the other players too. There's other players on the screen, but I have to agree, watching Brian play Charger is quite refreshing. Now Kipper Sharky here trying to get a few picks, misses that pick onto the super jumping enemy there, and just Sharky here waiting for the enemy to push with the Rainmaker, getting that nice flank and trade onto the Rainmaker, with Taylor getting this Inkjet, the duel in their side of the map.
And perhaps we've been, well, I've certainly been focused on the Charger, but one of the things that we didn't really mention is that Omega has swapped off of Roller and opted for the T-Tech instead. I don't hate that decision, but I also wouldn't have minded the curling bombs, I think. That was all coming out from the Hero Roller last match.
Yeah, I think maybe the Inkjet would be a bit better, and the shooter aspect of the weapon he's playing would actually be better for taking back control in this map. But as we say that, Shadow gets a few picks with the bombs and pops the armor. Omega here trying to push back into their side. Brian identifying that he's in danger. Omega getting a really nice pick onto Taylor, unfortunately going down to Kipper. And it just seems like Fed have a really well-arranged defense line for just keeping mid, really. They instantly turn to the shield, pop it, and turn back to the enemy team. But with Taylor going down here, maybe Fed, or not Fed, Good Morning can make a comeback.
Perhaps they can. They have established great map control, and it is 2 down. Brian's not anywhere near having a Ray ready. Still about halfway off, but I think one of the really big changes to how Bed have changed this, have changed their game plan from map 1 to this. I love just seeing Kipper being able to shark around, being stealthy with that Octo Shot. It allows for a much more passive, but very aggressive role. Passive-aggressive, but less active, almost, in a way. Whereas with Tri-Slosher, he was constantly painting, constantly looking to provide armor. This time around, just finding his moments, finding the timing to pop in and out. But That was nearly the timing there for Good Morning. They still do go 2 down here, but it's nearly able to be contested. That Ray, though.
Yeah, that Ray, kind of a lifesaver there, especially with Lux going down. I don't think Shadow can solo bomb this. Wait. Oh, that is so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. Oh my, I feel so bad for them.
I'm in shock. I'm in disbelief. The triple off the pop. But no time.
That's a Rainmaker overtime moment.
But it definitely it guarantees us a game 4, which I'm already so happy about because this has been quite the set.
True. It's true, but still,
I feel bad.
Okay.
Moving on, because to focus on that, it seems like we're to be honest. I mean, let's just say that the Bed still played that really well. Bed did excellent. They did exactly what they needed to do to run out that clock and not allow Good Morning to get what would have been probably a game-winning push. Because oh my god, that triple on the pop.
Yeah.
Anyway,
best not
Surgeon on splat zones. I think this is going to be again. I definitely am hoping, for the sake of Bed, if you're rooting for Bed, I'm hoping to see Kiver stick to that octo shot, maybe perhaps a splash or N-Zap instead, but something that allows him to play a little bit more to the style that I think we've grown accustomed to seeing him in. That lurking role, finding the picks when they present themselves, because he's so good of just stealthily moving up into aggressive positions. And I think that again is what we saw on Port Mackerel Rainmaker. That really allowed Bed to succeed. Of course, Brian's Charger went a long way too, but I think that's the big change that if you're Bed, you want to keep rolling with.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. I just really want to see if they go for the splash or for the T-Tech, because obviously splash paints a little bit better, but loses out on not having that that splat bomb really, or any bomb by that matter. And
it's true, but again, we've seen how good Toxic Mist has been, and it's not always. Oh my goodness! Oh my.
Okay. Dawn of the tries.
Kiver does return to the Tri-Slosher, but so do Omega and Keen, and Shadow's still on that Junior as well. So that's triple armor coming from the side of Good Morning. Lux sticking with that Vanilla Jet, has been playing it very well, so why would they not? And Brian also still on the Charger, this time though going to be the Fire Fiend variant, a very classic weapon coming out for backliners playing zones.
Doesn't have the export, turns to the Fire Fiend. I like it, I really do. But now with the Junior going down for the side of Good Morning, I was going to say that should be able to cap, but unfortunately there Brian does go down with the Bomb Rush, but Taylor gets 2 here. Such a ruthless play there, and that manages to flip control to the side of Bed.
It does. They were in such a good position too. The Tri-Sloshers being in a dominant high ground area, able to slosh down, but perhaps to their own downfall. Just not quite finding the fall-off shots. Taylor trying to find the picks using the Inkjet, but will escape without going down, and someone was able to find the pick onto the Tri-Slosher as well. These bombs.
Yeah. There's so much going on. It's so little time to focus on it.
It is that, exactly, and there's very little time left as well. Good Morning are going to have to find something on this attempted push. They do get a trade there, but it's going to be still in the favor of Bed, especially after that pick there from Taylor. And though Lux does find the trade, I don't know if he has enough time or if they have enough paint to go and challenge that zone. They do not.
No, I was going to say Keen. Yep, that's going to be game. That's going to be
yeah.
I was going to say
coming up that ramp.
Keen was coming up that right side, and Kiver just drops on him with the try of his own. And Keen was the last hope, really. If he got the pick onto Kiver, maybe he could have neutralized for a second.
It was an ambitious comp.
It was.
From Good Morning.
It was truly ambitious. It was actually quite evil.
It was. I think if
and I'm glad they lost. uh,
I don't know if that's bias or if that's the Charger player hating armor, because yes. But had they been able to maintain the hold that they started that match with, it would have been very interesting to see how Bed would have tried to retake. But they did find really crucial picks and did not give up that lead once they got it. And I think as we move on to tower control on Moray Towers, of all places,
yeah, very.
I would again expect tower to favor Bed because of the influence that Brian can have with a Charger. But in the first match, it was Inkblot, Tower, and FTWin put up, I think, the best performance that we've seen from the set so far.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I'm really curious how they do it. Such a, let's say, a different map, and a map that not everyone has the most practice on. And yeah, I'm really happy we got a game for it, because when we were making the map list and we saw an opportunity to put in a Moray Towers TC, we would just laugh demonically, honestly. So yeah, we just want to see the world burn. So let's see how these teams do in this map.
Well, it will be the return to the roller from Omega, which is not honestly a bad choice at all on Moray Towers. I know Sigurd Berserk, probably my favorite, and I would argue the best roller main, one trick. Loves it. I think Atomic would give Sigurd a good run for their money on the EU side of things. But as far as any representatives go, loves Rainmaker, or sorry, not Rainmaker, loves Moray Towers for the roller, and hoping to see some good influence from Omega as well.
Yeah. Well, as we say this, we see the entire team of Good Morning. Looking at this left side here, they do get the one pick, but they are so close together. That was such a risky play. I'm even surprised that nothing worse happened to them. Only one person went down in that situation, but now with the try going down and Brian popping the ray here, he has a bit of time before those missiles do drop on him, but he actually doesn't manage to get any picks there. The end zap from the side of Bed does go down, and Lux here on the tower trying to get some oppressive fire onto the enemy old zone and just a little ramp area there. And Kiver sharking on that block, that's such a Kiver thing to do. Unfortunately, gets spotted by the missiles.
Yeah, it is. It is a very Kiver thing to do, and so is getting this pick here. Not going to be able to find it, though, in time to stop that checkpoint from being broken. That's such a massive win there for Good Morning, breaking this checkpoint, the longest checkpoint in all tower maps. And Shadow able to find a great pick onto Taylor there. That's not a fight that the Junior's supposed to win.
It isn't. You'd be surprised how many fights the Junior could win under the right conditions.
Oh, I know it can win. Shadow also got like 4 shots of fall off jumping out the rail there, which is just absolutely disgusting. Brian is the last one alive here for Bed and does have a ray, but is getting pushed already here from the Tri-Slosher. Immediately has to run away and does help to get that pick, which will allow him to bring out the ray, but not going to nearly be enough to stop this checkpoint attempt at a break, which they do find as well. The splashdown helping to just guarantee it that last little bit.
Okay, I was very quiet because I was getting nervous for Kiver there. He was getting
I'm still nervous.
quite cucked. Yeah, no, I'm still nervous too, but he was getting kind of cucked by the tower pole. His shots weren't connecting in out with 3 people on the tower. I don't think there's any chance for Bed to defend this. That was just poor luck there with the positioning. They dropped onto the tower, and the members of Bed just were left on that lower level of the map, so they can really contest the tower, which is unlucky. And this makes it a 2-2.
It does.
Game 5,
this is our first Game 5.
Yeah.
That we've seen today.
Yeah. I'm excited. I like
Game
5.
I do too. I love the Game 5, and I think if we've learned one thing from this set so far, it's that Omega better play Hero Roller. If Omega doesn't play Hero Roller, then I'm going to be disappointed, because I think that has been the winning strategy from Good Morning so far.
Well, yeah, but I can see the appeal of of a T-Tech or even a Splash in this map. We were talking
True.
about how good Mist can be in this particular map.
But do you opt for a double Mist comp? Because Lux will almost definitely be playing for Vanilla Jet once again, and it's not to say that double Mist is by any means a bad thing. I think the boys over at Azure at the lab would argue for the quad Mist even sometimes, but just to help guarantee that Rainmaker pop, I do think you maybe err on the side of 1 as opposed to 2.
I'm not sure I can get behind that quad Mist statement, but double Mist could definitely work. But I definitely think that Good Morning will opt for the single Mist option, just so that they have that little bit of extra chip damage from the bomb, and bombs in Rainmaker are just so good. They're so good.
They're good everywhere, honestly. It doesn't have to be Rainmaker, but it certainly helps when it is.
Yeah, definitely. Well, a game 5 of our first game 5 of day 2. Let's get into it.
Hoping to see many more.
Oh yeah.
But getting into it, this is to send one of these teams to, if I'm not mistaken, is it quarterfinals or is it semis? It should be semis.
This is quarters.
This is quarters. So the winner of this match heads on into semis, where they can await, I'm sure, another very good team, as are both of these. But we do see actually an Octobrush coming out from Brian, of all people, if I'm not mistaken, who...
Yeah.
What a bag of... Wait, this we're Rainmaker moment.
Yeah, I'm trying to watch this, and I'm just trying to manifest a good defense from Good Morning there. That would have been a tragic way to lose the set, and gladly they did manage to get the pick onto the Rainmaker there. Taylor getting tagged by those missiles, forcing himself to go out of his way to dodge them, and this might be a good opportunity for Good Morning to take back mid control. Ooh.
A great double does get traded out there from Omega, and it'll be, that's another good double there from Taylor. On the other side of things, 4Bet here, allowing for the jumps as well. It's been a dangerous position for Good Morning this entire match, and while perhaps you could say Bed made the mistake of trying to push left off the start, this time they are not making that same mistake. Going right this time, it's only going to be the Toxic Mist to really slow them down, with so much pressure already coming there from Kiver on the push, and Brian even has a flank ready if needed.
Well, I don't think it will be needed, because this push is over as Keen gets the final pick as a trade with Taylor here. And Good Morning really, they don't want to paint the map, it seems. They just want to go forward, they want to push in. But with Brian here on this almost snipe area, dropping down, trying to get a kill, but he doesn't even need to do so. He just drops, gets the pop, and backs up. They give up some space, maybe let them push a bit, because they know that they can defend this pretty well. As I say that, Brian pushes back in with this armor, has the inkjet ready, and yeah, that's 2 down for Good Morning. It's a 2v3 in mid right now, and yeah.
And Shadow trying to outlive Taylor's inkjet, not quite able to do so, and Taylor just finding the holes in the Swiss cheese that missile was, somehow avoiding all of them. But Kiver will be able to find a pick onto Shadow there, does get instantly traded out. But again, it's still a 3v2 situation for Bed, and that is very favorable when you have the lead that they have. Not that it's a game winner.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we never know.
You know, but
Good Morning, you're getting maybe a bit too reckless. Not painting the map, as I pointed out earlier, and just rushing in. It's last time they were all up, which resulted in all of them dying again. So yeah, I wonder if they should just take a breather and just calm down, get a game plan going, and maybe come out stronger.
I think you're right about that, but I'm also starting to think about how the game plan has changed when you're going up against a chargerless Bed. I mean, Brian on that Octobrush certainly puts a wrench in any sort of plans, but Keen is also trying to do a little bit of a twist for Good Morning does end up helping get that full wipe, but it's in such a good position to defend, and only Shadow there to pop the Rainmaker. Going to get to use this armor as well, maybe?
Probably, but look at their comp. Look at how much time they had to paint the map, but due to their comp and due to only the roller and the jet sculptor being alive there at that time, they couldn't really paint the map. They wasted so much time painting the map, and now Bed has their entire arsenal of specials to defend. They pop both armors, they pop the remaining inkjet that they have from Brian in hopes to stop this push before it even starts. But with Omega pushing in alone there, sadly dying, maybe trying to get a pick there, but it's all falling apart. Now Shadow is last up here on the right side. I expect him to get rushed, or at least spammed with bombs. But he almost stayed alive there. But yeah, 20 seconds on the clock. It's not looking bright for Good Morning here.
No, it's not, and Taylor's already pushing. Finding picks like that with the inkjet as well is going to make things even more difficult. I mean, Bed does not even have to move the Rainmaker to where they did. They could have ran it back into spawn, but opting for the smarter option, of course, and keeping it far away from the pedestal. Really well played from Bed, and I think it's just a brilliant adjustment there from them to see Brian go off of Charger, off of Vanilla Jet, and move to something that's a lot more active, a lot better at helping paint here, and that was a huge difference to stopping, I think, Omega, who was the catalyst for Good Morning throughout the two matches that we saw them win.
Oh, very well said. Very, very well said. Wow. Well, that was game 5.
What I mean, it didn't have the climactic retake to lead at the very last minute that we as casters love, but it was still a very intense set of games here.
It definitely was. That was a great set, and a great set to end on.
I'm still speechless over that triple on the pop.
Oh, okay. Well, before we get sad reminiscing about what could have been, maybe let's sign off, Barry, and give way for our co-casters to take the wheel.
A lovely batch of co-commentators coming to you. You might have heard of them. One of them's Mellana, and one of them's Melissa Acid Sunshine. Both of them are absolutely spectacular, and I know I'm looking forward to not just the Splatoon action that we have for the rest of this day here, but of course the commentary talent that is coming to the mic in just a bit.
Mm-hmm. But before we do that, we need to just say a few things. Guys, don't forget that we have a raffle going on, because that's right, guys, we partnered with the amazing Namochi, who's an artist, and they will set up a YCH raffle for launch day. So if you would be so kind to donate $10 or more to the current tournament prize pool, you would automatically enter this raffle. So yeah, don't forget about that. If you want to donate, you can probably type in !donate in chat here, and you will get the link to do so. Also, don't remember that Low Wink is next week, and yeah, we all know Low Wink. Just play Low Wink. We all know JPEG would be proud of me for saying this right now.
And if you're a fan of Low Ink, well, then certainly you'd be a fan of High Ink as well, which is kind of almost the inverse, where the teams who have gotten banned from Low Ink will be coming in here to play in a 16-team tournament that kicks off on December 4th on IPL. So if you've been enjoying this tournament, if you've been enjoying all of the Low Inks that we've seen, and of course want to continue seeing more IPL, make sure to tune in to High Ink as well. And just keep supporting your local Splatoon 2 organizers.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, I think after that now we can sign off, Barry.
I think we can, Dura. It has been an absolute pleasure, and I will gladly turn over the reins. You took the open. Please, by all means, take the close as well.
Well, it's so poetic, Barry. Thank you very much. And we just want to thank you all for watching. so far. Stay tuned, because it only goes up from here. And yeah, this has been Barry. Where can the people find you, Barry?
The people can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/thebarry with 1Y, and they can find me on Twitter at Twitter/thebarry with 4Ys. And Dara, where can they find you? Because they need to be following the Portuguese champ if they're not already.
Well, you can find me on Twitter at Duracell_DLC. And that's about it, really. I mostly use my Twitter nowadays, and that's all you need. If you follow my Twitter, you're automatically included in the Splatoon community, and that's a fact.
That is a fact. I follow you. That's how I'm part of this community. If I didn't, I'd be missing out.
I follow Barry too. So, well, guys, thank you so much for watching and vibing with us. Please stay tuned. Next up, we have the two Mells, Mellana and Melissa. So have fun and have a great launch day. Stay tuned.
everyone, welcome. My name is Melissa, Acid Sunshine. I'm joined by my brand new friend, Mellana, for the first ever Splatoon 2 tournament launch day. Oh my gosh, Mellana, I am so excited.
It's really, really nice to meet you, Melissa, or should I say Acid Sunshine, since this is our first tournament commentating together ever, because, you know, Splatoon 2 just came out, you know?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. It's the first ever tournament for this game. It's so much fun. It seems like a really cool game. There's a lot of new things. I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so much that I don't understand. Like, what? I don't get it, you know? Like, we have so much to learn for this brand new tournament, this brand new game, everything.
Everything is correct. But we are actually starting off this match with a really heated rematch, Starburst versus FTWin. If you guys were tuning into the Nintendo tournament yesterday, my words, you would know that there is quite the rivalry between these two teams.
But if this is the first ever tournament, how did we have one yesterday?
You know, maybe they just had early access. Nogami-san just gave them the codes.
They certainly did. I love that we are gonna get this rematch though. For real, I'm really excited to get to commentate with you today. And especially for this really unique tournament. So much fun. I think everybody has been enjoying it so far. We have this crazy rematch that's happening. I think the difference is we have Shaq in today, right? Is that?
I do believe so. I think 2D is being swapped out for Shaq. Shaq unable to have played the tournament yesterday, just given that he is not in the US.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. And on the Starburst kind of roster here, we see Anthony with a sad face, but in the lobby, I see Taco Bell. So who is Taco Bell?
Melissa, it's not who is Taco Bell, it's what is Taco Bell. Taco Bell isn't a person.
Oh! What a great sponsor for this fantastic first tournament ever of Splatoon 2! All right, so here we go.
And it looks like we are starting with some pretty familiar comps. We've seen already a lot of Tri-Sloshers in this tournament so far, and this match is no different. We see both Kyo and Bran on those Tri-Sloshers giving armor for their team. And it looks like we are seeing double armor comps from both sides.
Ooh, I mean, that's exactly what we started with in the first kind of set of this game. We saw so much armor going into that, and I think that's what has been the theme for the day as well. Lots of armor coming out here. It's what everybody wants to use. The best offense is a good defense. Having all that armor is going to allow you to be really defensively strong, and hopefully will allow them to continue to hold this bridge, which looks like is exactly what's happening here.
Yeah, and with a lead of 51 to 100, and they're still continuing to contest this zone right here. 2 down on the side of FTWin. I think this is going to stay in control of Starburst for the moment.
It certainly looks like it's going to. Even those missiles won't help a whole lot. They try to paint the zone a little bit, but Ice is doing a fantastic job of just holding it down, staying under that bridge, back and forth, making sure that plenty of blue ink stays on those zones right there. We do get it every so often where it's coming to a neutral position, but right away, it's right back onto that blue side.
I think I just really like what I'm seeing out of Starburst. They're giving a little bit of way to FTWin as they're, you know, I'm just talking as they're getting 3 down. But I do like what I'm seeing, where they're giving a bit of leeway and then pushing back up really strongly. So hopefully we can see that kind of play coming out of FTWin as well.
It certainly is. It looks like now FTWin that they have control. I think you're right that they are going to kind of flip this game on its head. They will utilize exactly what Starburst was using against them and make sure that they can maintain control. But in order to do that, they need somebody on the zone. And as aggressive as Shaq is being here, I'm not quite sure who has been left behind there to kind of take control of that. Couple jumps coming in. They're not pushing as far up as I think maybe they could if they wanted to, because now we're having a coordinated push come in from this right-hand side.
Definitely, and I love the patience coming out of Starburst, just holding on to, using their specials when they can, and, not letting the the timer tick down be a pressuring force for them to push forward any quicker. So Ice on the zone. I believe that they might be taking the zone here. They do. They take it back, and they are beginning to tick down on that penalty timer.
They got so close there to 18 to 13. Their penalty is quite large. Like, we have a lot of time here, but you were right in, exactly what they did. Using Starburst's early strategy against them here and being able to push up forward now. Jared is going to go against someone with some armor.
Oh, that armor came out really clutch for Kyo there, but it wasn't quite enough to fight against Jared's Inkjet right there.
It certainly wasn't. Now the zone is back into neutral. Bagel utilizing all of that pink power on that mini, going to be able to flip the zone back over for just a moment and add a little bit of an extra penalty on there, but FTWin takes it back. Jared being aggressive once again, searching for that player and throwing a bomb here. There's the Inkjet coming out again. Now they're just using this truck to, is that a Land Rover there? Trying to maintain their cover.
It kind of looks like that really chunky looking Tesla, that one truck Tesla that came out with the weird shape.
Certainly does. 2 down on FTWin, and they only need 8 more penalty points, but Bagel is back in this zone and going to be able to take control. Another 41 penalty on FTWin.
Yeah, these penalties are really making it difficult for Starburst to make a substantial push, but hopefully they can use this last minute and make some moves happen.
They certainly need to. I mean, they're breaking down this penalty yet again, but 1 down, 2 down on the side of Starburst, which is going to help FTWin. Another one go down, but Kyo does get punished for that as well. Bran sharking around here as well, looking for another pick. Not quite able to do it yet as zones neutralize yet again. I think they need to focus their energy on Bagel because it looks like Bagel is the one who's doing all the work when those zones neutralize.
Yeah, definitely. And you see Biscuit with that Inkjet getting a nice pick on Bran. I think this is going to help FTWin a lot to hopefully secure that win. They do hold the zone with only 13 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be a tough one for Starburst to get back in.
It certainly is. They're going to have a lot that they need to do in order to make this happen. They are able to flip it back over. Starburst is holding it down, and they're hanging on to it, but 31 penalty points as we have seen Bagel being really aggressive coming in and taking that over. There are 3 players down here. Well, yeah, Ice, Taco Bell, and someone just went down on FTWin. Kyo coming in, doing what Kyo does great, and double.
And that was a wipe on Starburst. They really put in their best foot forward, but Kyo was a force that was just a little bit too tough to manage in that moment.
Yes, absolutely. Really fantastic play coming out there. So the first game of this rematch, I'm wondering if, in my opinion, look at that KA, 15-13, 6-4. I think, in terms of a rematch game, well, I guess I didn't watch yesterday, I'm sorry. But you had said that there was a reverse sweep in bracket reset, or a reset. Yes?
Yes. Oh wait, no.
So,
no? It was a reverse sweep.
Oh, it was just a reverse sweep. Sorry.
Correct.
Thank you. I misunderstood. Yes. Yeah. So even still, we're looking like maybe this could be a setup for a similar, but before we predict too much, I just want to put it out there. So, Beta, I have a little bit of a bone to pick with you, right? Starfish Main Stage, though it was a launch day map, had a major overhaul after the game launched. So, in my humble opinion, this map maybe shouldn't be in the game for this mode because how much they changed it. Similarly, last map was a single zone map when the game first launched. So, I don't know. Just my opinion.
Listen, I'm not saying anything about Melissa, but if they get rid of more maps like, Starfish Main Stage and Reef, that means more Moray Towers, right?
Yeah, I never even thought of that. Oh my gosh, you're so right.
So really the only solution to fixing this tournament, starting from this point forward, is to change all of the maps to Moray Towers.
Yeah, Yeah, I
I think
so.
that's the only redemption you have, Beta. I'm sorry.
I think so. Yeah, I think Moray Towers is the only one that hasn't changed. And if we just make everything Moray, I can't argue with you on Clan Blitz. You're right. There's no Clan Blitz at launch day, so I'm not gonna kind of try to make that make sense. But we can definitively say that Moray Towers is the best map because there have been no modifications made to it in the entire life.
It's the same map in Smash and Splatoon 1. It's the same. It hasn't changed at all.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm glad we're in agreement right here. So we can just not commentate the next couple sets as we wait for... I'm kidding.
We do see another double armor comp coming out from the side of FTWin, starting this round too. And we see kind of a unique comp coming out from Starburst here. I think this might be the first time I've seen the ballpoint. Oh, just kidding. Did they pick up a weapon that wasn't? I was like...
Yeah, I'm like, ballpoint wasn't a thing, was it?
Yeah, I was like, wait a second.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm like, wait a second. Ice knew what was in the game before it was in the game. I knew.
No, Ice is listening to us and was like, oh, this is a replay because we need Moray? Okay, fine. I'll just pick a weapon that I can't play so we can go ahead and redo this. So I believe in the rule set, this costs them a
one
loss,
game.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
One game loss. If it happens again, then that's the set.
Oh my gosh. Okay. They need to be really
Some
conscious of what
armoring
they're picking.
on the tower.
Oh, they're playing, what's that game? Pop Goes the Weasel, where you run around in a circle, right?
Duck Duck Goose?
Oh, Duck Duck Goose, is that what it is? What's the one where you walk around in a circle around a thing and then somebody, yeah, I guess that is.
What?
Everybody sits down when the music stops. Musical chairs.
Oh, musical chairs, that's it.
Yeah. Doesn't that look like what they're doing on the tower?
Ran tried to carry the team, getting that one splat.
Very nice job. Very nice job.
All right. So, you made a good point before, Melissa. Starfish main stage is just such a different, map that we just can't play it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Mm-hmm. So now we're going to have to... replay. Okay.
Oh,
so what?
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Who am I to question the voices on high?
Yeah, I mean they make the rules. That's what they want to do. We're gonna replay. FTWin agreed to a gentleman replay for the sake of making the event run better. Okay. No problem.
For the sake of content, we love to see it. Let's go.
We do. Okay. Well, that's fine.
I guess we get to play Starfish main stage twice now.
Well, they get to actually play it. I don't know though. I still kind of feel like, Starfish tower control, because they did change the path of the tower on this when they updated this map quite a bit.
Yeah, it was more straightforward before, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think that was one of the major changes that they made. This map was offline for a whole month while they made those edits, I remember.
Yeah.
And now we're back, and we're gonna run it back, and hopefully we have no
all-point spatlings.
Yeah, banned weapons again. Okay.
All right, I think this looks okay. Yeah. This looks like a good comp. Nice job, Starburst.
I like it. It's almost a mirror here, except that we have a gal and the blaster there on Starburst side, but the double ends up, that was something that FTWin was doing for a really long time, about a year ago, maybe a little longer than that, because 2020 doesn't count. So they really have shown us exactly how well this works for them, and we'll see if they can pull it off again.
Yes, they're gonna have to pull out all of their stops from those, all that experience from a long time ago, running those double armor comms.
Oh, yeah. They'll do everything that they can, and it looks like they are trying to make it work right now. A little bit of an early lead coming in, but Ice is using this bomb rush to try to hold them back quite a bit. They're 3 down on FTWin's side, which will allow for Starburst to push forward a little bit. They're chasing after Shaq here, but with all that powerful maneuvering that Shaq's doing, not going to be able to get the pick as Shaq does jump back to home. and Starburst able to push ahead and take this lead, getting into this first checkpoint.
Starburst has an arsenal full of specials that they are popping right now, trying to get past that first checkpoint. Hopefully they don't let that tower reset just a little bit, but unfortunately they're only able, I don't know if they were able to take out anybody with the specials, in fact.
It doesn't look like it, but somehow we did get one down on each team, which is going to allow this tower to remain in a neutral position in mid right now. FTWin will hop on. We have Starburst sort of piling up next to one another, which will allow those missiles to force them apart, which is good against those 2v1 situations. We're getting to this first checkpoint for FTWin. Looks like they have not been able to make it all the way to that checkpoint. I spoke a little bit too soon, as they did decide to back off. That pressure was just too much, and the tower is resetting once again.
With already like 2 minutes plus some, the tower really hasn't moved that far for this map. I think this is gonna be maybe a one push kind of game.
It certainly could be. I would love to see that, actually, because if they can coordinate some of those specials, we have no Ray, right? I'm not wrong on that.
I'm pretty sure we do not have a Ray. There's only like 3 Ray weapons.
Yeah, so that's kind of interesting too. I maybe would have found a way to use a Ray. Oh, look at that rhyme. And that would have potentially helped them for that kind of push. But this is, I mean, we're halfway through right now, and neither of them have broken that first checkpoint even, which I think is kind of, I mean, obviously it shows how evenly matched they are, but also not very typical for this map combination.
Yes, not very typical at all. In fact, I think I would have liked to see Ice on the Charger maybe, because I think that would go back to his roots as, you know, a Charger slash Stingray main.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If we could have seen Ice on that Charger, I think this would have been a complete game changer. Maybe something totally different from what we're seeing right now, but not from what we used to see. And that, you know, the Blaster's good. Here's Ice right now doing a nice job kind of holding down the backline here, allowing a safe space for Jared to jump into, but not on that Ray like maybe we would have hoped.
Yeah, that is okay, because, you know, even though the tower really hasn't moved all that much, Starburst still does have that lead, and if you have that lead at the end of the game, you know, you win, no matter how small the lead is.
Very true. I think that's all they need, is just to kind of hang on to that. Fortunately, falling into bombs will not help as we get 2 down on Starburst side. FTWin starting their push. I think this is going to be the moment that they do make it to that checkpoint. They need to be careful of Ice, who is up on that platform and going to be able to rain down some pressure from above. They just need to make it. There they go. And they have gotten that lead. Will they be able to take the checkpoint or not? They are. And that checkpoint, that is huge for this game. Absolutely huge.
And there is kind of a delayed coming back of the players from Starburst, and like I said, it is kind of maybe going to be a one push kind of game. They are not giving away any turf, and I think they're deciding, hey, maybe it's okay to leave the tower there and not have to push the tower so far ahead, because a lead of 40 to 71 is pretty good at this point.
Oh, absolutely. I think there's really no contesting that, especially Bagel went down. Oh, Jared on the tower, but just not in time. Oh, no. But really lovely game coming in, and, you know, FTWin allowed that gentleman's replay, and obviously they were confident in that, as it proves that they have taken this second game in the set.
Yes, and that does bring our score to 1-1. Again, this is a best of 5, so it really still could be anybody's game. While we're waiting for that next set to set up, I would like to, you know, maybe just announce some of the donations that we've gotten. So we've got a $15 donation from Melissa. Thank you, Melissa. You're wonderful. And a $30 donation by someone who didn't give an online handle, so just anonymous. So thank you for the $30 from anonymous. And then 1569 euros by Smile. Nice, thanks. We really appreciate it. All of the donations do go towards the prize pool. I don't know how to convert euros into dollars, so the prize pool is probably somewhere around $680 right now. So thank you again. And if you'd like to donate, !donate towards the prize pool. It does go to the players, so you are supporting the scene in kind of a grassroots way, so we really appreciate. And if you can't donate, thank you just so much for hanging out here and sitting here and watching and listening to us banter about Taco Bell and that this is our first Splatoon gig ever.
Honestly, it's making like history right here, right? Like, wow, can you believe it? What could happen 3 years from now if this is the first ever Splatoon 2 tournament?
First ever, yeah.
Can't imagine. I can't. But to kind of to be truthful about it, to anyone who this is maybe your first Splatoon 2 tournament or one of the early ones that you've watched, we have both been part of this community since launch of the game and are very grateful to be here and have had the pleasure of being able to commentate together a few times in the past and, you know, best friends. So that always makes everything great too.
Yeah, it's been a really good ride. I wouldn't have been commentating without Melissa, because one day Melissa's like, hey, you want to commentate Grands with me? And I'm like,
oh yeah!
Sure.
Yeah, Long Island Splat 3, I think that was.
It was something like that, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. No, 2020 doesn't count, Barry. We've already established that.
True.
2020 doesn't count.
All right. So we are getting into our round 3. It's going to be Rainmaker on a Humpback Pump track. A map that I am quite fond of. But
I love this one. Yeah.
We do see the classic buckets coming out for Humpback, which is great because a bucket is an awesome weapon for this map.
I started playing Bucket. It was like the weapon that I was like, oh yeah, this is kind of neat. Like, who would have thought that you could have a shooter and you're using a bucket and not a gun? And I really, really appreciated that. So I have a huge affinity towards this. The villain taught me a lot about it and then ended up taking it on herself. And seeing them play it makes me feel really nostalgic about it. Of course, when you have someone like Bagel and Shaq pushing ahead right here, this is like the epitome of what Rainmaker on this map is. You go from 0 to 30 in 40 seconds, how much time has passed?
You're kind of like going into a car ad. This car can go from 0 to 30 in just 40 seconds. You heard that right, folks. 0 to 30, 40 seconds.
All you need are just a couple buckets and you're there.
But they do let that Rainmaker reset. Kyo getting a nice pick on ice right there. Haha. It's not that it rhymed on purpose.
I like this push coming out too. Bagel kind of pushing this up on the left side. Deliberate push there. The miss does come in and is able to swim through that pretty quickly and dodges a lot of those inkjet shots, pushing all the way to 7. Really, really fantastic play that came out there by FTWin.
I almost want to say that they got taken out by the inkjet exhaust, which was a problem when the game first came out because I think the inkjet exhaust did a lot more damage than it does now, so that would have been a really nice ode to this tournament.
Could you imagine?
A little bit.
Oh, that would have been rough. But this is one of those things that, like, we saw kind of the traditional push, which was around the right side, which got them to 40. And then we saw on the left side that kind of faster, less traditional push that got them to 7. And I kind of attribute FTWin for those left side pushes. This map and Muscle Forge, I think, is where I have seen them do it first on high tournament scenes, win final games of the sets, and be able to take the tournament by creating those types of plays. So I really appreciate being able to see them do it again because it's something they're very good at.
Yes, definitely. We do see Taco Bell holding onto that, barely dodging that bomb, holding onto that Rainmaker, moving in from the right side, using that safer, quote-unquote safer path. And with, I feel like that maybe wasn't done on purpose, but sometimes that does happen. The recoil on that Rainmaker can be something to fight back against sometimes.
Ooh, it certainly can be finally, I was like, really good job like holding them in place, but 42 can quickly go down to 7 if you're able to make it down that street there. But FTWin did a fantastic job holding that out. They're going to allow the Rainmaker to sit there as they want to kind of time this out a little bit, let themselves gain a little bit momentum, build up some of those specials before anything else. This is an opportunity for them to also just hold the pace and make sure that Starburst can't get anything else sneaky past them.
Yes, for sure. I think like you said, it is maybe favorable to FTWin to just play a little bit of defense to make sure that just Starburst doesn't have the opportunity to make those pushes, to make that push to 7. Or 6, technically.
Yeah. Oh gosh, that seems very intimidating to me. But maybe Bran will be able to do it here. We got some missiles coming out. We had a suction bomb in the way as well. There is another bomb right behind Ice there, but it looks like Ice is going to help provide some cover. Bran has pushed forward, decides to jump back down. I don't know, I think this is sort of where they're getting a little anxious about things because they end up kind of falling off that ledge every time of like, hey, I'm not going to be able to make it through, I'm just going to pull back, and then they just can't get past that again. So they need to break their habit here, and I'm not quite sure how they'll be able to do that.
I think every time I'm looking at this game, there are missiles falling on someone. It doesn't matter whose team they're on. There's just missiles everywhere. So I think that's really giving the Rainmaker a really tough time to make those pushes happen. So hopefully they can make sure they dodge those missiles, but also make those pushes forward if they need to.
Yeah, they really do. It looks like Taco Bell is finally in a position where maybe they could do that. They're at 39. Missiles are targeting them again. Oh, that was so many of them, too.
There were so many missiles.
Oh, this is their last chance. Bran picks up the Rainmaker again. Going to wait it out a second, see what they can do here. But we're working towards, I'm sure, another... at least one set of missiles come up on FTWin's side pretty quickly that they're going to force Bran backwards with as soon as they are able to do so. And here it was. And now we have that section bomb as well. Bran has to drop down.
And these missiles are coming out at just the perfect time so that they can't move past that little window on the right. And I think that's really giving FTWin a little bit of an advantage, just having made that early push and that inkjet taking out the Rainmaker, giving the win to FTWin. Giving the FT win. Yes.
Giving the FT win. I love it. I love it. FTWin is certainly not living up to their name, which I believe still means feed to win, if I'm correct with that.
Yes, I do believe so. But in this case, they're not feeding. They're actually fighting to win.
Ooh, I like that. Fighting to win. All right, so who do we get on that side to have them change their name for the day? I want to see them now as Fight to Win. So we'll see for sure.
We shall see. I do want to mention that there is a $50 donation by Pawn. So thank you so much for that donation. So thank you so much for that $50 donation. Thank you so much for supporting the scene, Pawn. We really do appreciate it. And thank you so much for just chilling and hanging out and supporting. We do have a few talking points, Melissa. Do you mind if I, take the lead and read off these talking points for us?
Yeah, go for it.
So we do have a Your Character Here raffle. We partnered with the amazing Namochi to set up a Your Character Here raffle for launch day. If you donate $10 or more to the tournament prize pool, you will automatically be entered into the raffle for a chance to have your Splatoon character design added to the artwork shown on screen. If you want to donate, !donate, or you may donate at paypal.me/beta-events. Namochi, on a personal level, is an awesome artist. She has done so much work for me, so I think if you donate that $10 and you win that raffle, it's gonna be a really, really good piece, so check it. Next weekend is Low Ink. Low Ink is a monthly two-day tournament that takes place over the whole weekend. The tournament bars entry to anyone past the skill cap to help you get matches that are closer to your skill level. If you'd like to register, you can register at the link that JPEG is probably going to post in the chat in like 2 seconds.
JPEG's on top of it.
I don't want to read this link out because it doesn't really make sense to read a link out. So if you are a newer person to the competitive scene and you're looking for a team to play with and or your team is a little bit new, definitely join Low Ink. It's a great way to get practice, like real life practice. And in addition to Low Ink, there's also High Ink. I'm trying so hard. High Ink High Ink 2 features 16 teams that got banned from Low Ink. Fans of Low Ink should look forward to seeing those teams return to face off. High Ink will be live right here on IPL on December 4th. So that is in about 3 weeks. 3 weeks? 3 weeks. Yes.
3 weeks.
So make sure you drop that follow to this channel. You know, hit that follow button. Make sure you keep an eye out for the events that IPL is running. They're doing really good work for the Splatoon community. So I hope that you guys can support them as well. All right.
Yes.
That was a mouthful.
No, you did a great job with it, though. And if this is not the best example of what you can expect from IPL events, they put on a quality stream, they put on a quality event. Can't speak for their commentator talent because they have me, but they definitely have Mellana, so you know that they have a lot of talent there. So
it's somewhere in like the low tier right now. I trust Beta. That's why I'm here.
Me too.
Beta runs great events. IPL runs great events. That's why we're here.
They do. They all do. Yeah.
We do actually have another donation, 20 euros by Queen Jamara. Thank you so much for the donation. Again, thank you for supporting the scene. I don't know what the total is right now. I would say somewhere around $750. So thank you so much for the donating to the prize pool. That's $750 going to players who are participating in this event. So you guys are great. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, I do too. And I have to make one quick call out in the chat here. We do have a celebrity with us today, Shaq's mom, who is the absolute most supportive parent we could ever ask for within the Splatoon community. And thank you so much for being here as well and supporting your son, who is one of our favorite people. So hi,
well,
it's Melissa.
I've actually been told, Melissa, that Shaq's mom is the one who's been playing for Shaq. Like, Shaq's mom is the one who's really good at Splatoon, and Shaq just watches.
Whoa! So we have a coaching situation here. Is that allowed?
I think. I won't say anything, but you know, that's what I've been told. It's just word on the grapevine, the word on the street. You know.
Yeah.
I've heard.
Okay. I mean, listen, I'm not one to buy into rumors, you know, but if this is what you've heard, I'm gonna believe you. And wow, I'm really impressed because that's amazing. The best mom, NA, you know.
Yeah, it's true. You know, when they say not FTWin, they mean they were missing Shaq's mom. It's true.
Yeah. Thank you, Nai. I love it. So yes, thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, Mellana, for all of the notice info about Low Ink and High Ink. Sounds like some really great events. Thank you for the donations and the support. Don't forget, you can host a stream, which will also help bring in some other viewers here. You can tweet out the stream. You can talk about to all your friends how awesome it is. We are on day 2. We have a couple of sets coming up for you soon too. So, you know, yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of sets that are coming up, we do have 2 really great teams up next. We have Kings versus Bed. Is it Bed emoji or just Bed?
I'm going with Bed emoji. I mean, they've just been saying Bed, but like Bed emoji is what
Is that
you
like
see.
a nickname for Bed emoji? Like, you know, just Bed?
No, because you have to put a colon or parentheses around, right?
All right, I'm gonna leave it to Bed because I don't like to talk very much, so Bed it is for me.
I was gonna go against you on that and say Bed emoji because it's so much fun.
We have seen Kings play a lot. They are made up of mostly Japanese players. I believe Tara is European, but they are a force to be reckoned with. And Bed we had seen on stream not that long ago, taking the victory against Good Morning, but not before a well-fought victory. So it is going to be an excellent set. What are your thoughts about this these next maps? I think it's the same maps.
Yeah, it is the same map, so, you know, I still feel the same that Splat Zones on the Reef should have been swapped with Tower Control Starfish main stage, because then, you know, neither of them had huge updates, but I really appreciate all of them. Next set, we'll get to see my favorite, Moray Towers, so, you know, this is lacking a little bit in that, but they're all really fun, and I'm excited to see what we could do, especially when, like, I mean, I have not had as much time as I would have liked to be able to watch a lot of competitive Splatoon lately, but seeing the players on bed, I'm so excited to watch them play. I mean, I'm familiar with Kings too. I remember watching them a couple of times, and you know, that's going to be really fun to see as well. But Brian, Taylor, Sendo, Kiver, like, these are some iconic Splatoon players, and when they come together and they're on their game, they are at the top of their game. So I'm really looking forward to this because I think this could be one of the quintessential sets of the day.
Yes, and we do see, I believe that's an H3 coming out from the side of Kings.
Ooh.
So we do have double armor on both sides. Wait, no, that's not the... Does the H3 have armor? L3D has armor.
Yeah.
H3 has missiles, correct?
Missiles, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it really is remiss if a team doesn't bring missiles to this specific tournament, because missiles have been raining down from above constantly. So I think I do like to see that missiles pick from Kings right there.
Yeah, I do too. I'm really excited to see it. I think that it's going to be nice because they have like a really good balance here. We have Ray, we have armor, double missiles, right? T-Tech? I don't remember what's on that, I'm sorry.
T-Tech is Jet.
Jet, thank you. Okay, so yeah, so Jet, missiles, Ray, armor. This makes sense.
You guys can tell it's our very first time commentating Splatoon, right?
Yeah.
We're pulling up our Splatoon wiki as we speak.
Should have had it open early. Oh man, I'm killing you all so hard right now.
But we do see, I believe that is Kings holding on to that zone and making sure that Beds doesn't even get an opportunity to get anywhere close to that zone. Kiver trying to make that push with the Tri-Slasher happen. Taylor on that Inkjet, hoping to get a pick. And they're going to really need to stop these zones from ticking down in order to hopefully, yes, they do get the zone, leaving Kings at a beautiful 3, but unfortunately getting a wipe. So I think all that did so far was maybe prolong that ticking on the side of Kings.
Yeah, I hope that maybe it bought them a little extra time, but like you said, but I'm kind of with you right now. This does not look real good for Bed. I still want to call them Bed Emoji, I'm sorry. For Bed Emoji, and they have a lot of work they need to do against Kings here in order to make sure that they take on this zone. Kiver's pushing back in yet again, but if Kiver is the only one down here, yeah, that bucket can put down a lot of paint, but there's going to be a lot of aggression that comes towards Kiver because Kings wants to make sure that they can close this out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and that point sensor putting a target straight on Kiver's back, I think that was a prime point sensor right there. They just knew that Kiver was about to climb up that wall and go for that flank, but it did not work.
It did not. One of the things I have to say too, we have gotten sort of so used to watching auto cam on a lot of tournaments, and this is a manual cam controller today, and it's really nice to be able to see when you get into the action of like who you're watching there. So I really appreciate that, and I believe that's Ink who is controlling that. Thank you so much. It's great to see, but also watching Kiver and that movement, you like get dizzy, right? When you can see how a player moves and what they do and how they exhibit themselves in a game, it really puts the entire thing into a different mindset for you. So I'm very grateful that we get to see so much high-level play coming out. Kiver's back down on those zones, but unfortunately alone, which might not help a lot.
Not quite, but there is one down on both sides. This may give Bed an opportunity to push a little bit. Sendo playing it carefully, playing it slowly, and hopefully getting a little bit more support, or maybe another pick right there. Oh, unfortunately also going down. The 2v1 situation not super favorable to Bed right there.
It certainly isn't, and Relreal is down here in the middle of these zones, going to try to use that L3 and make sure that they can hold it down. They are able to tick down that penalty and break away those last 3 points, allowing them for the game win in the first game of this set.
Yes, but you know, it is the beginning of the set. This is not over by any means, and we know what Bed is capable of. So let us see if we can get that reverse win. It's not a reverse sweep, a reverse win in the next match.
What's that called when they go there? I thought there was a name for like when you go back and forth with somebody and it's like Team A wins, Team B wins, Team A wins, Team B wins, Team A wins. I want to call it a checkerboard, but that's not what it's called. I'm
Melissa,
sorry.
this is my very first Splatoon tournament. I'm not really sure what you're talking about.
Right. So 9, what's that called? I know you're listening, and I'm not watching chat anymore, so you can put it somewhere for me to see, and that would make my brain feel a lot better. I would appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for your expertise in advanced 9 whole grains.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. Tower control.
Yep, we're going right back to tower control. Starfish main stage again. This map has changed significantly since the beginning of the game, Splatoon 2 for the Nintendo Switch. However, that map itself, by name at least, was in the game in the beginning.
It certainly was, yeah. And in the beginning, this was one of my favorite maps of the entire game. This and Moray Towers had kind of stolen my heart. I don't know what it is about Starfish Main Stage that I really appreciate. I like the design of it. I like the layout. I hate spectator mode that you see so much stuff in your vision, but everything else about it I really appreciate and enjoy. So it is nice to be able to watch it. And I'm curious, before we get into this, do you think we're going to see a similar style where we're going to get into 2 minutes left before anybody breaks that first checkpoint, or will this be more of a runaway?
I want to say it'll be back and forth, but the tower will make it farther than the middle platform of the map.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
We do see a stingray coming out from Kings on that. Oh my god, I keep wanting to say remix because no one plays like heavy without the remix. Mm-hmm. So the heavy on the hero splatling heavy replica in some order of those words.
You got it. Hey, I mean, when you don't have a Booyah Bomb, what's the next best special in the game? The GG Ray, of course. So it's exactly what we see here, and I'm really excited. Ooh, that was really nice shot.
Yeah, that was a plan, calculated in fact.
Yeah.
That does bring beds to a wipe, and I do love seeing that aggression coming out from Kings, holding on to the turf control, and you see all of that green giving leeway for that tower to move forward without any concern or worry, or little concern or worry.
Very true. I think this is where, you know, we, like you mentioned, that we thought you would get it a little further. So far, we did get to that first checkpoint, but we haven't gotten it broken, and we're only at 350. So I think so far your prediction is in the correct path here. We have a little fight going on here. Taylor does get that pick on Clicks, but unfortunately, it's a tree.
And that was I think that was a really good double coming out from Taylor. And I think that does give Bed a little bit of way to make that first push happen, bringing it to 89. But Shelton is giving Bed a really hard time pushing it any further than that.
Yeah, I think that this is where we're going to continue to see these stingrays come out over and over and over again. We already have 3, which is saying a lot. You know, it's a very difficult weapon in order to build that special because it does require a lot of points, so you have to constantly be inking, and it's slow. So you can't just continue to spray and spray and spray like you can on an end zap. So I think it's a huge feat to say how many stingrays we're going to get out there. Very nice to see.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But yeah, and again, we do see Clicks pushing up so far ahead, getting that splat in combination with the Stingray. I think these comms are just going to be completely on point from these two. Taylor taking out Clicks on their way down, but unfortunately also going down.
Yeah. And that also at the same time was that breaking of that first checkpoint, pushing to the second checkpoint as well. Shelton over here able to jump down to avoid that splat bomb, section bomb, which is going to allow them to pull back a little bit and plop another Stingray, offer some support for this tower as it continues to push forward. Really, really nice job coming out here from Kings.
I just think Shelton is playing doing such a good job on that heavy, taking aggressive positioning when it's safe, and then making sure that they're playing carefully enough so that they can go back with that Stingray that is really going to help them move this tower forward. So they do push it to 22, and a push to 22 is pretty hefty on this map.
Yeah, I would say that feels really safe. They have been playing so well. Their aggression is very well timed. You know, they don't usually just get one down, everybody comes up, one down. They're getting 2 and 3 at a time. We've seen 2 wipes come through this game already, which I think is going to make a really big difference for what Bitmoji needs to do now. They are on their back foot. They need to be so careful and so conscious about this push. Maybe the pressure will be good for them.
that little sharking almost worked. I think the Tri-Slosher's range was just a little bit too shy to make it happen, unfortunately. But I really love just watching people shark and just sit in the ink and watch all the other team like run by them. It is an interesting perspective to take.
I really like that too, though, and especially when you see like somebody go like right past them, and then you're like, wait a minute, aren't they gonna go? What are they doing? And then the double back, and all of a sudden they're dead, and you're just like, wow, oh, that was way more big brain than I would have come up with.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why they are the professional competitive players, and us, we are just washed Splatoon 2 players. It's fine.
Yeah. I don't even consider myself a player.
Oh my god, Tara using those jukes to try to stall for a little bit of time with only 20 seconds left on the clock. Bet is going to have to make a huge play to push that tower a little bit farther than that 76 that they left it at.
They certainly are, but they're going to have a tough time doing it if all they're doing is trying to stay alive, which it looks like is what's happening here. Kings has done a fantastic job just applying that pressure and making sure that they can't do anything. We're at 8 Stingrays. Did you see that? 8
I don't.
Stingrays.
Yeah.
8.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Yeah. This is why that tower didn't move anywhere for Bitmoji, because Kings just shut it down with a Stingray over and over and over again. And wow, yeah.
That's really awful.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. During that game, what we did get was another donation. We had a $25 donation from Pawn saying, on behalf of Shaq's Mom 17 on Twitch and all the parents and family members who support their players, the real MVPs of the gaming community. It warms my heart.
That's so nice. Thank you again, Pawn, for the donation, the second donation. Thank you for supporting the scene, and thank you to all the parents out there, like Pawn said, who support their children in gaming. Because, you know, gaming sometimes is not the most quote-unquote productive thing, but it certainly has a special place in all of our hearts. So thank you so much to all of y'all out there. And for now, the total is $780. So our prize pool is at $780. Could we, perhaps, just a challenge to you chat out there, make that $1,000? I think if we could make that $1,000, that would be really, really awesome.
That would be amazing. For the first ever Splatoon 2 tournament to have $1,000 prize pool, whoa.
Mm-hmm. That would be really cool. We love to see it.
Yes, we do.
All right.
So,
but we are moving into, again, Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. I expect that we might see a couple of buckets, maybe one, maybe 2 buckets in the lobby. But this may be Bed's last. I mean, it is Bed's last opportunity to stay in that winner's bracket. So hopefully they can pull out a dub for this match against Kings.
And you know, if I'm gonna hope for them, and I'm gonna hope that we're gonna see them turn this around. But in the event that they can't, going up against Starburst is a formidable ally in that bottom bracket there. So I think that this is what they need to fight as hard as they can to kind of take it off over Kings this time around.
Yes, definitely. And let's see who gets that first pop. The first pop does go to Bed.
Mm-hmm.
So
it does.
And what I love seeing is I love seeing chargers because I feel like I don't see enough chargers play. So seeing Brian go back to his roots and pick up that charger is actually pretty cool. I like that. I like seeing that a lot.
Me too. That like makes me so happy. You know, you can hear when people smile. I am smiling so big right now because I love watching Brian play Charger. So right now, though, we do see, like you mentioned earlier, you thought that we'd have a couple of buckets. We do have 2 there. Tara does a nice job of cleaning up, getting a little bit of a delay double, and picking up this Rainmaker, pushing up this left-hand side right now as this is the second Stingray of the game coming out from Kings here, going to try to support Tara in this maneuver, but Brian right back at you and does take Tara out with that Stingray pretty quickly, making
Yeah, and that is 3 down on the side of Kings. Kivra using this opportunity to move up forward to build some distance. And look at that timer, that point tick down for that Rainmaker. Brian making those jumps, hopping in the green ink. Sometimes it just really is a precarious situation. You gotta make the best of what you have.
I love it so much. And honestly, like, that emoji, they went towards the left and they were able to get those points really, really quickly. So that's what I was saying in that last set. If you can be creative with how these pushes go and what you're able to hang on to, you can change the game so fast. Looks like Terra may have been waiting for a minute for that Stingray to come out, but unfortunately, if there's no ink in front of them, it's hard to go with that Rainmaker any far forward, and that Stingray comes out and takes them out again.
Yeah, but they are able to pop that Rainmaker once more. However, I'm not sure they have the opportunity to move it forward from that position.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I don't really know if they're going to be able... Nope, it does reset. And the map looks majorly green, but there's a lot of like spots of purple on the right-hand side here that I think will not be in the best interest of Kings to pick it up and run it at the moment. I think they're going to want to take their time, make sure that they have a little bit of a better pathway planned out before pushing that forward. As we see, they do pick it up, not listening to it all. Dueling Stingrays, yes!
It's like fencing, but with a finger game.
It definitely is.
Oh my god, they're pushing it to 12. We've seen some pretty nasty Rainmaker pushes from Terra, even in past tournaments. So to see that is just so heartwarming.
It really is. Oh my gosh, I'm like geeking out over this like Stingray battle that I haven't seen in so long, and here Terra pushes it all the way to 12.
Yeah. Oh, that is a wipe from bed. Ryan is going to be the first one out. Hopefully he can get a pick or two to try to give some support to his teammates, but those burst bombs and that Rainmaker shot is really making it difficult for him.
It certainly is. I think, Brian has the Rainmaker now, is going to get that pick on Terra, which is exactly what we want. Gets another one, as an assist at least, and able to bring 3 down. Brian picks up the Rainmaker this time around. I like that Sendo is kind of leading ahead. Taylor on the right side, trying to make a path. We do have something coming through for Brian. Using his fantastic movement here, is going to attempt to take the lead right now. There's a lot of pressure that's coming out. Someone's coming from behind as well, so be careful, Brian. That Stingray too, not really able to do it.
There are just so many things coming out from so many different places on this map, and that Stingray by Shelton has really been giving Bed a lot of trouble.
It really has. I think that I commend them on what they've been able to do so far on this, but when you're going up against somebody who, how many are they at? They're at 7 right now. 7 to Brian's 4. I mean, that says so much, in my opinion, of what you're able to do with a weapon, how much you can kind of utilize just the amount of ink a standard weapon can put out to get that special, and then utilizing that special. So even with only a, 10 KA, it's still something for them there, and very terrifying. So we'll see what Bed Emoji is able to do now. Sendo does pick up this Rainmaker and is holding it off on this right side, waiting for some additional support, probably waiting for Brian. Brian does have the Stingray online too.
But they do have to be careful because Shelton also has that Stingray online, using that. Oh, that was so close. I think maybe there was some sort of latency going on there, just given the distance between the players. But that was really tough. That was a tough one.
I'm like watching that on the stream replay right now. I think that literally Sendo was holding that, waiting like, all right, Brian, as soon as that Stingray pops, you got to use yours, and he does, and Brian does, and it's just, that's a little bit outside of that realm of the Ray, and unfortunately gets taken out there right under the cover of their own Stingray, which will go ahead and call this a 3-0 on the side of Kings against Bed Emoji, pushing Bed Emoji down into that lower bracket. Really, really fantastic play.
That was a really good, solid effort from the side of Bed Emoji, and yeah. Yep.
sorry. I'll go ahead and explain this. So somebody asked, is it Sendo or Sendu? And I wrote Sendo, like he gets the dough, meaning money. And that's always how I think of it in my brain.
Sendo. Correct.
Sendo. Yes.
Yeah.
And that's how I was saying it, right? Did I get it right? Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I think so.
Okay.
No, I think you're
was
good.
like-
Yeah. But while we are waiting again for our winners finals, which is between I believe Kings and FTWin.
Mhm.
Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, I think so.
I just want to, put it out there that the donations are open for the prize pool. So if you want to do ! Donate in the chat and support these teams and support our scene, because I think having more incentive for players to get into the scene will benefit our scene overall. So it'll be good if you are able to. And if you're not able to, please go on Twitter. I'm sure most of you have Twitter. Go on Twitter, share this event, get your friends excited about it. Send your friends over. Be like, hey friend, are you playing Animal Crossing on this wonderful day? Well, maybe don't and watch Splatoon instead.
Yeah, exactly. Don't play Animal Crossing when you can be playing Splatoon. Hey, look, you're still supporting those devs, right? Same company, all Nintendo IP, so totally worth just swapping over for a little bit. Put your Animal Crossing down. Give poor Cap'n, is that how you say it? A break. Cap'n, a break. Maybe let your coffee sit at the roost a little extra time, and Lottie can decorate her own dream homes for a few hours while we go into this next set, because the rest of this tournament is going to be absolutely fantastic. You won't want to miss this out.
Correct. And just putting it out there, if you do donate $10, there is a raffle going on that you can enter yourself. And Namochi has made this wonderful, wonderful art that if you donate $10, you get to enter, and you win the raffle, sorry. You get to enter your character into this beautiful art. It's going to be a really nice piece. And if you guys are missing out on having art for your Inkling, this is your chance.
It definitely is. And you mentioned earlier how wonderful Namochi is as an artist, and I have to second that. I have a couple pieces of hers, and I really, really love them. I actually commissioned a piece last year for a friend's birthday, and I made a little diorama out of it. And Namochi was just fantastic to work with and took all my comments to heart. So really, really love that work. Definitely want to donate to get into that prize pool, and like you said, we want to hit $1,000 for the first ever Splatoon 2 tournament.
Yes,
with the
Ditto.
best map on its way.
I see it on the screen.
Yeah. This is my favorite map mode combination in the entire game.
Then you may talk about it, Melissa.
I will,
because I have nothing good to. I'm just kidding. I actually don't mind it.
I'm like, you like Rainmaker? What?
No, I don't like Rainmaker, but this is okay. I think it's interesting watching. It's definitely more interesting watching than it is playing.
Oh yeah, you never want to play it. No way. But to watch it is so much fun. And the reason that I love this map mode combination so much is, first of all, Moray Towers is just a fantastic map. And if you've never heard me go off on why I love this map, I will tell you right now, it's because it reminds me of New York City. And I have grown up within 10 miles of New York City my entire life, so it has a very special place in my heart. So this map harkens back to my heart and says, oh hey, Splatoon could be in my world. So that's my most basic reasoning for why I love it so much, but then also because everyone else hates it, and why not be contrary when you can be, so that's fun.
You're that kind of person. I understand. I'm taking notes right now, Melissa.
Where's your emoji? The
notes emoji. I see. Okay,
Yeah.
Since this is the first time we're meeting Miss Acid Sunshine, I'm gonna make sure I remember that.
Yeah, I'm looking for that notes emoji, and I don't see it. There, nope, I don't know, I'm sorry. Anyway, the nice reason of this map mode combination together, though, is because Rainmaker spawns in the middle of the map, which is at the bottom of the map if you've never seen it played. There are levels on this. So if you get your push and you're getting it pretty high up and the other team wipes you and maybe or maybe you go down because you missed a jump, right? And you fall off the map. Now that Rainmaker resets into the middle. They have about the same amount of time as you have from respawn to get back to that middle center. So I like that it evens out the playing field each time if you make a silly mistake like that, which is what I do all the time. So, you know, this is real pure selfish reasons right here. Yeah, I think that sums it up.
All right. I mean, I think that's a really valid reason. Like, that's like a very like street, like Splatoon 2 good competitive reason.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, cool. All right, we're getting into Rainmaker on Moray Towers, our very favorite map from all of the games. Smash Brothers from Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2. Let us begin. It looks like we do have, again, that double armor comp coming out from both sides. A Stingray Shelton remaining on that heavy, giving that Stingray support for the Rainmaker, which I think can be a pretty good option. Just given that you have a moving target and you want to stop the target from wherever they are, and Biscuit is getting chased by the Stingray, and the Stingray is not letting up. Oh my goodness.
Oh goodness. And that was like within, what, 15 seconds of the game, we had a Stingray out. Like, that says so much. I think Shelton's idea of staying on that is so good because really they can use it to their advantage, clearly. And I think that FTWin is going to have a little bit more trouble kind of moving this around. Bagel over here doing what he can to build up and paint up yellow on that side. Clicks looks like they're setting up as well. A shot over on that left side too. That is sort of the preferred Rainmaker push. Go up that wall. Personally, I appreciate when you go right up the middle and use that ramp that connects the two. But you would have to get past Shelton here, who is going to have these rays literally every second of the game, I am assuming.
Definitely. I did want to point out a really interesting pick on, I believe it's not, wait, hold on. I wanted to point out the vanilla splatter shot. Pick from FTWin. I believe, FTWin.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I was like, my colors were like mixing in my head. I had a full palette in there. So I wanted to point out the vanilla splatter shot pick. I think that is a really interesting one, considering that Splashdown is often considered one of the weaker. Oh, let's go! I love to see that rail run. Wait, Splashdown is considered one of the weaker specials, so I think it's going to be an interesting a pick. But maybe that pick was for the burst bombs instead. We shall see.
We definitely shall. That rail run is my favorite thing ever. And I mean, this is what I'm talking about, right? So like where Clicks has gone right there, up that wall, you can get up that rail, you are automatically within, I think it's 20 points, or you're within 20 right away. So somehow they got to 49 though, without us even looking at it, and that is wonderful. Pushing ahead by 4 points, allowing that lead to come in. Looks like they're building to another push as we get a jump in. Shelton is going to be in position up here if they can do it. And going to try to take a couple players down. Looks like they do. There are 2 down on the side of FTWin now, which will allow for Kings to push up pretty far. Ooh, nice job.
I think they're having a lot of difficulty pushing up that wall right there. While it's a popular choice to push up that wall, I think FTWin is really not giving them an easy time getting stopped the first time by that splashdown that I said was probably not the most useful thing here, but for them was pretty useful. Oh no!
Because they were on the rail too, it resets back to the rail, so it's not like they were trying to make a jump. I'm sorry. Like, how can you not love that? How can you not?
That is so good. I think that's my favorite part of this game, when someone is on the rail and then they destroy the rail and then they have nowhere to go but down.
And I love that they continue to try to do this. So I mean, you know what? Persistence is the name of the game right now. That Ray coming out is also going to help. It does get a pick on Shag, which is unfortunate because Shag has so much aggression.
Oh, wow! Barely dodging those missiles. Clicks is holding on for dear life for that Rainmaker, but Kyo putting a stop to Clicks' menacing topsy-turvy run right there.
Oh my goodness. They don't have a lot of time to push this back, though. They were able to get 3 down, which will allow them to gain a little bit of time, but they have a lot they need to do. Shelton already building up another Stingray, just under halfway there in terms of points, so... Sorry, excuse me. We'll need a little more time in order to get that out. Looks like Shaq is sharking as well, trying to help the team out in order to break that Rainmaker, but Shaq is going to make sure that this rail stays alive as long as possible. And Shelton maybe on the right side?
I think Shelton is really giving FTWin a really tough time, just given that there's just not enough distance. It's difficult to close the distance between Shelton and any of the members of FTWin, just looking at their weapons and looking at the comps. So maybe in the next round we might see something that counters that just a little bit.
Yeah, I think we certainly can, now that they kind of know what they're going up against. One of the things I've always admired about FTWin is their adaptability, and when they see something, they really can adapt. But 16, 15, was the other one 10? I missed that number, but really fantastic KAs coming out there at the end of that game as well.
Yeah, for sure. But it's still the beginning of the set. They still have potentially 4 more games to go, and we are bringing this next match into some what some may call a classic Splatoon 2 map. We have Inkblot Art Academy Splat Zones. I think this has been one of the maps that, even since the beginning of the game, has been one of my favorites personally.
I'm with you. I really like this one too. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if it has ever undergone any changes.
I don't believe it has. I believe that the Inkopolis or whatever has had a little bit of a budget deficit, so they just left the schools a little untouched,
Yeah, that's how it goes usually. Yeah, schools. Sorry. That being said, we're going to go right into this on Splat Zones on Inkblot Art Academy. Being a former art student myself, you really have to appreciate art schools, especially Inklings, paint, ink, all these things come together to make this fantastic game, which I think we're going to see.
Yeah, we certainly are. A double armor coming out from FTWin. I think they are going to play into that double armor. Probably for the rest of this tournament, so we do like seeing that, and hopefully it will give them a little bit more protection against that, the Stingray.
Yeah, and they went away from that vanilla splatter shot that you were talking about earlier. Maybe it just didn't work for them as well as they had hoped it would, but we'll certainly see what they're going to be able to get. Right away we have missiles coming out, we have an inkjet coming out from them. I'm assuming we had, it looks like we did have an armor, I just must have missed it, but really taking their time to get some specials built. That second Stingray of the game from Shelton coming out as well. Going to try to keep an eye on this right side on Kyo. Doesn't get the pick, but I'm sure caused quite amount of chip damage that if Kyo gets just touched by one more might be a problem.
Yeah, but Kings are really holding onto that zone so tightly. They are not letting FTWin get anywhere close to that zone, and it's becoming a little increasingly iffy if they're going to get the zone back. But maybe at the 1 point mark they might be able to. They just have to focus, and they do. They do get the zone.
Oh my gosh! I'm sorry, I got so excited right there. Really fantastic gameplay right there. The 1 point meme, that's what you want to see, and that is what they needed right there in order to stay in this game. Gagel does jump out to get away from that Ray. The one thing, the Ray is not going to paint so well. They have a lot of other great painting weapons on the side of Kings, but when that Ray comes out, it's really just going to be for the aggression to keep everybody as far from the zone as possible. Shaq in the middle does pop an armor and is going to kind of surf around a little bit here and there, try to go after Pick while the rest of the team continues to hold on to the zone. They need to push up a little bit in order to make sure that they have enough green ink ahead of the zone so that Kings are unable to push back in as easily.
And that timer is seeing no signs of slowing down yet. But FTWin is really going to have to focus on keeping this zone, hopefully, so that they don't get that enormous penalty on their timer, their points timer. And you know, they do get it back. Biscuit with the prime splat on clicks. I don't know. This is looking. It might be FTWin's game with 2 down on the side of Kings. Shelton trying to get a few picks with that Stingray, but again, a Stingray does not paint. That was impressive work from FTWin.
Let me tell you, okay, I'm gonna wax on poetic. Is that the phrase? A little. I don't know if that's what it is. Sure. A little bit about why I love watching FTWin, and this game demonstrates it, right? So we had moments where they could have continued to go for those splats, and they could have pushed against and gone for the picks and taken out the other players, but they would have had to double back and then take over the zone. Instead, they're like, no, we are at those last 10 seconds. If we don't focus on the objective and focus on the zone, this is done. And I think other teams may have been like, no, we need those picks before we can handle objective. FTWin does not think like that. They divide and conquer. They always have somebody whose mind is on whatever the objective of the game is. Mm-hmm. And because of that, that's how they won that right there. And I think that just demonstrates how smart of a team they are and how well they utilize one another's skills.
Definitely. I think it's just, you know, like Splatoon players meme and it's like, oh, we don't ever find people who play the objective. But I just think, like you said, FTWin's most impressive attribute is probably the fact that they are very objective focused. Mm-hmm. And you know what? If you don't take the objective, you can't win the game.
Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes I watch teams do things and they're like, well, the zone's in neutral, I'm gonna go after the picks and I can come back, and it's like, you gotta like hang on to that as much as you can for that objective. So yeah. I really love to see it as we go into this third game.
Yeah, and right now the score is 1-1. Still could be anybody's set. We are on tower control on a Sturgeon Shipyard. How do you feel about this map?
I think this is an interesting map. I don't really love to play it because Barry and players like Barry, you know, you set up on that snipe and I just don't want to deal with it, so.
Yeah, it's very, very fair. Yes. Yeah.
Bullies.
Yes, bullies. We do see that early raid coming out again from Shelton. And one player of FTWin going down. They are watching that tower, seeing if they are able to make a push, but perhaps deciding to maybe get a few more picks before moving forward.
I'm curious what they were thinking in terms of not having Brian on a Stingray or a Charger here, because I don't know. I'm sorry. They did so well that first game that now we don't have a Stingray to combat Shelton's Stingray, and I'm kind of like, I don't love that. I'm worried.
Mm-hmm. It's tough because this map in particular just has a lot of areas that are kind of difficult to access if you can't get close. Like there's just lots of pockets where you can use that Stingray where it would be pretty safe.
Yeah. Like if they had a Brian is what I meant to say earlier. If they had somebody who can like combat, because right now Bagel has to jump away and doesn't make it, right? So there's nobody who's going to be able to get close enough to Shelton to be able to take out that Stingray. They have no way of getting away from that, and they're just going to have to time their pushes really, really carefully in order to make sure that there's no Stingray ready to stop that. I don't even know if they have someone on the team who would be capable of being the response to that. So instead, they have to utilize their maneuverability and their aggression in order to just make sure that they do this as quickly as possible. And I think that's what their goal here is.
Yeah, and we see Shaq with a little bit of parkour happening here. Hopefully not getting taken down by the inkjet, but fortunately for Shaq, on top of some grates, making those inkjet shots kind of keep right through.
Really nice job there. And still, I mean, I'm sorry, I missed when they got to 42. I was probably talking about things that I didn't understand, but now it looks like they have gotten to 42, which is really really fantastic here, getting to that first checkpoint. The Stingray is going to help assist this tower as it moves further along to that second one, all the way into the 30s here. This is sort of the danger zone to me, because if you break through this checkpoint, there's nothing stopping from that knockout. So I think FTWin needs to be super careful to make sure that Kings cannot take this. They are able to stop it before it breaks it, but it doesn't help a whole lot for what they need to do in order to push the tower in the direction they want it to go.
Yeah, I think they're gonna need to get maybe 1 or 2 more picks, to be able to move that tower. But again, Shelton has that Stingray ready. And I think they're using it. Yeah, I'm like, they're using it, but I don't see it.
No, you weren't alone. I'm like, I think it's definitely something to be said, too, that, you know, the timing of the armor, they launched the armor exactly when the Stingray ended. I don't know if that's something they're consciously thinking about or not, but the Stingray is sort of another way of being like, hey, this is our really strong offense, armor is our defense, and we're going to use that to push forward because now we feel a little more safe. So, very smart things that Kings are doing right now and coming out in order to hold this down. Bagel on the tower, they're going to attempt to take this first checkpoint. The rest of FTWin is pushed forward enough that they might be able to do it. But again, Shelton on that Stingray takes out Bagel. That is exactly what we're continuing to see over and over again, and why FTWin can't get past this checkpoint.
Yeah, I think it's especially difficult because we've seen Bagel try to take that tower multiple times. And because Bagel is being targeted, it doesn't give him an opportunity to use the missiles to kind of counter that Stingray or to delay the Stingray a little bit. So I think, you know, they're really, maybe if some of the roles were switched, maybe if somebody else decided to take the tower, so that Bagel would be less focused, I think maybe it could be a little bit better.
Yeah, I agree. I think even if Bagel could get into a position where they can kind of call out Shelton over and over again, you know, maybe Bagel is the best player who would have a response for Shelton because Bagel has the most range. I don't know. This is just not... It's looking a little bit precarious. Bagel sitting on that tower, hopefully at least getting through this checkpoint, but they do have a long ways to go before they are able to, and that's the inkjet. Oh, but they're not able... Was that Biscuit? Yeah.
Oh my god, Biscuit's doing the little hidey thing. Oh, that was a really good play by Biscuit. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough to move the tower just a little bit farther. Yeah, it was so close though. Exactly what we want to see. Really fantastic job there. Only 7 Stingrays that time around, you know, slacking a little bit. I'm totally kidding. Really, 7 is fantastic. Yeah, 7 is a lot of Stingrays. Yeah. Really amazing play coming out. Kings has been performing on the top of their game today, and I think it's put FTWin kind of having to think a little more creatively than maybe they're used to sometimes. Yeah, and if you don't mind me interrupting for a second with some donations, we do have a $10 donation from Rissa. Thank you so much, Rissa, for the support. And if you guys stick around for those final few sets, Rissa and 9 will be commentating, and Rissa's awesome, and 9 is pretty good too. So, so you guys will be in for a treat. Currently, the prize pool is at $830. We are so close to $1,000. Do you think we could hit it? I think we could hit it, Melissa. Yeah, I think there's a strong possibility to hit it here. You know, all you need to do is, I am missing what the command is, !donate, I believe. Yeah, donate. I believe so. Yep, there we go. Well, we got a from on high. Ooh. Love it. So go ahead and donate. Let's get that to 1,000 today for this fantastic tournament. Support all these players. Listen, we're back to Rainmaker this time around, right? And I mean, FTWin put up a really strong fight. Rainmaker, the first game of this set. This is a very different map mode, a very different map that defines a different play style in a map mode combination. I'm going too fast for my brain. So let's see what they'll do. Oh, right, all the time. We actually see a single armor comp coming out from FTWin. I believe that Biscuit is opting to go for the Octo Shot, so that Inkjet might do some good for, you know, getting those needed picks to move forward. But we do see a double armor top coming out from Kings, so let's see if we are able to maybe use some of those missiles coming out. I love that they actually doubled up on the missiles from FTWin, because I think it'll counter the armor. I think it can counter the Stingray. So if maybe one person doesn't have missiles ready, somebody else might.
Yeah, I completely, that's exactly what I was thinking. Missiles, I think, are such a strong counter to a Stingray because it really forces you to move, and a Stingray can't shoot if they're moving. So if they can kind of time that pretty well to have missiles ready every time a ray is ready to go, that will certainly help. Of course, those types of shots too, when you're around a corner or you're just being Biscuit doing Biscuit things, you know, that helps. Yeah, exactly.
But think about it, Melissa. If this tournament was held in the very beginning of the days of Splatoon, there wouldn't even be that like charge up time for the Stingray. The Stingray would last a lot longer. You could Stingray in your spawn.
Oh no, and you would be protected. I forgot about that. Jump back to spawn to Stingray as well.
Yep. So maybe some of these changes were made in good taste.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. 1,000 times. Shaq is doing a fantastic job staying alive right now. This has been a very long Rainmaker carry right there. They are able to get the lead right at the end. Oh, still carrying it. I thought that fell. Wow.
Yeah,
really nice.
that was a really. This is going to be hopefully a really nicer push. Only 8 seconds left on that clock though, so it's gonna look a little precarious for. Oh! The speaking coming out. You know when the speaking comes out, it's really good.
It really was, because I saw that timer tick down and I'm like, Shaq is just gonna go for it, not gonna care that suction bomb is right in the way, because he would die anyway. So really love that thought process. I want to see what Kings is gonna do in response, because we saw them play so well on Rainmaker last time around, and I always consider Rainmaker kind of FTWin's mode. They've done kind of crazy, out-of-the-box things that you wouldn't expect them to do. Looks like Tara is taking a leaf out of Shaq's book here, going up on this left-hand side, going to utilize the tree in the car for a little bit of a defense as some of that inkjet comes out. Doesn't quite make it as Biscuit is. A Biscuit and a combination of a bomb, I think. We're able to stop that push.
Yes, for sure. And you know what? Kyo getting that nice pick on clicks. I think that I'm speaking too early. Kyo might be a little bit out of position right here, but noticing very quickly that he was and moving his way straight back to where the action is.
Yeah, it's going to be tough though, because right now we did just get an armor pop for Kings. They go over here trying to defend, but when you're up in the face of a mini, it's not going to help so much. Shelton has moved really far forward as well. This could be the perfect opportunity for somebody to get under Shelton's aim here. The pickup of the Rainmaker and the loss again. Another jump coming in. That Rainmaker was a full wave.
Just kill, like annihilating people out of the spawn. It still isn't done. So it was. That was truly tragic for FTWin.
I legit closed my eyes at that first one thinking it was dunked, and then I hear you keep going and I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, I thought it was dunked too, but it wasn't. They had just the slimmest opportunity to perhaps stop it again, but it was looking really precarious for FTWin at that moment.
But how entertaining. What a fantastic set coming out of FTWin and Kings here to go on to Kings will move on to winners, grands, and FTWin will go down into that bottom bracket in order to face off against. I have not been looking to see who won those other games so far.
I will scroll down. I will refresh my page.
Yeah, right.
Where's my auto refresh? It looks like it's Starburst versus Young. So whoever wins that set gets to face off against FTWin. So potentially you get the triple run back, the best of 3 FTWin versus Starburst.
Ooh, and who knocked Young in? I apologize if I hadn't been checking out Young, Madness, Zare, Vanny, Legend, and Shu.
FTWin knocked them down.
Oh, they did. Okay. So yeah, I mean that could be really fun if FTWin is able to take this over. If Young is able to take this over Starburst, either way you're going to get a rematch, right? So worth tuning into that. It's going to be so much fun. It's going to be an amazing couple of sets coming up with a fantastic pair of commentators. Before we go, let's
are gonna do a couple more plugs. We do have a $100 donation from the same person who donated without a name. So thank you so much, Anonymous. I believe our prize pool is currently at $930. So we're only $70 away from a $1,000 prize pool. So
oh my gosh,
you are killing it. I hope you guys continue to kill it. Remember, we're starting to wrap up the tournament, so if you guys want to hype it up with your friends, tell your friends to watch. If you guys got knocked out of the tournament, tell your friends who also got knocked out of the tournament to come watch.
Yes, everybody host whoever was streaming. You're done streaming. Have a great time. Come host the stream. Tell all your friends to come watch. It's going to be a fantastic ending for the afternoon. Really, really awesome. Just come, hang out, enjoy.
And if you have donated and you would like to enter yourself into the raffle, make sure you contact Beta at Beta with a lowercase BETA, I can spell, 3025 on Discord or on Twitter to contact him about your prizes, just in case you win. We do have a couple more talking points. Like I said, if you donate $10 or more, you get entered into a raffle to win a Your Character Hero raffle drawn by the wonderful and amazing and illustrious Namochi. So please go check it out. If you're looking for Splatoon art, this is a great place to start. Hopefully you win the raffle.
Love it.
I'm cheering you all on, especially you, Melissa, but don't tell anyone I said that.
Thank you, and I'll cheer on you because I'm sure at some point you're not going to be shy about that too.
Again, we do have Low Ink. Low Ink is next weekend. It is a monthly 2-day event that takes place over the course of the weekend. It bars entry to anyone past the skill cap, and it'll help you get into the competitive scene more. So if you are a newer team, if you're a newer player, please come check it out, join, have a good time, and you don't have to be scared of a team like FTWin entering because I'm pretty sure that they're not allowed to enter.
Yeah, that would be really funny actually, but no, and that just gave me a really great idea. What if we have a team like FTWin commentate an entire Low Ink tournament?
I was thinking that, but we'll talk about it in
same brain.
There's also High Ink. High Ink, yes, High Ink. High Ink features 16 teams that got banned from Low Ink. I believe that if you win Low Ink, you're not allowed to participate again. So these are the cream of the crop Low Ink participants. So fans of Low Ink should look forward to seeing these teams again return to face off. Again, this will be streamed right here on IPL's channel, IPL Splatoon, on December 4th in 2 weeks. So please check it out. I think that is it for us. We will be joined, or you will be joined by 9 Whole Grains, who just commented Nintendo's tournament yesterday. So he's pretty cool, pretty great, and obviously this is his first Splatoon tournament as well. And the illustrious Rissa, who is up and coming, just awesome commentator. She does really good work, so please go cheer them on as well.
You won't be disappointed. You'll have a blast, and you'll get to see some great Splatoon action coming your way. Thank you so much to Beta for having us on. I really appreciate it. I always have so much fun commentating with you, Mellana. Thank you for being my fantastic pair today. It was so fun. And Ink, thank you for being the voice on high, our stream controller, all the things, that manual camera mode, which I really, really missed. And that's it for us. My name is Melissa, Acid Sunshine. Follow me on Twitter, but I don't post anything, so don't do that. Just say hi.
I'm Mellana. You can also find me on Twitter, Mellana TV. You can also find me on Twitch, but whatever. It's fine. But the most important thing is that you follow IPL Splatoon so you can stay tuned for all of their weeklies, their monthlies, and their majors. So with that being said, we will be signing off, and enjoy the rest of the tournament, everybody.
Have a great day.
welcome back everybody to launch day. We are here in losers semifinals. We've got a great match for you all, but before that, we have to make a big announcement. $1,000, Rissa. The crowd did it. The donators did it. $1,000 here already.
That is really, really awesome. That was so funny, right? As Nine and I got in voice chat, we were like, Nine was like, wait a second, trying to convert the EU to USD conversion, and we're like, wait a second, I think we broke $1,000. So Beta confirmed that to us. So that's so awesome that together we were all able to break that $1,000 goal that we had.
Yeah, and to get it so early, usually it's one of those things where at the very end, everyone's rushing to try to get to it. But no, we cleared it with a couple sets left. Just because we had $1,000 doesn't mean it's closed down, by the way. Anybody can exclamation point donate and add to it. I've heard that Duracell, K-Bot, Barry, and Mellana have something planned if we hit $1,500. So let's start with $1,250 and kind of go from there.
Yeah, you know, not that we're like volunteering them or anything, but
I mean, who doesn't love that crew? It's a fun, yeah. You'll want it, everybody. That's all I'm going to say. But I guess we should probably actually do what we're supposed to here and talk about the match between these two teams. We have Young versus Starburst. And Rissa, go ahead. I know you're pretty well acquainted with most of these players, I'd say.
yeah, so this is actually going to be the first time I've watched Young play, and I always get really excited when I see like a group like this. Young is a group of players that I'm familiar with, but it's fun to see them this far along in the tournament in a bracket, playing together, seeing that they obviously can perform well together. So Zer, Vanny, Legend, Madness, and Shu. Not sure. Actually, they're going to have Madness, Zera, Vanny, and Legend playing. And then on the other side, of course, Starburst got knocked down that we got to watch on stream by FTWin. So we're very familiar with them. And as we go into this is going to be a best of 3. So we're going to start this out on Rainmaker Port Mackerel.
Oh my goodness. This is one of those situations where you're like, why are we seeing this? And then you remind yourself that the rule set is, for those of you maybe just joining the event as we get this first game underway, this is 1.0. Only weapons at the start of the game, only stages at the start of the game.
Yeah, so that's really important to know. And we're actually getting to see, I think it's interesting, both backline players here coming out with these heavy splatlings. So they are both ready with those stingrays. We're seeing Young here having that first stingray come online and using it immediately. Both teams trying to poke around, get some picks, but no picks happening quite yet. As I say that, though, looks like the Tri-Slosher and essentially a trade happening. So we'll see who can get the first blood.
Yeah, great battle here at the start. I was joking earlier, I was like, I forgot how quickly that weapon built Stingray. It's been nerfed like 6 times, and it still builds 2 of them in the first 40 seconds of the game. So, you know, I'd be happy if we left that one on the shelf at the end of this. It does look like Starburst with Ice is going to be the first to grab it here, try to get some of these points. If it's been a while since you've seen this on Rainmaker, I don't blame you. It has been for me too. This sponge does give you a lot of opportunities to pick your path to the goal, and already getting it into the 30s was a pretty nice starting push.
Yeah, really nice starting push from Starburst. Zera here going to use the Stingray to try and poke at Bran. Bran is actually up on this top right area getting jumps in too, so we see Ice jumping in as well. And so Young has to really work to get Starburst cleared out here.
Yeah, get him cleared out. I mean, this has been admirable defenses. It's been trades here, but it seems like a couple super jumps have kept this going. Finally, they've traded pain enough to build a couple specials here, so it looks like the immediate threat has gone the other way. Young is finally going to get the opportunity to at least let the Rainmaker reset, but you can see Jared already poking out there with the vanilla Splattershot Pro, another weapon you won't see too often outside of a tournament like this. It has been all Starburst here at the start. It was really kind of a patient opening, right? They waited until they finally got their push going, but now with Ice jumping back, it does look like Young's finally going to get a chance to answer.
Yeah, oh my gosh, Jared though sharking up on in Young's sponge. I don't know if they saw that, but Young is going to take the Rainmaker here. Specials though immediately coming out from Starburst. They jumped back and they were ready. They had their counter defense specials ready, so I loved that they were at the ready. They have the Rainmaker now in grasp, and now they're just making sure they clear all these little corners.
Yeah, it's such a frustrating map to try to push on, right? Because there's, what, 2 real avenues that you have? I said earlier you can kind of pick your path, but when your choices are do we go left or go right, it's not exactly thrilling gameplay at times, but I mean, this is kind of the name of the game, right? You have to save your Stingray for your opponent's Stingray, otherwise your push starts. It does really create just kind of a stalemate in the center, as we've seen through the bulk of this.
Yeah, it has, and you can see everyone has to play this so carefully, making sure they look around all these corners. We're seeing that happen right now as both teams are trying to get into mid. Legend gonna use this splashdown to maybe push back anyone they can as Vanny picks up the Rainmaker, and now starting to push up the Rainmaker. Legend trying to lead that, gets that pick, a really crucial pick in order to keep this push going, and the Stingray coming out from Zera. Vanny here trying to just carefully push up as Madness and Legend are leading the way, and they do lead the way for Vanny perfectly as the lead now switches over to Young's side.
Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly. They might have gotten Ice before he was able to jump out. He actually had Stingray at the very start of that and then got taken out. So it was a scenario where they had two specials that really didn't end up accomplishing anything. One came too late and one didn't come at all. So a very, very nice push and very great awareness from the members of Young to take that the distance.
Yeah, definitely that awareness. If you make sure you take out the Stingray, that's going to be so important, and we saw that happen in that exact moment. So really well played from them. Now, Taco Bell here carrying the Rainmaker, going to push it, and the lead is right and grabbed. Bell taken out there, and now the defense has to be on for Young right now. Unfortunately, Legend turned away just a millisecond, and Ice just sneaked up there and grabbed the Rainmaker to get the lead.
Bram was fighting 3 people for like 10 seconds there. I don't understand how he does it, but I mean, you're right there. I guess they had maybe just in the heat of the moment thought they had cleared everybody else out, but Ice was either coming in very late or was hidden as well to grab that for the last points, and what a painful way to lose the lead there. Everything that you had just done all going the other way, and now you once again have to contend with the battle of Stingrays and everything else they're going to throw at you.
Yeah, we're seeing the rain coming out from Jared here. We saw the Stingray come out to help assist in stopping the Rainmaker. Now the Rainmaker's essentially back in mid in a neutral spot. Jared acting really aggro here, pushing to get Vanny, but is called out by Legend. Okay, Legend getting a pick on Bran also, so looks like he's going to sneak around into Starburst court here and just add that aggression so their teammates can work on grabbing the Rainmaker behind him.
Yep, they're looking for Ice, and I think Ice already jumped back as soon as a fight happened. That's the early round of missiles there. Keep an eye on the top right of your screen. Ice currently at 75 and counting points here to build up that Stingray. We're building it up because this has ended a lot of games in the past, and we usually know how this ends. Will Ice be able to close it out? A little help from Bran and a little extra chip damage there will certainly get the job done, but what a hotly contested start to our loser semifinals.
Yeah, what a start. And that was, when you think, it's always like the GG Ray, you think of the Jet Squelcher, but that's not a weapon pick that these players can pick. So, since it wasn't a weapon at the start of the game. So, I love that both of the backline players here went that heavy splatling and just both utilized the Stingray on that map because it's so good on that map in particular.
Yeah, I remember at the very start of this game, which is, kind of funny that we have a tournament that emulates it. Even when the Stingray was not great back in those days, you could still get some real work done on this map. But I regrettably have a report on a donation that came through during that game. $20 from Mellana. This one's for me specifically, so I guess I'll bite the bullet here. For launch day, meow meow 9. I don't know if that was you wanted me to meow or what it was here. I don't know. Maybe for another $20, I could, get a little bit more effort put into it on my end. But thank you so much for the donation. A reminder, everybody, donations are still open. Keep them coming in here for this great cause and this great event.
That was a good one. See, Mellana threw it back at you, 9. You had volunteered her for donations, but she threw it right back at you.
Well, and then I have to throw it back and say, for a little bit more, I can go a little further. We can play tennis all day here if we need to.
Yeah.
All
right.
My goodness.
So this is, remember, this is a best of 3 here in losers, I believe semis?
Yes,
semis. So best of 3. Next map and mode that we will be going into is Splat Zones on Starfish main stage. And with the way that, usually you can kind of predict what weapons teams and players are going to play, but I feel like today I can't predict anything. Everyone's just, since it's of course weapons that you can only play at the start of the game, that came out from the start of the game, I've been seeing all sorts of things. So this is a fun treat to watch what everyone is going to pick.
Yep, we'll take a look at the loadouts here. And, one weapon that I am really happy to start seeing again I love the H3. We always see the H3D, but the main weapon is just so fun to watch people who can really pilot it well. That's going to be Taco Bell itself, aka Ant, wielding that on one side. On the other side, a lot of the same coming out from the members of Young here. I know people have already made the joke that this map has changed a little bit since 1.0, so, it's not really the true 1.0 variant, but a lot of the principles still the same as we see Bandits going straight at everything that moves and then popping the inkjet for good measure as well, but a very nice aggressive start here from Young.
Yeah, really great aggressive start. We see Vanny looking here. I saw that there was someone who went around that left side flank, and I love that Young immediately all called that out and went to go punish that. But looks like that flank went away, and now Starburst is working to try and get into the zone. They have used their rain, and I believe an armor also to push into the zone here. One member of Young does go down, so Vanny having to back up here as Starburst. I love the way Starburst kind of came in slowly with their specials and has now capped the zone on their side.
Yeah, and this will be the kind of the interesting spot where they should have a pretty good time with it. If you take a look at the comps at the top, we talked a little bit about Young's aggression earlier. They're running 2 splatter shots, 1 at T-Tech, 1 vanilla, and then an NZAP, right? As soon as they get pushed out, they're going to have a very difficult time really fighting their way back through. So the onus is going to be on them to find a way to set up some sort of an inkjet and really make use of the 1 armor they have. Because Starburst does have 2 armors. I know Brand's not conventionally thought of as an armor farmer, but he can build it up when he needs to.
Yeah, a lot of players in this tournament who don't necessarily play armor have been switching to armor weapons because double armor is proven to be really, really good in this tournament and at the beginning of the game, in comp. So definitely seeing that from Brand is really interesting to see and how well he's playing it. Looks like Starburst here working to punish that member of Young who pushed up and got that pick on them, and now Starburst has kept the zone on their side. They're doing a really good job at kind of just juggling it, letting Young come into them, and just having counter specials ready.
Yeah, and really, this is where it's kind of nice to be able to play splat zones, is understanding that your opponent has to come to you. They don't have a ton of range specials to push you back, so they're going to have to be pretty honest about how they do it, and as long as you aren't standing still, turreting, and shooting at them as they come through, you're probably going to be able to at least trade, and then maybe have a special or 2 to counter theirs.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Starburst is doing, and I love that the way they're doing it. Brand just watching the left drop there, just standing there watching it. Brand well, the armor comes out from Starburst. Brand used that armor, and now with only 7 points left, Starburst is doing everything they can to guard the zone. Legend gonna use a splashdown to try and cap the zone. Both teams are just painting. Legend finally decided to push up and get a pick, and that helped their team follow up behind them and at least cap the zone. So with only 2 points left, Starburst now has that penalty of 59 points.
And there's the quad shooter comp coming in, right? Everyone's shooting at it, but you have just a little bit more, and credit to them not giving up. I also think that's the slowest I've ever seen Brand move, is just 2 times stopping, waiting for the moment to jump down. But Starfish main stage in a nutshell, right? You talked earlier, somebody went around the flank, somebody pushed a little too far and got punished, then you start to move forward, one of you gets caught out and gets punished here. The cycle sort of rinses and repeats, and really, one of the things that Starburst does well, even amongst the top teams, I think, is they always have somebody left. There's always someone left and in a relevant position. They're able to kind of play off of that whenever things really do go wrong for them. So even though they've been pushed back a couple times, they've lost the zone, they've never really lost control of the game, if that makes sense.
That totally makes sense, and that's one of those things where that game awareness of making sure that you're always, your team doesn't completely wipe, but also recognizing when to just hold positions and wait for moments, and that's exactly what Starburst does. I mean, we've been seeing that exact thing happening this match in particular, too. I mean, I feel like Brand has just been holding this left attic, left flank area with this tri-slosher, and just holding it, not necessarily pushing up further than that, and I think it's working out really well for them.
Yeah, they haven't needed to, and right there, still didn't let go of it, but that time there were just too many attackers there to push him out, so finally I guess they just got a little bit fed up, used their armor, and pushed Brand right away. So sometimes you do have to create an advantage for yourself and say, all right, we're going to be a bit heavy-handed about taking one spot of the map and see what falls through from there. So now this is the first real opportunity since the start of the game that Young has had to actually push this back, and just like that, it goes away. Brand living at the same spot, just coming back on the attack instead of the defense. That's going to go down without much resistance, and there's nobody left that's going to be able to do anything about this. A dominant victory and take back from Starburst.
Man, Starburst, I feel like they just played that really well. They knew, okay, we can give up the zone here if we need to, or we can just let them kind of paint over it and we'll just hold it as best we can. And they just played that really well. That type of awareness is what definitely gets them this far in tournaments.
All right. Again, totally getting attacked here in the donation feed. Another $20 by a certain Mellana TV. Meow Better 9. Yeah, there you go. So there's that one, and then there was another $20 donation from Vincent of IPL. Shout out to IPL for a great event today. Can we get 9 and cat ears with this extra $20? I do own cat ears, so your people can talk to my people, and we'll see what we can make happen here. But thank you for the additional $20, and to everyone else who has donated so far.
You know what? If 9 is gonna be nyang for the donations, you know what? I think that's a fair trade-off.
Nyan whole grains. I get to make that joke one time. One time. All right, and completely, I'll be honest here, everybody. I forgot that was a best of 3, so congratulations to Starburst for getting their victory here, and congratulations to Young for a great run throughout the tournament here. Ran into a team that has been firing on all cylinders as of late, so no shame at all in going down to Starburst. So a round of applause for Young, 4th place here at launch day, put on by IPL, and I guess this whole thing, the mad scientist behind this all is Beta, so a round of applause for Beta for coming up with this as well.
Yeah, definitely a round of applause for Beta. This is an awesome tournament idea, and it's really fun to watch and commentate and see what the weapons and picks everyone comes up with. And speaking of the bracket, so we're going to be moving on into losers finals, and that means that FTWin was waiting in losers finals for the winner of that match. So it's going to be another rematch for Starburst versus FTWin. This is they played at Riptide, they played yesterday.
Yeah.
In the Nintendo tournament. They played once today already, and so now they're going to be playing again. This is going to be the 4th time they've been playing each other. The quadruple rematch.
It's always these two.
I know!
In the pregame, Rissa and I were talking a little bit to let y'all look behind the curtain here. We're like, commentating winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, pretty easy gig, right? We really only have to know 2 or 3 teams. It's just Starburst, FTWin, and whatever team Terra happens to pull together for that event. And lo and behold, here we are once again.
Once again. And man, so this will be the 4th time these two teams have played each other in a tournament recently. FTWin versus Starburst, and I think it's really interesting to note this is more, essentially the core FTWin roster of Kyo, Shaq, Biscuit, and Bagel acting as their sub ? So it's definitely more of the core roster since they have Shaq back on the roster. And it's interesting to watch how the different dynamics and subs and different people who do play with FTWin changes the way they play and the way they play against Starburst in particular.
Yeah, and the fun thing about these two teams is regardless of the subs, the rosters, the slight changes, the bulk of these players have played hundreds of games against each other. So it's, again, one of the things that characterizes the matches between these two is one team will get absolutely bopped in one of the games, right? It'll just be a 100-0 or a huge comeback at the last second. And the very next game, the other team will do it right back to them. So it's understanding of the razor-thin margins that determine so many of the things in this game, how to take advantage of them. And frankly, it's one of the reasons why Splatoon produces so many crazy and intense sets is because there are so many coin flips that can go one way or the other.
Yeah. with the players like these, who, like you said, Nine, who they play against each other no matter what team it is, even if it's on pickups, even if someone is subbing for some other team, they always are playing against each other. A lot of these players know exactly how each other plays. Even if they're playing different weapons, everyone is just so familiar with how each other plays. So it just depends on the day and, you know, how one team or the other is performing, and it just really comes down to that day and how, you know, that team will be playing.
All right, and as we wait for them here, Splat Zones on the Reef. This is a classic. This used to be a 1-zone map, now famously a 2-zone map. So just a little reminder for all of you out there who maybe came into the game a little late or just completely forgot. But yeah, even as late as, I think, Squidstorm 2017, this was still a 1-zone map. I don't have the exact date off the top of my head, but a lot of sets played on it in that variant. Unfortunately, we were not able to mod the game to get the true 1.0 experience, but we hope you'll forgive us here as this game gets started.
Okay, so starting out, remember, this is going to be a best of 5 set. No more best of 3 sets in the rest of the tournament. So starting out here, we get to see the comps come out. Starburst playing pretty much the same comp that we got to see from the last match set that we got to watch them on. And then on the other side, FTWin coming out with what we've been seeing them play: Tri-Slosher, Mini, Cheetech, and that NZAP.
Yeah, we're not going to see a ton of variance in comps, I'd wager, between this, partially because there are only so many choices here, but also partially because for a lot of these players, these are the weapons that they would be playing anyway. Shat going to be using an armor weapon, Daigle going to be on the Mini that he's really pioneered all throughout the game, and of course Campfire going to be dueling with buckets as Ice meets 2 players right there, and it's going to be 2 down right at the start. What else would you expect at the start from these 2 teams?
You know, honestly, not much else. That looked about right. That looked about what we're used to seeing. And with the zone immediately on Starburst's side, FTWin has now pushed up to paint the zone, get the zone on their side. We're seeing Shaq here painting around the side, getting that armor ready, and gonna cap the zone here, hopefully. But it looks like there's kind of a lot of chaos going up on that mid-bridge.
Yeah, chaos always such. How does Biscuit continue to do this? I would watch a compilation of just insane Biscuit inkjet shots, because it seems like that kid's always able to pull through. But you see here, Ant is going to be, I think, kind of the catalyst here, and I'm not just saying this because of the way that the tournament ended yesterday, but he does have the weapon that has the range to deal with what a lot of the members of FTWin are going to throw, but it's not an easy weapon to use at a high level here, so always difficult to pilot that against players of this caliber. As we see, once again, FTWin holding the bridge here, getting set up. They're going to sit on their specials, wait for the counter in the strategy that we've seen so often here. Kyo sharking at the bottom of the screen to try to intercept the push before it starts. But meanwhile, on the other side, looks like a fight over the zone, as so often happens.
Yeah, fight over the zone happening. It looks like 2 went down on the side of FTWin. Didn't necessarily see how they went down, but that's really, really good for Starburst, as they are now able to paint the zone, cap the zone. We're seeing Bran using that Tri-Slosher to shark on the bridge, and kind of looks like he's kind of scoping out, waiting to see if there's going to be any flanks, seeing if he will be able to get any picks. But as Starburst kind of let off that bridge control, FTWin was able to come out in behind that and cap the zone.
Yeah, Kyo has been over on this side the entire time and finally gets taken down by Bran, but earlier when I called out that Kyo was sharking, I don't think that Kyo ever left that spot. Maybe just gave up the zone and was happy to try to get a double. I know oftentimes we talk in Splat Zones about using the points in the timer as sort of a resource, right? If you can give up 20 points, 15 points, maybe a little bit of penalty, but get a full wipe in the process, you'll take that trade every day of the week.
Yeah, definitely a good reason to take that trade. I mean, there's just those moments where you have to tell yourself, okay, it's okay if we give up the zone a little bit. If they get the zone, that's all right. We can come back. We have, you know, the resources or the potential for resources. So definitely that game sense is just something that's really, really important and crucial to recognize. Looks like both teams have all members up right now. Shaq gonna finally go down by Bran and Jared there. I love the way Bran and Jared were teaming up there to get those picks, and now Starburst able to get the zone now that they got those 2 really important picks. And you can see they're trying to figure out where they want to set up here as they are able to get that other pick on Biscuit.
Yeah, all 3 of them there, and you called it out perfectly there. They went forward a little bit, they painted the zone, they got 1 pick, and then there was a moment of kind of jockeying and trying to say, okay, where's the threat coming from? Where do we move? And getting caught up and tripping there, that is one of the easier picks you'll see Biscuit get over this, and I thought Biscuit was going to absolutely annihilate that jumper for a moment there and gets Brand for good measure because you can't have a Biscuit Inkjet without a sick shot. But yeah, I think that slight hesitation there of trying to set themselves up and keep themselves all in the same spot really made FTWin's counter push in a lot easier, and certainly Jared going down to a wayward splat bomb didn't help either.
Yeah, that little bit of hesitation and staggering like that, FTWin knows when they need to take advantage of that. So with Kyo down right now on FTWin, let's see if Starburst is able to push up and take advantage of this. We're seeing Jared pushing up, getting a pick on Shaq, and it looks like he recognizes that with Bran that Kyo, I love that Bran and Jared recognize that Kyo dropped there on the right side. So now, once again, Starburst here. No, they need to paint the zone because they do need to get the lead still, but you can see they're trying to figure out where they need to set up. It looks like FTWin is just acting like really chaotic and aggressive and just dropping constantly on all sides of the map.
Yeah, it's so frustrating to play against good teams on this map because you're like, okay, how are they attacking me from there? Where was I as Bran gets a double there? That is uncharacteristic of FTWin to sit on top of each other like that, and it's a triple for Bran. Probably can't even find the last person, so I was about to say they're set up great for a defense, but now it's going the other way entirely. There's no alternate angles that FTWin's going to be able to take here. They're going to have to be very honest about the way they push here, waiting for Bagel's missiles to try to separate the members of Starburst. They're going to get one opportunity to push this in. That is not a lot of time left.
Not a lot of time left. Kyo going down as Kyo drops on this left side. Looks like Bagel is there to follow. Kyo gets that really crucial pick. And I love that Bagel pushed up behind Kyo, got that pick, painted that left zone, but then their teammates followed around the right side and helped paint the zones. That was awesome.
Yep, sending two people there to the left. Kyo went down really, really quick without being able to do a whole lot, but I mean, Bagel 10 missiles, 12 armors, and Biscuit 6 inkjets. That is a lot of specials, and all were available to them there at the very end. The clutch play by Bagel, and just a great, I guess, overall game plan there from FTWin on that last take back there, waiting for Bagel's missiles to separate them there. You get to track, you get to target. From there, popping the armor at the right time. Even as Kyo got taken down, the two people who jumped on Kyo were right available for Bagel to get rid of there. And the Mini, if it comes into a fight with a charge already built there, it is very, very difficult to get out of there without taking any damage. And now FTWin, looking sharp here, looking like the first half of yesterday's Grand Finals.
Yeah, they are looking sharp. They were, man, that was awesome. They came into that, looks like they made that game plan really fast, and they knew exactly how they wanted to do that, and they were able to capitalize on it really fast. So we will be going into the next match here, which will be Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy.
Oh, man, never seen this one before. Never.
Who is she?
I was trying to think of something clever there. I couldn't. The G Fuel hasn't hit just yet, but Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy here. This has been a darling of the scene since day one. There we go. I can actually say that now, and it fit thematically. But you know, this has been maybe one of the most talked about map and mode combinations, but it just plays to the strengths of Tower Control. You have to be active, you have to push ahead, but you can't push so far ahead that you leave the tower exposed. There's a lot of avenues for counterattacks. I'm a noted Tower Control hater, but even I like this one.
Yeah, when I think of Tower Control maps, this is always one that comes to my head that I prefer and I like. So, and it stayed true throughout the entirety of the game's, history. It's always something that will show up in tournaments. So as we start out here, we are seeing weapons come out. Looks like pretty much the same that we have been seeing from both teams. An immediate pick on Jared. So that is really good for FTWin as they're able to immediately push up into mid, take the tower, and start gaining ground.
Yeah, and we haven't really talked a ton about the double burst bomb comp that FTWin is able to bring to these fights with this choice of weapons here. But both Kyo and Bagel are going to have a great time knocking off armors here, getting a lot of chip damage that makes Biscuit's job a little bit easier, and really the job easier for everyone else. And they've got two lethal bombs outside of those even. So FTWin, always been a proponent of, hey, bombs are really broken, let's just use those. And we're seeing that here already.
Yeah, especially this tournament in particular, there's been so many teams running double armor, so those double burst bombs are going to be really good for breaking armors constantly if they're paired up, and that's exactly what FTWin has been doing. Jared, oh my gosh, that sneaky little check. I have never seen someone do that. That was really impressive, and that who was able to turn around and get that pick. That was impressive.
I mean, what? Shaq once again is the villain. What a buzzkill here. Jared makes a huge play and you come in and clean it out. Always Shaq's fault here. But as Shaq runs back, got picked out again. There we see the burst bombs coming out of Kyo and doing exactly what we said they'd do, as Kyo again breaks off an armor with that and does even more cheap free damage here. But I mean, that's just kind of how this game is going to go, right? Look at this. We're 90 seconds into the game. It's 95-91. Teams are just going to continue trading. They pair up so well. They do chip damage so well. They time their specials so well. They're not going to make the big error here. Well, we hope not.
Yeah, we hope not. And I mean, we're seeing that from both of these teams. They know how to pair together. They know how to play against the other team. And so it's just really, it's like who can get those big picks first. It looks like each team has one member down. On the side of Starburst, they have 2 members down. So let's see if FTWin is able to take the tower and maybe take advantage of this.
Yeah, they do know that one's down here, and Biscuit's going to get the unenviable job of chasing down, and actually doesn't even have to fight here, so Biscuit's going to be able to get back up and use this inkjet really quickly, potentially earlier than if that fight had been taken here. Needs to melt off a couple armors, and would desperately love to find a pick here, especially clearing up that top left side. Kyo's in a great spot. That's the second armor. They've rotated both of them here, trying to use some bombs to move Kyo up into a position to attack, but instead has to rotate back, and this little chess match here of trying not to show their hand too early and use the specials really went in favor of Starburst. I know some points got scored there, but that could have gotten very ugly. And as I say that, it does get ugly. 3 down. Jared desperately trying to get back, but had taken too much chip damage.
Wow. Starburst's defensive specials were really well there, but I love the way that FTWin was able to stay alive, make sure they had that armor ready. That was really important for them. And now FTWin has been able to push the tower past the first checkpoint, the second checkpoint, and now they are continuing to score points as 2 members of Starburst are down.
Oh, Biscuit started this push with an inkjet, and it's just such a classical move here. Has another inkjet ready once the push is really starting to hit the point of no return. Chat gonna try to dance around here, not do anything too fancy, build up that second armor here, and is gonna get past that second checkpoint without any real resistance. Bagel's pushed up, Kyo is fighting, Ant's gonna try, but there's nothing left. And after such a great defensive battle there to keep him pushed back, it is going to go the way of FTWin. And Rissa, you brought up something great there, talking about how the specials were used at the right time, but they didn't get any picks, and that really hurts.
Yeah, that's always like so important. You're pairing up specials to be able to help push your team through the specials to get picks, but unfortunately for Starburst, they weren't able to get any picks through that, and FTWin did a great job at staying alive, and staying alive through that defensive special push that Starburst did was great for FTWin, because we saw how Starburst didn't have any specials, and FTWin was able to take advantage of that with their specials push up. We saw Biscuit's inkjet, and it just snowballed from there.
All right, so this is the point where we say, all right, well, the FTWin one game away from getting a victory over Starburst. Let's see if today goes a little different. I know it's different rosters, and we can only funny this one so many times, but I do want to remind everybody that reverse sweeps between these two teams, close sets between these teams, are nothing new. So as we move to Rainmaker, Sturgeon, Shipyard, we'll see what they've got in store.
Yeah, and of all maps for this potential Game 3 to be on, Rainmaker Sturgeon is quite an interesting Rainmaker map. It can get really chaotic, depending on if you want to push the left or the right route. And it can be really hard to get in positions to push the Rainmaker, but then sometimes there's that, of course, crazy Rainmaker moment that can happen where someone's able to get the perfect moment to push the Rainmaker. So this one can be really stally, though, and with these two teams for a potential Game 3 winning game for FTWin, this is definitely shaping up to be really interesting.
It will be indeed. Can't wait to see. It seems like on this map, when the big pushes happen, someone always gets loose in the opponent's territory and is able to find a pick and snowball that all the way through. And we actually are going to see Ice go back to the heavy splatling here. A very interesting choice here, and I mean, clearly we've seen that Ice has no trouble building up specials with this, and maybe they felt like they just needed a little more range. There's a lot of benefits to this pick to bring it out here. Of course, the GG Ray being most paramount, but I like the change here when your back is against the wall.
Yeah, I like that too. And as we're starting out here, though, One is immediately down on the side of Starburst. Ice here trying to just hold this. Looks like Ice was holding the sniper area. Tried to push up a little bit aggressively, but is forced to back up here. I think Ice recognizes definitely that they have that Stingray ready, and FTWin is in the position to grab the Rainmaker. Bagel does grab the Rainmaker, and Ice did try to stop the Rainmaker there with that Stingray, but was called out. I didn't see who got that pick on Ice, but that was really important for FTWin.
Yeah, a huge pick there, and Kyo had just run face forward into the Rainmaker and got that pick, and is even able to get out as well. So a great overall scenario for Kyo, and is now going to take out Ice and gets another one there. So Kyo on a tear here. That's going to be the main defensive resources gone for Starburst. We'll see if FTWin is able to turn that into a push here. Jared's in a great spot, and potentially popping the Rainmaker there. If there wasn't any resistance, that probably would have done it, but Bagel was there to do enough pre-firing to make sure that no pop was going to be able to take them out.
Yeah, and now Bagel has grabbed the Rainmaker once again, starting to try and push it, but Ice had that Stingray at the ready once again, which is exactly what Ice wants with that heavy Splatling, to have those Stingrays at the ready. But, you know, Starburst hasn't really gotten in a position yet to get mid to get the Rainmaker on their side, so looks like they're working to push FTWin back a little bit, but FTWin's doing a great job at just kind of holding mid in their snipe area.
Yeah, holding it there, and I believe they were able to pick out Bran as well. The best opportunity they had was when Kyo was sharking around and was able to get the pick on the Rainmaker, exposing himself maybe a little bit too early. Kyo being down means Ice is not going to have anybody around who's going to be able to punish this Rainmaker. Would love to find a pick there on Biscuit. Isn't going to be able to find it, but they have all three of their attackers push forward. Maybe going to opt to take it to the right side. Kyo is there waiting, and there aren't a lot of people there. Bagel rotating back over. Ice might opt to just push this forward and take what he can get with all the specials and bombs going forward, and it's not going to be enough to even take the lead, Rissa.
It's not. That was so close, but just not quite enough to get the lead. Kyo was right there guarding with those burst bombs, and you can see FTWin knows exactly where Jared is. Jared tried to get that splashdown off, but it was unfortunately immediately called out by 3 members of FTWin. So Bagel backing up to grab the Rainmaker, and once again, getting a push going from FTWin. FTWin actually opting to go on this right side. Bagel making it up that right window area too. I like that they immediately just pushed the Rainmaker. They didn't necessarily get tons of points, but that makes it that much harder for Starburst to get in a position to push.
Well, and such a decisive decision too. Like when we went to the overhead view there, all 3 members of FTWin were already there. They just needed the Rainmaker to catch up, and frankly, Ice was the only person on the map who could do anything about that push. Now, thankfully for Starburst's sake, Ice was able to get those picks, but that's just such an FTWin moment. There's no hesitation, no indecision. They were in the position to make that a game-winning push if the opponent didn't execute perfectly. They did, but that kind of pressure will crack eventually.
It will, and as we're seeing the Rainmaker reset here, there's 2 members of FTWin down. This could be a really, really important moment for Starburst. A complete wipe on FTWin. Taco Bell here hearing the Rainmaker pushing it with their teammates and gets the lead and is able to get another pick, but unfortunately it goes down. But man, that complete wipe on FTWin was a really important moment for Starburst to get that lead.
And look at this, a wipe coming back the other way very quickly is going to mean that they're going to be able to set up their attack. And look at this, Kyo and Bran already fighting, and an immediate pick by Bran. That's huge. That was the advancing force for FTWin. And now look at this, the danger zone is already shut down. The Rainmaker already taking out a huge, huge win in that 1v1 there by Bran to stop that push before it ever really got started.
Bran here guarding the Rainmaker. We can see that he is not gonna let down holding this position. Oh my gosh, it's interesting. Biscuit's sharking in this area, and then Bran was sharking right next to Biscuit, essentially. But Bran there actually snuck and grabbed the Rainmaker instead of sharking there. So now Starburst has to back up and regroup. Kyo is in their base. Ice is trying to get the Stingray off, but Kyo is in their base. Missiles coming out from FTWin. Also, we only have 15 seconds left of this match. 2 members of Starburst down right now. Let's see if Shaq can get something going.
Oh, this is very precarious here. Those points are going to fly off. Just a couple more, move forward, and he gets it to 42, and then some. Not able to hold it until the end here, so there is going to be an opportunity potentially if they clear out Kyo, and they do. Great call out to bring it back over to the left side there, and all of those specials, Kyo being pushed up, Biscuit's Inkjet, all used to make sure that Ice could not take out that Rainmaker with the Stingray. What a heavy-handed play, and now I mean, if you're going to do it, if you're going to make the comeback, it's going to be a difficult one.
Yeah, you have to get past 37. So Ice here holding the Rainmaker. Remember, Ice is the one who does have the Stingray, so they won't have a Stingray ready for this push. It's going to be up to Starburst to get picks on FTWin to get a push going at all. We're seeing, oh no, unfortunately 2 members of Starburst go down. Ice is stuck in this right-hand corner. We're seeing 3 members of FTWin just targeting that Rainmaker, and they do stop the Rainmaker, so that game will be going to FTWin.
Okay, I can breathe now, and my goodness, what a great last 2 minutes of that game. After at the start it was, you called it at the very beginning of this, said that this map can be a little stally, and it was. Yeah. Both teams applying decent pressure, decent attacking chances to get it to the 90, the 70 mark, maybe the 60 mark, and then suddenly both teams with absolute haymakers going back and forth. And of course, a dominating performance there. Congratulations to FTWin for getting their win. But I think another very, very fun and instructive set between these two powerhouses.
Yeah, that was a really, really fun set to watch, especially, you know, with the rules that were in place for this tournament. That made it just even more fun than what we're used to seeing from these two teams. So GG's to both teams and GG's to Starburst. That was awesome to watch and be able to commentate. So with FTWin winning this game and this set, that means they will be going on, moving up to grand finals to face Kings once again.
Yeah, this is another classic, which kind of feels weird to say here, but IPL and Kings go hand in hand. Kings, a very, very strong team, came over to compete in Super Jump as well, had an incredible performance, and is bringing essentially the same roster here, maybe even a slightly better roster. I know that they have Shelton, who reminded me very painfully how good the heavy Splatling is and exactly how many arrays it can build up. I know Shemepi hasn't been playing here, but Shemepi, arguably the greatest pure shooter player on the planet, period. Like, there aren't a ton of other people who have claim to that throne. Clicks has been moving, and of course, Terra, the ever-consistent objective armor player for them as well. It's not a secret that they're sitting in grands for the right reasons.
Yeah, and they were the ones who did knock FTWin into the loser side of the bracket, so this will be another rematch for FTWin that we get to watch on stream and see if FTWin is able to get the bracket reset on Kings.
Yep, a lot of victories that they'll have to get over a very, very strong team if they want to even have a chance here. But I'm waiting for word from on high here to know if I can get my shill game on here, Rissa. I know that we have some talking points that we have not yet done, and oh boy, I'm champing at the bit here to do it. Just waiting for the word from on high. Beta's typing. Shill is chill, so it sounds to me like that's a yes. So welcome to the talking points, everybody. The YCH raffle. I did not know what that meant before I asked Mellana about it. Your character here raffle. We have partnered with the amazing Namachi to set up a YCH raffle for launch day. Donate 10 or more to the tournament prize pool to automatically be entered into the raffle for a chance to have your Splatoon character design added to the artwork shown on screen. So Namachi, a fantastic artist. I know our last two lovely commentators, Mellana and Melissa, talked at length about their own experiences working with Namachi and how great of a job they do as an artist. And then, Rissa, I'll give you the Low Ink read here. Tell the good people.
All right, so Low Ink is actually next weekend, and if you don't know or haven't heard of Low Ink is a monthly 2-day event that takes place over a weekend. The tournament bars entry to anyone past the skill cap to help you get matches that are closer to your skill level. So if you are a lower level competitive player, definitely check that out. It's going to be next weekend. And Nine, I'll let you talk about the last talking point.
Oh, High Ink. The Low Ink Invitational returned. High Ink 2 features 16 teams that got banned from Low Ink. So clearly they were banned for behavioral reasons and not because they graduated out of Low Ink. Fans of Low Ink should look forward to seeing these teams return to Face Off. High Ink will be live right here on IPL on December 4th. So please support IPL's work. They have been, to say that this is a group that has built everything. I don't use that word lightly. They've built it all the way up from the start of just running a few events, a few tweets here and there, to becoming a true powerhouse in the world of Splatoon, Splatoon productions, Splatoon events, any way that you want to say it. show up to High Ink to support it. And of course, thank you to IPL for all the wonderful work you do for this scene.
Yeah, it's amazing to think about, back in, it's been about a year since IPL first started, I think, a little bit over that. And it's really cool to think about where they started and everything they've built up and have become, and their production value is just amazing. And we really appreciate what they have done for the community, because we would not be where we are today without IPL. So we definitely appreciate IPL.
All right, well, there are some players starting to trickle in here, so I think we can finally get this little discussion you and I are having. 2 grand finals, and I know that we've kind of talked about these players already. Obviously, most of you very familiar with the members of FTWin, and at this point, you all are probably very familiar with Kings as well. You can see the rosters up on screen here. This is another matchup where we're probably not going to see a ton of variation in weapons. They've got what works. It's just a matter of executing.
Yeah, just a matter of executing. And I was actually telling Nine before this, because I was watching the set before this, before Nine and I, or sets before Nine and I got on stream, and I was looking at Kings, and I was like, wait a second, that Shelton Stingray, I was like, that. I'm having flashbacks to something, and then I remembered it was from last week during Shopping Sprees tournament, and Shelton was playing the Stingray version of the Squeezer and just absolutely just dominating and being crazy with the Stingray, and that's exactly what Shelton has been doing on this tournament but with the heavy splatling. So it's really cool to see the different weapon variations that Shelton is able to use that Stingray on, and just play it so well, and just the way their teammates play around those Stingrays it's just amazing. And FTWin has really been having to, and that the last set that they played against each other, FTWin has been really having to figure out how to counteract that.
Yeah, it's not easy, and there were phases of this game, even in splat zones, where you would see in top-level Japanese gameplay, both sides would just have their Stingrays or stay back at the start, paint for Stingray as their other 3 members just ran towards zone. And it was always this really interesting way to go about it, where you were banking on that Stingray getting 1 or 2 people and that being an even trade-off. But clearly some of that as residual skill has stuck with these players, and Shelton is one of those players that has an argument of being one of the best Splatoon players in the world. Was actually participating in the Splatoon Top Players Championship either earlier today or yesterday, depending on time zone, and did come out victorious there. So you talk about accolades, not too many accolades greater than that one.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's really cool to know that background on that. And that totally comes to show how just awesome Shelton is as a player.
All right, and we are moving into this right now. You can see Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track is where we will get started here. Terrifying map to play on, frankly. I don't have anything else to say about it. It's Rainmaker here. Points just fly off the board, and I don't know where they go.
Yeah, they do. I mean, thinking of like Kyo on probably the Tri-Slosher here. It's just going to get so chaotic and then of course the way that Kings has been playing, working around Shelton's Stingrays, that's going to come into play here and be really helpful for them to stop pushes or continue pushes. And once one team or the other can just push the Rainmaker past that elbow area, it can get really, really chaotic, and that's what I am expecting to see a lot of on this.
And a reminder to everybody that it will be counter picks after this, so that's why if you've been watching all throughout here and you're a little bit uncertain as to why the maps and modes aren't showing up here, it is counter picks, so these players will have a bit of input here on their destiny, their fate. So we've talked a lot about the weapons, the maps, things from there, and I like the... counterpicking with this map list is so fun. I'll even say funny here, because at some point you're going to have to counterpick either onto something your opponent won on or a map that you just really don't like.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. So that'll make it really interesting, especially since there's so many matches to be played in this grand finals. I mean, all sorts of things can happen, and it's going to be fun to see how that works out. So all teams have readied up, and we are going to be going into Game 1 of Grand Finals, Kings versus FTWin on Rainmaker Humpback. We are starting the game here, and let's see what weapons we have from each team.
All right, taking a look here. We said it before, don't expect anything too crazy. I think the most intriguing pick out of here is actually Kyo moving not onto the Tri-Slosher, but instead onto the Vanilla Slosher. This is a weapon and a kit that's always been pretty good, especially once missiles started to get a little bit better. Now you realize, oh, that has the same as the Kensa Splatter Shot, which I guess if we're on launch day, that weapon doesn't exist yet, but still, it's very interesting. I thought his Tri-Slosher was playing pretty well, maybe wanted to have that bomb at the ready, maybe wanted to go with that, but we'll see how they can operate without the same chip damage that Double Burst Bomb gave them.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I remember seeing these two teams play earlier in the tournament, and Kyo actually switched to the Slosher after a couple games, and I think maybe they want to use that double missile as a counter to the Stingray. So Shelton on the heavy Splatling flanking. You don't see that a lot. The heavy Splatling leads the charge. Shaq able to finally drop down and get that Rainmaker, and Shelton finally called out there by those missiles. But man, you don't see the heavy Splatling leading a flank, do ya?
No, and credit to Shaq. That one might not show up on the highlight board at the end of it, but if Shaq had not been able to avoid that, if Shelton had been able to get both of those players, that push might have ended the game right there. So credit Shaq for being able to juke his way through and clear that up. Such a Shaq play, too. Of course, it doesn't show up on a highlight reel, but you had to make it to win the game anyway. But FTWin doing a great job of pushing that aside, and again, just to kind of reiterate what you said there, Shelton moving forward, so fun to see backliners do that.
Yeah, really fun to see backliners lead the way like that, especially on a heavy Splatling. If that charge is at the ready, Shelton will just be there to put a stop to anything you're doing. So as the Rainmaker has reset into mid, both teams are kind of painting around, trying to get picks going. We're seeing Biscuit using that Inkjet to get a pick. Looks like he does succeed in getting one pick on Kings, and two members, Shelton's down, so that's really important for FTWin. That Stingray is down, and FTWin recognizes that. Shaq immediately grabbing the Rainmaker and pushing it on this left side. Let's see if he's able to climb up this. We're seeing this Inkjet come out from Click. Shaq successfully climbs up this left side and gets the points all the way to 18.
Yeah, a huge push there, and very good patience from Shaq, waiting out that attack, waiting out Rel Real spawn, and waiting out really everything there to take the points when necessary. And an 18 will get you a win more often than not on this map. So if they can get around this Stingray, they might be able to do it in a very timely Inkjet by Biscuit to ensure that at the very least you weren't going to be able to aim at the ground and at an Inkjet at the same time. So even though that's still a pretty dangerous spot for the Rainmaker to be in, the immediate threat of the double special is certainly gone, and you see the members of Kings having to scramble and just try to hold mid to grab the Rainmaker again and give it another shot.
Yeah, we're seeing Kings just holding mid here. They know the Rainmaker is going to reset, so they want to set themselves up in good positions to counteract getting the Rainmaker. Looks like a trade coming out from Real and Biscuit, and now Kyo sharking this right side, waiting for the Rainmaker to pop. Kings has called out, see that Kyo is right there sharking, but Kyo is forced to jump back. Now Kings does have mid here, but they do have Terra down, so they are starting to push up and act really aggressively. It looks like they're waiting for Terra to come back and grab that Rainmaker.
Yeah, I think that's really the Kings' I guess, MO here is they know that Terra's always going to be their objective pusher, and so they know that as soon as there's any daylight, they can move forward here, and Terra's going to follow behind. Shelton needs to get the pick early, doesn't. Vega was able to clear it out just in time. This is still such a commanding spot for Shelton to be, and Shelton is going to opt to back up and use, I'm presuming, the Stingray here. I was wondering if they were going to give up that prime real estate to do it. They've decided to, and that might have actually given FTWin enough time to get back on the defensive side. So a very interesting decision there.
Yeah, really interesting decision, because now that Splatling pressure is no longer leading the charge of this Rainmaker, but as Biscuit goes down on the side of FTWin, we're seeing Real here, Real just trying to carefully shoot these Rainmaker shots to get an opening to push the Rainmaker. Terra does go down, and with two members down of FTWin though, these missiles coming out and back up Real a little bit. This is so... There's only one member up of FTWin right now. Real recognizes that and is finally going to be able to try and push up. They have to play this so carefully.
There's so many bombs, so much chip damage. Real backed up. There was actually real estate there, but the members of FTWin just getting a little bit too aggressive attacking. They didn't have a choice, in fairness, and Real is finally going to take the fish to the promised land. so scary there. If they could have just held out a few more seconds, they might have clutched it. But that's why we said it's a scary map, Rissa.
Yeah, it always comes down to, when you go around that elbow area, it can get so chaotic, especially if your team, like FTWin there, was all at their spawn. They knew that they just needed to stop the Rainmaker at least, not necessarily get any more picks in that, but just stop the Rainmaker and get it out of there. But unfortunately, Real there carrying the Rainmaker did a really great job at waiting for their teammates to clear out the area ahead of them.
Yeah, and patience is kind of the name of the game with this one, but I feel like when I'm patient, I just give my opponents too much time and they set up their defense again to know exactly when it's time to stop being patient, right? There were a couple times where it looked like the path was clear enough to maybe steal enough points to maybe get the lead. They set back just long enough, understanding that FTWin was going to have to try to make a play at some point and run down. They were going to run out of ink. They weren't going to build their specials in time, and waiting for that point of no return. Just a great job all around. And really that last, I would say, minute and a half, 2 minutes of gameplay was all sort of one big extended push.
It was set up, really, really great from the start of when we saw Shelton on that, area that we were talking about in FTWin's base. But then they backed up into mid, Stingray, and then that kind of just allowed Kings to set up around that kind of stally Stingray that happened. And it was just an extended push from King's side, and they just did a really good job at just extending that and making sure they were, like you said, patient. That patience really, really came in clutch for them. And now we get to see, so since the rest of these games that we'll get to see on stream are counter picks, the counter pick that has come out from FTWin is Splat Zones on the Reef.
Splat Zones on the Reef. And a reminder to everybody, as Rissa just said, the only restriction here with that counterpick system is you cannot counterpick to the last mode you won on. So really a lot of opportunities for teams to pick different things. I enjoy counterpick systems that aren't super restrictive, so this is right up my alley in terms of what I enjoy. And in the last set these two played, it was Inkblot Art Academy, I believe, Splat Zones, where FTWin was able to get their win against this team. So it makes sense you come back to a mode that you're most comfortable on here and where you feel like you may have something figured out.
Yeah, and I think that was the mode. I had tried to kind of highlight it, but that game just got so crazy really fast. FTWin was playing double armor against Kings, and then once they switched over to playing double missiles instead of double armor, it was actually working out a lot better for them against Kings. So I'm guessing, maybe they want to just try and have missiles at the ready for the Stingray, or just for anything in general. Missiles are great just in general, but I think they are really highlighting that and wanting to use that against Kings in particular.
All right, we'll get started here. We've talked so much about how FTWin plays this map, and we saw in an earlier set. We don't even need to tell you how they're going to play it, because you all are probably very familiar with it. Seemingly attacking from all angles, doing a great job of separating where the threats are and playing around what they do best. Kyo is going to go back to the Tri-Slosher here, whether that's just a map or mode choice, or maybe didn't get what he wanted out of it in the last game. I would expect this to be what we're seeing for pretty much the duration of the set, as Shelton also moves over to that Tri-Slosher.
Ooh, yeah, Shelton not going to be playing a Stingray weapon. That's going to be really interesting to see these Tri-Slosher battles. So immediately that bridge control, it looks like it's going to go to Kings, but Shelton actually was called out there and is going to go down. So FTWin able to keep mid control, keep this bridge control, and also take control of the zones. But as they did that, looks like Shaq went down in that little scuffle that did happen for mid.
Yep, and now Klitz is going to have an opportunity to really pay this, but great maneuver by Biscuit, turning that into his own inkjet. This could be huge. That's 2 down, and if Biscuit can find that shot onto Relreal, isn't able to, that could have been essentially 3 down, and just what great patience again by Biscuit in that micro scenario to know, okay, the previous shot went off. I have just enough time to get 3 shots on with my T-Tech, and that's the precision we have come to expect from these players.
And as we're seeing Relreal here on this left side trying to stay alive, a lot of missiles coming out from Bagel on that mini. And 2 members of FTWin are down right now, so Clicks here on bridge here, just working to call out where exactly FTWin here is here. Clicks is trying to just kind of juggle this mid area, and a lot of armors are on right now for FTWin. So just kind of a lot of micro engagements that are happening. No big picks coming out yet.
No big picks, and really both of these teams are running a very, very similar idea, right? They've got a midliner that is going to be firing off missiles and painting all over the place. They both have armor bots in their end zaps, and then they've got their main attackers on the other side. So you're talking about two teams that have opted to bring the same loadout into the fight here. It's just great to see how the small changes in the middle of the game change, even though they're using the same thing. And if Babel could have gotten that pick, that would have been huge in a horrible, horrible situation. But now things are starting to look a little bit precarious. Keep an eye on the top of the screen as to the specials. Right now, FTWin only has Biscuit's Inkjet, is going to have an armor shortly, but it's going to take a lot more than that to fight through this.
Yeah, finally they do have the armor ready. Biscuit, that's Biscuit's cue to Inkjet with that armor, so does create some space with that Inkjet and gets a really good pick on Reel there, so that's going to allow FTWin to come run behind that and get 2 more picks on the side of Kings. You can see they see where this last member of Kings is, and they are able to cap the zone on FTWin's side, so just a lot of really fast armors happening here as Kings immediately armored into that, and they tried to push into that with their Inkjet now, but 2 members of Kings are down right now, and FTWin only has 8 penalty points on their side, so they are so close to getting the lead right here. Looks like the lead is going to swap onto FTWin's side, and just like that, they are setting up for their defense.
Yep, setting up for it as well. And we actually got to see Bagel's cam for a little bit there. I know not always the sexiest gameplay to watch there. You paint the zone, you look forward, you throw a bomb, you fire some missiles here, but that's what gets it done here. That's what adds up those points so very quickly. Less time spent with it neutralized and more time towards you getting more points. And again, Bagel, a pioneer of this weapon for so long as well. Going to rotate back over here, knows his job, going to continue to paint a little bit more, give him a chance. Finally, now there might be a little too much pressure, but immediately backing off, trusting that Kyo and Biscuit are going to get a fight on the other side. They do indeed win that fight. Biscuit recalls back over there, and if they're able to find maybe 1 or 2 more picks, they could take it deeper, but no, Shelton got in the right position, and now with Click's Inkjet, they might be able to take the ridge as well.
Click's Inkjet doing a great job at creating space there and making FTWin have to back up and help their teammates get picks through that Inkjet. So now Kings doing an amazing job at taking this map control that they have been needing and then also painting around to get their specials, keeping this bridge control. We can see Reel uses those missiles because I think they recognize that that Bagel and Kyo combination keeps dropping there on the right side. They need to figure out how to stop that. But Biscuit, once again, with the Inkjet, able to get a really great pick on Reel, and their teammates are able to follow up behind that. And they know that, hey, we just at least need to cap the zone here, give the other team those penalty points, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and really, the way that they had kind of shifted that, there were 2 people that actually got marked by those missiles initially, and I think one of them came all the way back over. There were 3 members of Kings who had rotated over to that right side. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bagel and Biscuit's Inkjet was enough to get 2 picks, and then on top of that, it meant that Bagel would be the first one to get the chance to paint the zone, and there are not many weapons in the game that are going to outpaint a Mini.
That is so true. A Mini with like Bagel just painting the zone, constantly holding it. But guess what? We're in overtime right now, and there's 3 members down of FTWin. Reel uses those missiles to call out where Kyo was there. That was great because now that's essentially a full wipe on FTWin. So Kings right now in overtime has 41 points with their 4-point penalty. They just need to hold it in order to get to 14 points to get the lead on their side. FTWin here trying to get their specials ready. They do armor up, so Biscuit probably waiting for the Inkjet, does use that Inkjet, and their teammates are following up behind that.
Yeah, Biscuit needs to find a pick. This is a very late Inkjet. Had to wait for it. Is able to get 1 pick. Kyo is on the top side fighting. If he can find a pick, they'll get it, and they do. Just enough separation. You saw that Biscuit was waiting for that armor to come in and use the Inkjet. Absolutely had to find a pick because if that Inkjet ran out, that was going to be 2 or 3 seconds that Biscuit wasn't going to be able to do anything towards the zone. In throughout the chaos, Kyo snuck in and got a fight, and it was just enough to allow them to neutralize the zone. And look at the 2 missile farmers on both sides. 11 missiles for Bagel and 12 missiles for Reel.
Oh my gosh, I saw that too as the result screen came up. I was like, wow, that is so many missiles, and it really constantly helped both of the teams and was playing out really well for them. But man, I love the patience that we got to see from Biscuit there. not diving down, because diving down like that and just potentially dying and not waiting for that inkjet armor, that was so crucial for FTWin, and they got the points. The Kings' points were all the way down to 19. It was so close, but the patience that FTWin had there for that push definitely won them that game.
Okay, once again, we can breathe now, and the Splat Zones pick from FTWin proving once again to be the correct pick. Both of the wins they've gotten on Kings have been on Splat Zones here, so expect them to, well, I mean, they can't go back to it now, so if Splat Zones does come back into play, it's going to be later on in the set. Right now, they're going to have to find some answers on some of these others, as now we're going to see what the counterpick from Kings is going to be. We haven't gotten the chance to see a whole lot of them counterpicking for sure.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting. You know, are they going to pick something that might help the Stingray from Shelton? Are they maybe going to pick something, you know, that they can tell that FTWin might not play the best on? That'll be fun to see what their logic is and what they're thinking in terms of a counterpick.
All right, waiting for it to come through here. And as we're doing that, we want to thank everybody once again for joining us here for launch day. We are in grand finals, but you can still hit !donate if you want to add to the prize pool for this tournament, for these teams. And, you know, I forgot exactly where we were at. I forgot what we were trying to do. I think Duracell may have like volunteered an interpretive dance somewhere along the line. So, you know, if you want to see that, go for it. Could be a real engaging content piece.
You know what? Having Dura do interpretive dance as a donation goal, I like the sound of that.
An interpretive dance of how Dura became the Portuguese champion. Now, I would pay good money. I would dress up. I would go to a nice dinner, and I would go out to that as if it was a night at Broadway.
I feel like that's something Dura could be very passionate about, so I would love to see that. That could be a whole ordeal where, you know, there's hors d'oeuvres, we get fancy drinks, everyone dresses up, you know, that sounds great to me.
$100 more and that'll happen. $100 more just came through, just spoke to Dura about it. $100 more and that'll happen. Dura is in chat and he'll confirm all of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sounds about right.
All right, waiting for this. How? Listen, Dura, I don't have a lot of bullets left in the chamber at this point. Okay, I'm running out of options. I've talked entirely too much this weekend, so it was either you or K-Bot, and you were the first name that came to mind. So,
you know, you're the only one that we've seen in chat, so I think it worked.
All right, waiting for the pick still. So, you know, as this is continually going on, I'm going to be able to volunteer more people for donation incentives. Let's see. Let me scroll up. Let's see. JPEG, do you have any talents that we could volunteer here? That we could maybe do this? JPEG will dye his hair blonde. Okay, very good, very good. For $200 more, JPEG will dye his hair blonde. Wonderful.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea.
JPEG with the sure. All right, that's confirmation to me.
It'll look great. Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Just imagining the sweat coming down. Yeah, it'll look great. All right, we finally do have a pick here, and I can finally... You all are free from my tyranny right now as we have the choice. We have Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard coming up, so you all can thank Kings for finally picking something here so that we can... I can stop volunteering people for donation incentives. Regrettably, even with all those prizes, we have not gotten any more donations, so I'm clearly going to have to think of something else, but I think I can stop stalling now.
Gonna have to up the bar, you know, as we go on. But with the counter pick in, so this will be game 3. Each team right now, Kings versus FTWin, each has 1 point of their own. So we will be going on into game 3 here. Tower Control on Sturgeon Shipyard. And remember, since FTWin won the last game, this is Kings counter pick.
Kings counter pick and Tower Control, you know, this is... you said earlier, I wonder if they're going to pick something that will allow Shelton to go back to heavy very comfortably. This probably would be top of list, given the maps that they have available, given the modes that they have available. I think this is going to give them the greatest opportunity to have Shelton jump back if necessary to win the game. But we also have seen Shelton play. Shelton is not a sit back and build Stingray type of Splatling here. There's lots of avenues for Shelton to attack.
Yeah, we, on that first game, Rainmaker Humpback, we saw Shelton push up and be the one leading the Rainmaker on a heavy Splatling. So by no means is Shelton going to be that, anchor weapon that stays back and it farms for Stingrays. So as we start out here, we do see the comps coming out from each side. Shelton, of course, going back to that Stingray on the heavy Splatling. And then on the other side, the main switch up I'm seeing actually is Kyo on that splatter shot, the vanilla splatter shot, the version with the splashdown.
Yeah, splashdown and maybe more importantly, the burst bombs here. So I think they have kind of identified that they need that chip damage if they're going to keep pace here. They know that they're going to have to go through double armor regardless of what they pick. So this has been something I remember even back when the dualies were really popular. Double burst bomb was always seen as a way to do a little bit of damage and at least mitigate some of the threat from more mobile threats and certainly armored mobile threats.
Yeah, those double burst bombs are going to be really crucial for breaking armors. And right now, Kyo using that splashdown. Woo, we got to see splashdown actually,
I don't believe it.
We actually got to see a splashdown finish there and get a kill. So Kyo there proven to be really good with that vanilla splatter shot immediately. So as the tower did push up to 46 point on the side of Kings, FTWin did a great job at stopping that, and now FTWin showing a lot of presence in Kings' side of the map.
They are, but Relreal was the last person that was really in any position, has been up there at the top of your screen. You can see this entire time, and 3 members of FTWin rotated back to try to deal with that threat that allowed 2 members to go down, but I guess the remaining 2 members were just a little bit too much, did not let Kings get a push started, even in that weird kind of in-between push scenario there. So credit to members of FTWin, as always, for having the presence to know exactly how many resources to dedicate to a potential threat.
They do, and now as FTWin, was focusing behind, they are doing a great job at coming back into mid here, making sure they have that mid presence. Bagel going to use these missiles to allow Kyo and Biscuit to push up through them, as Kyo and Biscuit are both taking the snipe area very beautifully. But unfortunately, Shat goes down as they were starting to push the tower up to this first checkpoint. So Bagel and Biscuit, the last 2 members of FTWin up, they're having to back up a little bit as Kings is pushing back into mid. You can see they're trying not to give up too much ground as they wait for their teammates, but they do have to give up quite a bit of ground as Kings is coming into mid here together to push the tower.
Yeah, it's such a frustrating inevitability, right? If this push is going to go the distance and get us the lead back, because it would need to be a big push, we have to do something about this Stingray. Either pressure them ahead of time, get Shelton off position there. But as soon as you dedicate any time, any resources to trying to do that, that just means that you've got one less person that can do anything about the tower. As that's going on, Stingray is going to be hitting multiple people who are around the tower's area. So just a very, very tough position to be in. And that's why, again, if it's going to be a big push, a lot of things have to go right. A huge inkjet shot by Biscuit to clear the tower there. Click's going to get another one too. So both sides trading big shots. Both sides trading again with 2 attackers. Somehow in the midst of it all, Bagel comes forward and is going to be able to paint around the tower to stop that push. That was a very hectic few seconds.
It was so hectic. Inkjet 1v1 happening, Inkjet picks going on from both sides, and now both members trying to fight to get mid here, as Bagel was the first one here painting into mid. Bagel gonna take the tower as there is 1 member of Kings down. So this is gonna be, a moment that maybe FTWin can take advantage of and try and push up and get in a position to take the tower. We're seeing now this time, instead of Kyo and Biscuit on the snipe area, it's Bagel and Biscuit taking the snipe spinner area. Shaq once again riding the tower, and there's 3 members of Kings down right now as Shaq is sitting through this first checkpoint. That's essentially a full wipe. Shaq just safely sitting on the tower. Their teammates are doing such a good job at leading this charge.
Yeah, and forget the lead here. This one might go even further. Again, FTWin, we talked about it in an earlier game, the decisiveness to immediately move forward and attack. They were able to take out Shelton very early on in that push, so there was no chance that Stingray was going to be at all a presence here. And meanwhile, all this painting, all of this fighting has allowed FTWin to go through a second cycle of everybody having their special. And look at that, even using a splashdown to clear the tower of any bombs, Biscuit has already rotated back to attack the one person who could really pose a threat to the tower. They're gonna again trade around the tower here and melt more time off the clock. What a beautifully executed push all the way through, and it's still not done.
It's still not done. Shaq here just juggling the tower. That's important to do as the support player, knowing when to juggle the tower, just making sure you're baiting it as much as you can. Shaq does go down, unfortunately, but I mean, having the tower baited over this far onto King's side of the base is really good for FTWin because they'll have more time to be able to push up into mid and paint to get specials, as Kings has to work to get the tower back into mid and then push it to get the lead onto FTWin's side. So Shelton gonna actually start out the push that Kings has with the Stingray early on, because maybe, you know, Shelton will be able to get another Stingray later on down the line. And armor coming out immediately as Terra is the one riding the tower right now. A second armor coming out. And then on the other side, there's another Inkjet 1v1 happening.
Too much damage at the tower here. Relreal's gonna try to get back, and they were, I guess, waiting on Clicks to jump in. Shelton coming in too, but just too much damage on the tower. Like you said there, they had maybe a good setup, but FTWin's survivability just too much. Continue throwing lethal bombs on the tower. Eventually, even with armor, you're gonna get popped off. What a great response there from FTWin to really take control of this set.
Yeah, it was really, really prevalent there, and like obvious on FTWin's side. They had the tower had to come all the way back into mid for Kings, and then that gave FTWin all that time to be able to paint and get specials, and have specials ready for their defense, and that really showed through there because they were able to throw everything at that tower and then just get the tower through that. So very well played from FTWin.
Very well played, and I mean, this has been the responses in all of these games from both of these teams, right? It's been, I would say, I don't want to say back and forth because I feel like that's simplifying it too much, but it's shown that both of these teams, when they have the opportunity to make their game-winning push, or at the very least, like their game-clinching push, they take it. I haven't seen too many surrendered opportunities, and that's really the sign that both of these teams are playing well. Of course, there's individual moments, and every player always feels like they could have done better. But, I mean, it's great when these top teams are executing against each other, because I feel like there are always moments in Splatoon where you're like, yeah, it doesn't matter who was on the defensive side. That was going to go the distance no matter what.
Yeah, it really does, and it really, really shows through. I mean, I think that's a really good point that you made, Nine. Like, it's oversimplifying it, saying that both teams essentially, it's back and forth, you know. Both of these teams have been working around each other. It feels like, you know, there's these little details they're trying to morph to play against each other throughout this whole set and this whole tournament, too, where they've been trying to morph to play around each other. And it's really showing through here on how well they can morph to play around each other and try and counter what each other keeps throwing at them.
Yeah, and I think the other fun thing about it, too, is when a lot of people think of countering in Splatoon, they would think of, oh, you change your comp up. But we're going to see, again, with maybe Shelton changing between backline and bucket, depending, we're going to see pretty much the same thing every single game here between these two. And yes, again, part of that is because of the launch day format, but a lot of these weapons are weapons, or at least variants of them, that these players would be using anyway. So it's always cool to see the adaptation and the countering be mid-game moments, as you all will get to see the list of the weapons that are playable. What are Brellas, Rissa? I've never heard of them.
Never heard of them. I mean, this is the beginning of Splatoon 2. You know, what's a Brella?
I think they showed it in a trailer, and I think Marie is holding on to one in single player. Yeah, really disappointed in this single player here because Octo expansion doesn't exist yet. So, I mean, clearly all the people who are using Octoling models are just hacking, just like they did back in Splatoon 1.
Yeah, you know, I guess we don't have rules against hackers here, but that's okay. It's okay.
Oh, God, the Bloblobber doesn't exist yet. Oh, I just got sad. We haven't even I don't even think we've data mined it yet. That's not going to happen for another year. Oh man, it really is a shame though that 52 gal is so bad. You know, I can't really see any world in which that weapon, especially that main weapon, ever finds its way into this game. But I don't know, for all you 52 gal mains coming out of Splatoon 1 where it was a dominant weapon, stay strong. I myself was a 52 gal main back in Splatoon 1 alongside the Barry Splattershot Pro, another weapon that's really suffering here at the start of the game. So to all of you Splattershot Pro mains and 52 gal mains out there, just stick it out. I'm sure your day will come.
Yeah. You know, the RNG right now on the 52 gal is, not the best. And maybe one day, Splatoon Nintendo will help you out. But, you know, today's not the day.
Well, we are waiting again. I guess I'll just have open season here. Who can I volunteer for something now for more donations? Let's see. Pick a name for me, Rissa. Who am I volunteering for this?
There is... Well, have you done anything for Barry yet?
Barry was part of that huge conglomerate with K-Bot and Mellana. That was if we hit $2,000 though, so that one might... that one will just stay under wraps until the next event, I suppose.
You know, we haven't done K-Bot yet, I'm just saying.
Ooh, K-Bots. Is K-Bot even here? I feel guilty volunteering someone who isn't here.
There is Popgun. That's another one.
Ooh, Popgun recently followed me on Twitter, and I gotta say, that was my biggest victory from yesterday, is finally getting the Popgun follow.
Okay.
So, I'm saying that I don't want to volunteer Popgun for anything in fear that he might rescind that less than 48 hours after giving it to
me. I'm like trying to look at everyone in the viewers list. Let's see. Yeah, what if... I was like, what if we volunteer one of the players? Shaq or Kyo. Yeah, but they're playing, so they can't.
I was gonna say, yeah, they're focused right now. Help me out here. Can Purdue Splatoon do something here? I'm trying to think of a fun pun with the word Purdue. Doodles. All the members of Purdue Splatoon will sketch out their favorite Splatoon player. There you go. If we hit another $50, all the members of Purdue Splatoon will do that.
The Perdoodles.
The Perdoodles. And they'll stream it too. Perdoodles. Make it happen, Magic. All right. Well, stalled long enough. We have a game. Oh, I spoke too long because the maps just changed. No!
Aww.
We do know what it's going to be, though. Splat Zone's Humpback Pump Track.
Oh, so we will be going back to Humpback Pump Track, but in this time it'll be in the Splat Zones form. So that is King's counterpick. That'll be interesting to see.
Yep. So this is really intriguing because I feel like when we see Splat Zone's Humpback Pump Track, this is one of the few maps where you just throw the rules out the window, right? We've seen upwards of somewhere close to 20 Booyah Bombs be thrown between two teams in a grand finals match, mind you. Of course, that doesn't exist yet. I have no idea what that is. Don't even know why I'm saying it. So I'm curious here if we're just going to see much of the same or if one of them does have something specifically cooked up for this.
Wait a second. This is going to be interesting. Splat Zone's Humpback with no Booyah Bombs. Ooh, I didn't even think of that. That'll be really interesting because whenever I see Splat Zone's Humpback, if there's not two Booyah Bombs on a team, there's at least one, and that is really critical for helping capping the zone. So there will be no Booyah Bombs going into this.
No Booyah Bombs doesn't exist yet, but well, and there's not even any bubbles either. Those don't exist. Oh my goodness. I was wondering why I was so happy with everything going on so far. It's because those don't exist yet. So we're not even going to see that conventional. I remember Kaji for a long time could just take a zone field seemingly whenever she wanted because, you know, she always had bubbles. And that was a strategy that KP used to use on this map in particular. And of course, when the remix came out, that changed a little bit. But again, yeah, I'm very curious to see what these teams have brought out, or if it is just a scenario where they're like, okay, well, we like splat zones and we've got 5 maps to choose from, so we'll just go with this.
Yeah, if there's a specific weapon pool that they want to use, I'm sure as you said before, I'm sure they're going to play similar weapons to what we have been seeing them play. But I guess it's going to be more so how they play them and how we see them use the specials that they do have at hand to get to the zone and to cap the zone, because we're so used to, in modern day here, seeing booyah bombs and bubbles to help cap the zone just easily. So we won't be seeing that, and it's going to be fun to see how these teams use the specials they have at hand to cap the zone fast.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map or the weapon choices. There really aren't even a ton of bomb rush choices here. So, you could kind of make a pseudo variant of it with, maybe a bomb armor bomb combination, something that you'd know a thing or two about, being a junior main.
True. Essentially just using double bombs to help get the zone. You know what? I didn't even think about that too in terms of bomb rush. The splash is very prevalent in modern day too with the bomb rush to help cap the zone. So it's just so interesting watching the game from this perspective of the launch day of the game and seeing how they'll be able to do something like this and cap the zone with the specials they have.
Hey, wait a minute. This isn't the Nerf Junior. Hold on a second. What? We get the stronger Junior. I don't know that any of these teams are going to bring it out, and they don't, but sorry, that just occurred to me, so I had to vocalize it here. It's instead going to be a lot of shooters on both sides, and look at this. Kyo and Clicks going with the vanilla splatter shot. How could I forget the original Zone Painter, Splashdown?
Yes, the original Zone Painter is Splashdown. That is so good, specifically for this map and mode too, because that Splashdown can be so good if you just aim right in the middle, and it just can easily cap the zone. Your teammates are just painting in outs around that. So right now the zone is immediately on the side of Kings, but neither team has a member down right now. They're both trying to kind of painting around, trying to get picks. The zone has swapped over to FTWin's side. Finally, a pick comes out on the side of FTWin getting a pick on a member of Kings, but Kings right now doing a really good job at holding their ground and trying to at least juggle the zone the best they can.
Yeah, they've done a good job, and the decision or the difference maker really in this, I feel like, is going to be Biscuit's Inkjet, and that's a great pick there. And of course, Biscuit does a great Inkjet, but unlike last time, there's not a counter Inkjet, right? So Biscuit's going to have the opportunity to exude a lot of pressure on the members of Kings as they're sitting back. I know right now, sitting back on it, waiting to try to build it, only about halfway there, so they're going to have to go in maybe a little bit early, but that's going to be a real opportunity to put pressure on Shelton, which, has been just kind of sitting back and doing his thing on zone.
Yeah, Shelton sitting back, using that jet squelcher to paint around.
Missiles!
Constantly get missiles as we're seeing another one come out. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of those as we still have 3 minutes left of this match. The zone just keeps juggling, Each team doesn't necessarily have a big point difference. We're seeing the lead and on the side of Kings right now, and their penalty points are completely gone, but FTWin is making sure they have constant counter specials ready to try and get the zone. Kyo actually went on this left side flank to try and get Clicks. Unfortunately, is called out by Clicks there as Tara was there to help Clicks get that pick on Kyo. And now, with 2 members, I didn't see what happened, but now that's essentially 3 members down of Kings, and FTWin was able to just kind of stall that out and slowly paint up and get the zone behind that.
So he's on pace for over 15 missiles. Comfortably on pace for over 15 missiles, I might add. That's 8 already. We're not even halfway through the game, but it's clearly working, and as we said earlier, they don't have a lot to challenge him outside of Biscuit's Inkjets here, and really, it needs to be armored if Biscuit's going to get close enough to do anything. It's just been a scramble in the middle as both of the backliners, I guess pseudo-backliners in this case, are going to continue to use that. More missiles coming out. Biscuit can't even find his footing, and he hasn't even been able to use nearly as many Inkjets as we're accustomed to seeing.
Yeah, the FTWin right now is just having to constantly move around these missiles and making sure they're dodging them, since Shelton always has them at the ready. Shelton here painting around once more to have them ready again, and the lead is actually going to swap over to King's side right now too, as Shelton used those missiles as FTWin was starting to come back in. Biscuit's Inkjet, like Nine was talking about, unfortunately called out there by Shelton too, so just wow. A lot of special coordination happening here. FTWin now able to push in, at least kept the zone, so that was good for FTWin. They now are able to give those 29 penalty points over to King.
Yeah, much needed breather that they're going to have here. And because it did take 2 people to get rid of Biscuit's Inkjet, that did mean it was a 3-on-2 on the top side. And if you give FTWin that type of player advantage, they're eventually going to find a way to break through. A bad spot here for Bagel, who did get taken off guard. A little bit too much damage taken, and I believe Shelton cleaned it up after Relreal moved in. And is now going to move through again. That's 2 armors. The armors are going to be gone here. Biscuit needs to find a couple people with this Inkjet and cannot go down to Shelton. Enough people are going to encroach on Shelton that he's going to jump out, and they might have an opportunity to pull this one back.
They just might, as FTWin is trying everything they can to successfully push up and get the zone. Finally, Bagel actually coming in clutch with those missiles. That is going to push back Kings, and that let FTWin be able to come up behind those missiles and paint the zone. But they need to make sure they're painting around and recognizing they definitely do recognize that there's members of Kings still up and trying to hold their ground. Looks like one member of FTWin is down, and FTWin having to back up here as Kings has got the zone once again.
Oh my goodness. And the fighting here around the zone, when everyone's special numbers are higher than their splats and assists, you just know that is, I mean, that tells you all you need to know about this game is finally they're able to get through the penalty here and add even more points. With 2 down, now 3 down, Relreal, the last one, is probably going to opt to just sit back and fight and maybe try to get a trade here. I don't know that jumping back would have given them a whole lot, but with just 10 seconds left, FTWin doesn't have much to get through here. They're probably only going to have to fight through 1 round of missiles. They have their own round of missiles. Clix is going to desperately try to get to zone. Might be able to get the splashdown in time. They neutralize it just long enough, but no! FTWin pulls it back, and you can see as the splashdown lands, the zone would have gone back the other way. That's how close it was.
Wow, that splashdown hit just as the game was ending, and man, that totally would have capped the zone. And there's those missiles, 15 from Shelton and 12 from Bagel. Holy moly. We were wondering what special would come in, what specials would come in for that map and mode in particular, and man, did we see it from those missiles.
15 missiles. Unreal. Just seemingly eventually maybe I'll go back and look at that and try to calculate mathematically how many seconds pass between each of those missiles. But man, I vote that the next time this tournament happens, we should probably mod back to version 1.0 missiles. I think that would make everybody happy.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. That would be so cool if we could do that, like literally convert everything back to the way it was at the beginning. Oh man, that'd be awesome.
Whew. All right, little time to breathe here. Little time to think. Needed some of it here, but again, thank you to everyone who's still hanging on right now. Again, best of 7 here for our grand finals here. You can see FTWin, commanding position here, up 3-1 over Kings. Not easy games here. Both of the Splat Zones games right down to the wire. Tower control, a very scary game as well that FTWin managed to pull out here. And it is going to be Splat Zones on Starfish main stage. So Kings opting to stick with Splat Zones despite FTWin winning the last 2 games. I mean, if you lose 2 games like that, you have to feel like, okay, we're going to get it eventually, right? This can't keep happening to it.
Yeah, definitely have to be thinking that. And it's important to note, too, that if FTWin wins this game, they will win the set. But since FTWin did come from the loser side of the bracket, that will trigger a bracket reset, and we will get to see these 2 teams face each other again in another best of 7 set.
All right, waiting for them to get locked in currently. We've, of course, talked a lot with... That is the thing about a tournament with a small map list, right? Is at a certain point, we can't really tell you anything you don't know about these maps. So we're just going to get into the game, thankfully, and we'll be able to tell you a little bit about what these teams are doing as they go on the attack right and early.
Yeah, so starting out the game, that could potentially be it for FTWin to trigger a bracket reset. If Kings wants to win this set, they will have to start by winning this game. So starting out here, we're seeing the weapons come out, and it's actually going to be not exactly the same to what we saw. The one big switch up is Relreal actually going to be on that H3, so that means double missiles for Kings. Oh my gosh, I am scared.
Are we having fun yet, everybody? Are we having fun yet? already coming out here, but actually, fading back a little bit too far. I think FTWin's idea there at the start was, hey, if they're going to sit back and build missiles, we're just going to run forward here. If you're going to sit back and send 2 people to do that, you're going to give us a lot of space, and we're going to take advantage of it. Kyo was able to get a pick. Clix is going to come down and punish Biscuit, the second time we've seen that today. But look at this. They wanted to force the fights early on with the space they were going to be given. They've done so successfully. Clix in a huge fight here with Shaq. Shaq got a little bit of assistance from Kyo's burst bomb there, but that's how you deal with double missiles at the start.
That's such a good point that you made, Nine, that counteracting, sitting back and building missiles with aggression, that's such a good way to look at that, and that's exactly what we saw FTWin do at the start of this. So FTWin here, holding the zone. They already have their points down to 35, and they are doing such a good job at just holding the zone. It's actually Shaq who's the one pushed up and acting as a distraction. Shaq finally called out here by Clix. Let's see if that pick is going to be what Kings needed to be able to push back into the zone. Paired with Click's splashdown, that's exactly what Kings needed to be able to get the zone. So now they do have 1 member down, but so does FTWin. FTWin now essentially has 2 members down, and the zone, though, kind of juggling. A lot of bombs, specials, armor coming out right now, and a lot of picks that happened on FTWin, so Kings doing a good job at holding the zone.
Yeah, and great rotation over there to stop Terra from attacking there. I'm not sure if Bagel was acting as bait there actively, or if Terra saw maybe a little bit of paint on Bagel and decided it was worth the risk. But Shaq able to clean that up means that at the very least they didn't go into a 2-down situation early on in that push. And fortunately for them, the members of Kings have also done a great job of rotating over on the bottom. Kyo is in a flank spot, but he is not going to be able to do anything by himself. And this is the real rough part of flanking, right? Even if you get to the right spot, you need a good situation. This is all time he's just going to have to give up, and he got marked. So that was essentially 10 seconds where Kyo couldn't do anything.
Yeah, and since he was called out by those missiles, he immediately got called out and had to move. So Kyo there tried to use that splashdown to help their teammates get the zone, but with the lead swapped and 2 members down on the side of FTWin, Terra Hair is using this NZAP to do everything they can to paint the zone, and they did a great job at doing just that, because now that game went to Kings, so now Kings has to win, is still in the race for this set against FTWin.
Yeah, great response there. Probably the most commanding second half of the game that we have seen there, as you see Clix pacing the field there with 3 splashdowns, 7 splats and assists. This truly is a launch day format if you see those kinds of numbers coming out of a vanilla splatter shot. But, that little microcosm there with Kyo, I think, is just a great reminder to the teams who play at a high level, and even teams who are trying to get better at Splatoon, that so much of this game is based on timing, right? Like, we can all look at that and say that was a bad flank, but, it might have been a great flank if his teammates were able to stay up and active a little bit longer to take the eyes away. Because when you're in that spot, do you rotate back? Do you expose yourself early? Do you jump back? It's just one of those things that when you made the plan, things were looking better, and things can just change in such a hurry in this game.
Yeah, and that would have, with the amount of points, with Kings having no penalty points at all, I believe, and they were just counting down points to get the lead. I think it had potential for Kyo to get a really good flank in, considering the time and points that Kings needed to get the lead on their side. So I think that definitely had a lot of potential for Kyo to get that flank in for FTWin. But I think that Kings knew, they were like, hey, where's the tri-slosher? Or where's the slosher? And they used those missiles to track where Kyo was. So unfortunately for Kyo, they were on it and had to figure out where he was.
Tower Control, Inkblot Art Academy. We're seeing it again, everybody. You really can't go a set. I mean, it wouldn't matter if the map list was restricted. We would see this. This is an inevitable map mode combination. I mean, I've seen this in Splat Zones only tournaments before somehow.
Oh,
it always finds a way. Always.
It always finds a way. Inkblot Art Academy. It's so good. It's like Tower Control and Zones Inkblot have been so good throughout Splatoon 2's game history, and it's just constantly showing up from beginning to end of the game's cycle. So here it is again. We're seeing it once again in these sets, and this remember, this is FTWin's counter pick as we go into this next game also.
We have a $10 anonymous donation, which brings us ever closer to Dura's interpretive dance of how he became the Portuguese Splatoon 2 champion. I know you all want that. We're also marching ever closer to Perdoodles and whatever we're going to force K-Bot to do. Still haven't decided that one yet.
Perfect. I can't wait for this first goal that we have for Dura to do interpretive dance. I mean, he's so passionate about being the Portuguese champ, so it only makes sense that we get to see him do an interpretive dance of it.
Yep, Dura's creative. I'm sure that we could see it eventually as the timer ticks down and we can finally stop stalling and we can get into Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy. Verifying here the total for everybody. We are over $1,000. I do know that, so thank you again to everybody who donated. This started at $500, meaning you, the people, have worked all the way up to doubling that prize pool and counting, so thank you once again.
Okay, so we are going into, I believe this is game 6 now of this set, and as we look at the comps here, a bit switch up on the side of Kings. We're seeing double armor, so they're not going to be running that double missiles that they ran that last game we got to watch. So double armor, 2 end zaps, as we see both of the teams come out here. FTWin, remember this was FTWin's counter pick, so they are starting out strong as they are teaming up so well here to get 3 down immediately on Kings and push the tower just like that to first checkpoint.
Oh, man, and if you all out there are trying to play shooters, play, anything that has short-range mobility, Biscuit is instructive on how this weapon is played. I think a lot of people maybe look at shooters and say, oh, it's all about your actions per minute. I feel like Biscuit is so efficient and moves just as much as he needs to get to where he needs to, and his accuracy always on point to at least get them 30 points. Not too shabby.
Yeah, not too shabby within the first minute of the match. And the tower now, on the other side though, we saw Kyo, they're forced to jump back as Kings now is in control and has taken the lead. We're seeing this Inkjet come out and the Inkjet Stingray combo just letting this tower push up to the second checkpoint. So now FTWin here having to get on defense. They do use their armor as we see Kyo flanking around, but Shelton recognizes Kyo's flank there, just turns around and gets that pick. And now FTWin is going to have to regroup here to get their defense going.
Yeah, they're going to have to regroup, and those missiles might have bought them just enough time to do so. That's going to get Kyo back into the action, and it allowed them to move forward. And, we can talk about missile spam all day, but, the way that FTWin moves forward once they fire their missiles, once they are able to create that space, I think it can't be understated as Shelton shooting an ambitious Stingray to try to pull Biscuit out of the air. Probably one of the easier targets Kyo has ever thrown some burst bombs at, but the other members of Kings were already pushed up here and making life difficult for FTWin, so not a lot is going to come of that pick, and in fact, it does look like there might be a counter push coming out here from Kings.
Yeah, Kings has a lot of momentum going into this. They are going to have Clix use this Inkjet paired with the armor to just add that much pressure onto FTWin's bats area, and as they were doing that, looks like there's 3 members down. It's just Clix up left on that T-tag. So we're seeing FTWin here trying to call that out, but I believe Clix jumped back there safely to regroup with their teammates. So FTWin here painting around mid, making sure they get their specials ready. The lead isn't necessarily a huge one. It's definitely doable for FTWin to get the lead. So they know that they need to regroup and make sure they have specials ready for their push.
Yep, and it looks like one of those specials is already down, and that's Biscuit's Inkjet here. So maybe not the exact scenario they were hoping for, and it is worth noting here that the double end zap combo is going to give them a pseudo bomb rush if they opt to move around a little bit and maybe throw a suction bomb, use their armor, throw another suction bomb. They've got 2 players that can do that, so it's going to be so much residual damage on the tower here, and it's just going to make everything that much more difficult. They're hanging on to it for now, but eventually they're going to run out of jumps. It looks like there's nobody left on the tower, so unless Kyo has been hanging out somewhere way out of sight and out of mind to crash through, I think this is going to be a reset to neutral.
Reset to neutral happening here paired with the armor and Shelton Stingray once again to just, push around FTWin, maybe get some picks, maybe just add some pressure. But I love that FTWin here is coming around this left side. We're seeing Bagel and Biscuit dropping on this left side of the map. Shaq starting out this by dropping down on the right side and getting a really good pick on Terra there. So, maybe FTWin can get a push going with this. We're seeing Biscuit's famous Inkjet coming out and starting this push for FTWin, getting a pick. It looks like I love that they recognize that Shelton there was on the flank side and forced Shelton to jump back. So now FTWin using missiles, pushing up to the second checkpoint. Unfortunately, Bagel does go down though, and Shelton is right there to get Shaq as well.
Ooh, almost enough. They rotated back 1 point short. I guess 2 points short technically because the tie goes to whoever got there first. But you pointed out there, they really pulled everything correct there. They just ran out of time. And look at the top of the screen here. That's 4 specials on the side of Kings. FTWin's going to have to deal with those before they want any sort of push. And an unforced error there going down to a wayward splat bomb. And another one going down. What a crazy recognition by Clix to pull that 90-degree inkjet shot.
Man, and that is going to stagger FTWin that much. We're going into the last 10 seconds of this match right now with Kyo down on the side of FTWin. Kings here is sitting very, very well. They know that they just need to hold mid and just keep juggling the tower. I'm sure with Shelton here going into the last portion of this, that GG Ray is at the ready. Biscuit using that inkjet to try and get that pick up. Shelton does get hit. That's 2 down right now on the side of Kings.
Oh, what? Where? How? Why?
I didn't see that. Dang it.
I think maybe a bomb got thrown on and somebody got pushed off and maybe somebody jumped down from box to touch it for half a second. They certainly didn't have enough people left to take the tower. Maybe just a little bit at the end. Again, they did have 2 suction bombs available and another lethal bomb from Clix. So anything could have happened. It only takes 1 second to take the tower back and jump on it to end the game. But FTWin had the right call there, and as always, Biscuit has the inkjet when he needs it, and it was almost enough.
Yeah, that was awesome for Biscuit to recognize. I mean, of course, it's Biscuit. Biscuit has that amazing awareness, but getting to see it firsthand, recognizing to use that inkjet directly for the Stingray, and that part of it paid off really well. I loved getting to see that.
Well, we've arrived, folks. It is game 7 between our top 2 teams. A reminder that if FTWin is able to clutch this game out, we do have another set after this on the bracket reset. I've seen some conflicting information here. Reset, according to .jpeg, is a best of 5, so we'll make sure that is the case here, and that JPEG knows what's going on in a tournament that he's helping run. I trust JPEG. So in any case, we will talk about that when the time comes, if the time comes. But for now, FTWin has one final counter pick, and oh my goodness, here it is. I forgot this was in their back pocket, Rissa.
Oh, this is the FTWin Classic Tower Control on Muscle Forge Fitness. I love that this is what they saved for Game 7. I just love that so much.
Oh, and what a way to have it here. I'm looking down the list too, and frankly, if Kyo does want to go to a blaster here to just truly take this all the way back to 2017, he has both the Luna and the custom blaster available for him here, so I don't know that we'll necessarily see that. We've come a long way since we were wee kids and squids back in 2017, but all is on the table here, and yeah, I mean, this is Kyo's time. He has won games almost single-handedly here.
Oh, man. FTWin on Tower Control Muscle Forge. Game 7 of Grand Finals. I mean, it's almost like this was completely scripted.
Well, yeah, it was. I mean, come on. This is something that people should know. People should absolutely know this by now. It's not a secret anymore that there's an elite group of Squilluminati here who write out all of these tournaments. You think these players are actually real? You think Kyo is a person and not a concept? Okay. Y'all will learn eventually. Splatoon 3, all will be laid bare.
Oh, man. So good. Man, I'm just picturing Biscuit's inkjets here, too. I'm so ready to see this.
Let's see. We have talked up FTWin on this. This is where they always go. I don't even want to know exactly what their record here. It has to be close to 1,000 for sure, but let's see what Kings has in store here if they want to go back with the double end zap here. And it does look like Kyo is just going to stay with the Tri-Slosher. And actually, Realreal's going to go back to it as well. So they are not going to opt to go with the double end zap here. They do still have double armor. Both teams are running it. And this is actually, once again, a very similar comp on both sides, Rissa.
It is, and Clix is on the T-Tech now, so no more vanilla splatter shots anymore for this Game 7. Starting out here, though, one member of FTWin immediately does go down, as Kings does a great job at just instantly taking mid. Clix here knows that they have the advantage, so we are going to go ahead and take the tower, and armor up also paired with Click's Inkjet, this is a very great start for Kings.
It is. They forced Bagel to jump all the way out here, and if they can find the pick on Biscuit, that would have been massive. As it stands, they actually didn't get really anybody on that there. I don't think they got a full pick. If they did, it was somebody who came back very quickly. And now you see jumping in. I don't even know how Bagel tracked that there, but that was enough damage to get the armor off and do significant damage. That person's going to go down. They tried to rotate another attacker on that side, and that's cleared up as well. So missiles and a couple armor might be enough to stop this push, or at least keep it from getting into the danger zone.
Yeah, at this second checkpoint, that's already pretty dangerous within the first minute of this match. So FTWin here working to get this mid control. Ooh.
He opened it up. That's 2 for Kyo.
Yeah, 2 for Kyo, and Kyo's tracking this third member of Kings here, forces that member to jump out. So now Kyo is doing a great job at taking space with this Tri-Slosher, immediately pushing up in the tower's path here as he's putting up pressure on this right side, acting as a distraction, hoping to maybe get some picks as he's still there, just juggling that.
Juggling that, they finally were able to take Kyo down, but that was enough time for them to get some missiles off, as well as Biscuit's Inkjet. I believe, actually, in the midst of that Bagel was taken out, so really the immediate threat is gone with both of those being out there. Shaq going to do what he does and try to at least make sure that they can't get back to mid for free, keep the tower in a position where it could go big. They have Biscuit back now, and it looks like Bagel is kind of out of the action now, sitting back. I know he's trying to build his missiles here, but maybe needs to get to the center. The members of Kings are starting to crash in. Bagel is rotated up just as we say that, has a chance to come here and get a pick with Kyo. They do so. Now 4v3 and some more chip damage applied. Another one goes down. Kyo finishing that one off. Missiles, and now there's a real opportunity to make this one blast.
There's only Terra out here on this left side. Terra does, what, did Terra get 2 with that? That was that was so important for Kings right there, as FTWin was set up really, really nicely to get a push going. So Terra just getting those 2 picks and putting a stop to what FTWin had started there. Now FTWin recognizes where Terra is, and they're trying to put pressure on Terra, but Terra's just doing a great job at not necessarily pushing in and just kind of poking at FTWin while they wait for their teammates.
I think Terra was even marked there with the missiles. I don't know if they were banking on Terra maybe backing up or jumping out once he got there, or maybe Terra just wasn't marked. But yeah, Terra just walked right up from that classic position and closed out that push. So now look at this, FTWin on the back foot. 2 people just having to make sure they can't get attacked on this side. Kyo is going to wait. They're going to be able to cycle the second armor here to really make this a good attack, but they got to get back and defend first.
Getting back and defending is going to be really important for FTWin right now. Biscuit is stuck in this Inkjet and is going to land that Inkjet on the snipe area. And that's a complete wipe for FTWin right now, as Kings is going to get past this second checkpoint with jumps coming in. Also, FTWin really has to put in the defense work right now if they want to stop this tower.
Yep, done a good job so far. That's 2 down there. Shack will make that trade. They get another one, so it's just Terra now. So they did successfully defend, but now we have just over a moment left. That's another trade here. Excuse me. All of these picks are now going to really start to... I guess it all compounds, right? You get taken out early on in the game, that's one thing, but with just a minute left, you really only have a chance for maybe 1 or 2 of these pushes, and you can't even make a long, extended push. Everything on a razor's edge.
Oh my gosh. And with, okay, there were so many trades that happened there. That was so chaotic in the last 40 seconds of this. Shelton, though, sitting nice and pretty on the tower, just pushing it further away from where FTWin needs the tower. And Shelton, though, jumping back. I love that Shelton jumped back because they know that they can get missiles ready to be on the defense. Kyo, starting up here on this left side, gets that pick on Rail Reel, but is called out. So that, though, with Kyo pushing up like that, that bought time for their teammates to push up behind Kyo and get the tower.
Yeah, and Kyo's been a proponent of that really even since the actual launch day here, talking about quick respawn and stealth jump still being good. If you are able to trade or take one out early on in the push, you can eventually come back. But look at this, already 2 members going down. I don't even know where they were. Kyo snuck in, that's a full wipe, and that will be the tournament as well. Even on Kyoland, the FTWin Special Kings pulls it together for 3 consecutive victories and to take this grand finals.
What a grand finals to watch. Game 7, all the way to Game 7, almost to bracket reset. That was an amazing set to watch with Kings versus FTWin. So congrats to Kings for winning the entire tournament, and definitely a GG's to FTWin. What a pleasure to watch these 2 teams play against each other.
Indeed, and wow, just, I mean, you can see it right here laid bare for you on the scoreboard. Kings takes the win, 3 consecutive FTWin victories, 3 consecutive Kings victories, and I mean, this is just the thing with this wonderful game that we call Splatoon 2. Even though it's launch day and we don't actually know any of this to be certain, this is just how these top teams play, right? You can get 3 consecutive losses and then win 3 consecutive games. Starburst, we saw earlier, get 3-0'd by FTWin. You could tell me they would take the next 3 games, and I wouldn't be surprised at all. So many coin flip situations, razor-thin margins, where it's so difficult to identify where a game started to fall apart for a team, especially when they play at this level.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw not only, it wasn't necessarily counter picks in terms of weapons, but, we got to watch these teams try and counter each other in their play styles. And with high level games and teams like this, I think that was really awesome to see and see those type of adaptations. So on me and Nines, and this is going to be just about it for the end of the tournament, but Beta does want to come in and talk to you guys and has a few things to say. So we are not closing out the stream just yet, but Beta will be coming in here, I believe, to say a few things. Hi, Beta.
Hello. Hello. I am sorry, I am very, very tired. It is close to midnight. Because I have a couple people I want to thank. Alright, so first of all, thank you to all of my dependable staff. Of course, Portuguese champ Duracell. Nobody can forget this man. Smile, and also Inkfarer on production, an absolute legend. We had a 4th one. He doesn't want to be thanked or credited, but he does want me to remind you all that you should be playing Lowing. So you could probably figure out who that is.
Wonder who that is.
I've no. Thank you to all the commentators. For day 1, Corked, Frosty, Cannon, Falco, Popgun, and Fusion. And for day 2, once again, our legend Portuguese champion Dura, and then Barry, Mel 2, and they can find out who's who. And then, of course, Nine and Rissa, thank you to as well. And some quick special thanks to Magic for being willing to swap out, because I was an idiot. I forgot my promises that I've made. So, much love. Thank you to all the players for playing. Thank you to all the viewers for watching. Especially thank you to all the donators for donating. $1,000 is a lot of money, which I didn't expect. I love you guys very much. I'll be raffling the winners soon, probably after I wake up at some point. And speaking of which, I also want to give a quick thank you to Namochi for providing the artwork for the raffle. It was a lot of fun to run this event. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves as well. And not to spoil too much in advance, but stay tuned because there's going to be more gimmick events coming before Splatoon 3. So have a great rest of your day, drive safe, and bye-bye.
Okay, that's okay. I'm so excited that Beta said that there's going to be more gimmick tournaments. I can't wait. So with that will be us then closing out this stream. Thank you once again, like Beta said, for everyone being here, for donating, for just watching and enjoying this gimmick tournament together with everyone. This has been such an awesome tournament to be a part of. So just like that, I'll go ahead and shout myself out here. If you guys don't know me, my name is Rissa. I am at Rissa High on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Nine, do you have any shout outs or closing thoughts for everyone?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter and Twitch at gingerbreadman17. Produce a lot of great content on both of those avenues, so go ahead and follow both of those right now. Don't hesitate. But no, seriously, I echo everything that Beta said there. The mad scientist at it again. Can't wait to see what's coming up next. If this was an offering of a gimmick tournament, and this is pretty mundane, I can't wait to see what the next one is. But Rissa, I had a great time. It is mind-blowing to me that this is the first time we've commentated together.
I know, right? After all this time, I've been commentating for about a year or two, and I have not commentated with you at all. So this was a real treat for me to be able to commentate with you, and finally get to commentate with you, I should say. So I had a blast. Thank you for being a part of this, everyone, once again. And I think we will be actually sending you guys over to Rafa. We're going to send the stream over to Rafa. We're going to send a raid over to Rafa. So just like that, we will be ending the stream here. And that's it from us. Everyone, have a good rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever it is. Bye, guys.
Bye.